At the Taoist sect, Zhang Yi was sitting at a branch of a pink leaf tree while enjoying reading his book. He transmigrated as a handsome and unrivaled senior brother into this world of cultivation and immortals. Although his strength was ordinary, he had a beautiful face and was proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. He was also the only male disciple in the sect. 3 pretty ladies passed under the tree he was sitting at, and they blushed. The ladies' eyes popped into hearts as he acknowledged their presence and smiled. One of them was even drooling. They squealed about how handsome he was. Despite the attention, Zhang Yi was not content. People only cared about his beauty and ignored his talent. It was because depending on looks for a living would only get him far in this world because, in the cultivation world, the level of your realm is the king's path. He closed the book that he was reading and stared into space. He thought how boring it was that his junior sisters continually interrupted his cultivation, and he didn't feel like living that kind of life. Once his cultivation is more substantial, he plans to go and wander the world outside. He originally wanted to take it easy, slowly increase his strength, and cultivate into an immortal. But his dreams were devastated after the cheat system was activated. A pop-up screen appeared before him, offering a beginner task of confessing his love to a beautiful master with a reward of a cultivation level increase and supreme holy body. But failure meant becoming a dog for life and losing his fertility, with a time limit of 10 minutes. Zhang Yi was raging internally about this sudden and extreme task, but he was tranquil as a forest on the outside. Confessing to a master was just like asking for death, but the consequence of failing the task was also terrible. His master Yu Yao was one of the strongest in this generation. She was cold and otherworldly, so people called her the merciless fairy. In the past, many disciples confessed, but they got their cultivation removed and were kicked out of the sect. As a result, there were a lot of weeping and injured men at the sect's gate. Some were even kneeling and bowing to the floor. There have also been proposals from other strong experts, and they even tried to do it by force, but they were all defeated and thrown out of the sect's gate, creating a pile of unconscious men at the foot of the stairs. So, in the end, everyone learns how to be decent. As Zhang Yi recalled these events, his energy was drained. He's now on the ground, holding onto the tree for balance while thinking he could survive, and become the only male disciple in the sect because he was not moved by lust. However, everything is about to change as he encounters the system today and has nothing to love anymore. He was lost in his thoughts when someone called him and asked him what he was thinking so deeply about. Surprisingly, it was the sect leader of the Taoist sect, Yu Yao. Zhang Yi straightened up and blushed as he acknowledged the presence of his master. He looked happy and told her that he saw that she had ended her closed-door seclusion. But, in his mind, he adored how pretty his master was while being scared at the same time. In a commanding manner, she crossed her arms, saying it had been a long time, and she wanted to see the state of his cultivation. She also asked how he was doing these days and if any female disciples caught his attention. He cups his fist and answers he had been cultivating with all his effort, and is not moved by feelings but cursing in his mind as he can't dare confess. With a smile, she revealed that she had expelled 900 disciples because of their emotions, so she commended Zhang Yi for having a firm heart and living up to her expectation. In response, Zhang Yi replies that if one does not dare express themselves to the people they like, what would be the significance of cultivating the way of Tao? Yu Yao's eyes narrowed as she stared at him, speechless. Sweat was trickling down his face as Zhang Yi questioned why his master advocated merciless cultivation when she had never been in love, so Yu Yao glared and asked what he wanted to say. Gritting his teeth, Zhang Yi stated that he had been in love with her for a long time over the past 18 years and couldn't hold it in anymore. His face was covered with sweat due to his nervousness as he blurted out the confession that he liked her. Yu Yao glared at him as the aura was released from her body. She then calmed down and closed her eyes, and with a sigh, she replied he had really disappointed her as a master. Afterward, she summoned her moon sword. She thought he could achieve something, but it was a pity that he had developed this feeling and abandoned himself. With a firm expression, she raised the sword to his throat, announcing that he had broken the commandments and that even if he had been around for 18 years, she would cut off his bloodline and expel him from the Taoist sect. The system notification window appeared, notifying Zhang Yi that he only had 2 minutes left to complete his task, so he panicked as he couldn't change his master's mind at all, and there was no time left either. Suddenly, an image of him being carried by Yu Yao as a kid randomly crossed his mind, and he wondered why he remembered the past when he was in danger. In the heat of the moment, he decided to share the nostalgia with his master, and he asked her if she remembered when she brought him into the sect when he was 3. When he was 7, he reached the foundation building stage, and it was the first time she praised him and the first time he saw her smile. Yu Yao looked astounded as she remembered those moments. She recalled she told him to go outside for training in the future if there was a chance, but he responded that he only wanted to stay by his master's side. Zhang Yi continued to reminisce about when he was 10. She personally cooked him a meal to reward him when he reached the crystallization stage. Again, they walked through the memory of the moment, Zhang Yi enjoying the meal and saying that his master's cooking was the best. Zhang Yi then added that after 15 years old, his cultivation stagnated. However, she still did not give up on him and kept encouraging him to work hard on his cultivation. Yu Yao looked conflicted at this point. She did not say a thing, but the sword pointed at Zhang Yi's throat was shaking. It was like representing her resolve to expel Zhang Yi at this point was wavering. With a smile, Zhang Yi told her that he would follow his master's merciless way and would not force others to suffer. As he said this, he ran away from Yu Yao and jumped off the cliff. Yu Yao was astonished to see what he just did and fearfully called out to him. As he was falling, Zhang Yi looked back and declared that he would still love her when they met again in the afterlife. Zhang Yi questioned himself if this was how everything would end and realized that he was not happy with this, so he screamed at the top of his lungs that it pains him to leave his master. It took him a while to realize that he messed up because he was not yet skilled at levitating. The system notification window appeared again, notifying him that he only had 6 seconds left to complete the task. After that, not only would he become a dog, but he would also fall to his death. However, a hand suddenly grabbed his shoulder, so he looked back and blushed as he saw his master holding him. She is mad as she asks him if he wants to die and if it is necessary to do so just because of love. But he responds that he did that not because of love but for his master. Yu Yao blushed and asked him to shut up. Following this, she threw him to the ground. He crashed into the center grounds, and the ladies watched as he lay in the hole his body created in the environment due to the impact. On the other hand, Zhang Yi is surprised when he reads the notification that his confession was a success, and he has received the reward S-rank Supreme Holy Body, and he still couldn't believe that his master was moved by his words. Yu Yao stood in front of him as she criticized him for losing his future, and today she vowed to chase him out of the Taoist sect, so he has to conduct himself well. Afterward, she turned her back without waiting for his reply. At this moment, the system notified Zhang Yi that it was awakening the Supreme Holy Body. Zhang Yi sat there in amazement as he felt the power surging out, and his body was filled with divine power. Yu Yao was startled and looked back as she felt a supreme phenomenon. The ladies around the sect cheered as they watched the scene, and they were happy that their senior brother had awakened and finally broken through his limits. Zhang Yi's eyes lit up like golden fire, and he screamed like he was in anguish. A dragon-looking golden light enveloped him, and it surged toward the sky. A golden pillar light appeared around the area of the Taoist sect, and the sect all around the area clearly saw it. They were alarmed that someone had awakened a holy body and recognized that it was coming from the Taoist sect. The end of all cultivators was coming because the ancients said that once a supreme appeared, the immortal road would be destroyed. The animals and monsters around the area were terrified when they saw the golden pillar of light. They knew that a supreme had appeared in the human race. The light surging toward the sky pierced the atmosphere and escaped into space. A man wearing an astronaut suit on the moon witnessed it and stared in disbelief. Back at the Taoist sect, the system notified Zhang Yi that the Supreme Holy Body had been successfully integrated, and it congratulated him for upgrading to the spiritualization realm. Zhang Yi was ecstatic and yelled that having a cultivation breakthrough was the best. Yu Yao was surprised that Zhang Yi could advance to the spiritualization realm in seconds and thought that the Supreme Holy Body's potential was profound. Zhang Yi proudly showed off himself and told her that if she wanted to cultivate quickly, she must fall in love. Yu Yao told him he was spouting nonsense because the awakening of talent has nothing to do with romantic feelings, and he better worry about his safety first. She then clenched her sword and held it close to her heart, and told him that the awakening of his Supreme Holy Body had alerted the rival sects. The realization then hit Zhang Yi that the Supreme Holy Body was a kind of constitution that absorbs the key of the world and blocks the way of the cultivators, so he threatened the interests of many strong experts. Zhang Yi then shared his realization with Yu Yao that he had become a public enemy, and there would be experts who would want to kill him now. Yu Yao replied the situation was critical and that she would send him away from the Taoist sect first and she would deal with the enemies. The next second, she dragged him out of the sect, but Zhang Yi protested that he would not leave because he was the cause and should be responsible for this. However, their conversation was interrupted when 3 warps appeared in the space around them, and a voice boomed, telling them both that it wouldn't let them run away. Yu Yao, who knew what was happening, cursed, saying they had been invaded. As 3 warps appeared in the vast expanse of space, 3 figures emerged and landed before Yu Yao and Zhang Yi. They were none other than the esteemed King Lion, the Grand Elder of the Earth Sect, Feng Wuji, the Lord of Wind City, and Zhu Dai, the sect leader of the heavenly sect. Zhu Dai, the spokesperson for the trio, conveyed their congratulations to the Taoist sect for the appearance of a supreme being. Despite their flowery words, Yu Yao was wary and told them to mind their own business, as the Taoist sect's affairs had nothing to do with them. King Lion, picking up on Yu Yao's tone, deduced that the awakened individual must be none other than Zhang Yi, her martial nephew. She went on to criticize his association with an old woman like Yu Yao, deeming it a waste of talent. King Lion then requested that Zhang Yi join her sect, as newcomers receive unique benefits. Yu Yao was infuriated by King Lion's words and defended her disciple's virtues, declaring that he would never join a sect led by a demoness like her. Zhang Yi, in agreement with his master, further angered King Lion. Zhu Dai then stepped in and tried to persuade Zhang Yi to join the heavenly sect, touting the benefits of the many beautiful women and ancient Tao techniques that could aid his cultivation. Feng Wuji followed suit, urging Zhang Yi to join the Wind City, promising abundant resources, non-stop services for immortal cultivation, and even the chance to become an official in the Great Zhou dynasty. Yu Yao was incensed, proclaiming that she would not let anyone take away her disciple. However, at the same time, she believed that she should be the only one to chase Zhang Yi out of the Taoist sect. Zhang Yi, aware of his supreme holy body's abilities to absorb the key of the world and block the way of cultivators, questioned how these leaders could help him cultivate when they were all so selfish. He caught on to their plan to use him as a chess piece to refine pills and ultimately take away his cultivation in the future. The three leaders grew nervous as Zhang Yi revealed their plan, and they attempted to deny it. King Lion played dumb and claimed she didn't know what Zhang Yi was talking about, as they were really being sincere in helping him, and there was no evil intention at all, but the sweat dripping from her face betrayed her words. Despite this, Zhuo Dai made a similar assertion, stating that he only wanted to dote on Zhang Yi. However, Feng Wuji had a different perspective, acknowledging that Zhang Yi had some value and shouldn't be afraid of being used by others. When Zhang Yi refused their offer to join them and declared himself a disciple of his master Yu Yao, a dark aura suddenly shrouded the three leaders, who began calling him an ungrateful brat. They threatened to get rough and criticized him for not taking the easy way out. However, Zhang Yi didn't back down and instead pointed out their villainous behavior. As the tension escalated, Yu Yao watched with a satisfied smile, impressed by Zhang Yi's unexpected display of dignity. King Lion then quoted a Taoist scripture and launched an attack on Zhang Yi, followed by Zhuo Dai and Feng Wuji. They criticized King Lion for lacking martial virtues and demanded that if she wanted to take Zhang Yi, they should do it together. Yu Yao intervened, calling them out for their insolence, and a chaotic clash ensued. However, Yu Yao struggled to hold her own, prompting Zhang Yi to assist her. As the conflict raged on, King Lion made a vulgar expression, while Zhuo Dai's expression grew more severe, and Feng Wuji demanded silence as he claimed ownership of Zhang Yi. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion erupted at the center of the collision, propelling the three villains away from Zhang Yi and Yu Yao. Despite the danger, Yu Yao bravely shielded Zhang Yi with her body, protecting him from harm. After coughing up blood and struggling to stand, she resorted to jabbing her sword into the ground and using it for support. However, this caused Zhang Yi to worry, prompting him to ask if she was alright. She reassured him with a response that she was okay. With their auras radiating with intensity, the three villains approached Yu Yao and requested her to hand over Zhang Yi, urging her to quietly turn him over since she had already exhausted most of her strength. Yu Yao met their request with an unwavering look, projecting her own aura and declaring that she would never permit them to take her disciple away as long as she was still alive. The other Taoist disciples assembled behind Zhang Yi, prepared to fight and defend their sect. This situation concerned Zhang Yi because he understood that even with their master, they would still be unable to take on the three significant sects. He also recognized that he couldn't allow the entire Taoist sect to be implicated because of his actions. As a result, Zhang Yi took the initiative and stepped forward, asserting that the argument stemmed from his own actions and had nothing to do with the sect. He would take sole responsibility for his conduct. In response, the trio commended Zhang Yi's bravery and encouraged him to depart from the Taoist sect. Feng Wuji went as far as extending his hand, offering Zhang Yi a place in Wind City while eagerly anticipating his decision. At the moment, Zhang Yi appeared pitiful and defeated, prompting Yu Yao to shout and threaten him with being refined alive into a pill. In response, King Lion rashly declared that further talking was pointless, and they should defeat the old woman and rescue Zhang Yi. As Yu Yao prepared for another attack, she challenged them to try their luck. Suddenly, another red pillar of light emerged, captivating their attention and indicating another battle was about to commence. All eyes turned to the sky, where a figure with a double pupil, surrounded by red lightning strikes, appeared. King Lion appeared horrified as she realized it was the legendary double pupil holy body, a phenomenon that even left Feng Wuji stunned by the realization that yet another holy body had been born. In contrast, Zhuodai was ecstatic about the light emanating from his heavenly sect, thrilled that one of his disciples had awakened, while Zhang Yi was nonchalant about the situation and wondered if the cultivation world was so complicated that holy bodies were awakening rapidly. Yu Yao appeared worried about the heavenly sect becoming even more potent with the double pupil holy body. With Zhuodai no longer concerned about the supreme holy body or Zhang Yi, he left for the space warp he created, proclaiming the double pupil holy body as the future of the heavenly sect and taunting the others as he prepared to welcome a new generation of geniuses. After Zhuodai abandoned them, King Lion and Feng Wuji exchanged worried expressions and agreed to collaborate. However, Feng Wuji recognized that they lacked manpower, especially against Yu Yao's strength. To make a quick escape, King Lion fabricated a story about the double pupil holy body and supreme holy body neutralizing each other's ki, which would resolve the situation independently. She concluded that they had no reason to linger any longer. Despite seeing through King Lion's ruse, Zhang Yi challenged their previous arrogance and mocked them as so-called righteous experts who bully the weak and flee from the strong. Nevertheless, King Lion and Feng Wuji turned their backs and hurriedly left, claiming they had urgent business to attend to. Zhang Yi lost his temper and grabbed King Lion's leg, causing her stockings to rip. He labeled her an old matter for offending the Taoist sect and questioned her motives for leaving. King Lion responded with a lewd noise and an obscene expression on her face, leaving Zhang Yi embarrassed and unable to speak coherently. Yu Yao shot him a disapproving glance. Ignoring the incident, King Lion continued towards the warp she had created, warning Zhang Yi that their subsequent encounter would be less cordial. She threatened to squeeze him dry. Zhang Yi waved goodbye, holding the ripped fabric and wishing her well. He also advised her to purchase sturdier stockings. Right then, a system notification window appeared, revealing a destiny task to obtain Senior King Lion's intimate clothing with a reward of a Taoist fruit containing heavenly power, and a failure penalty of increased bad luck for Zhang Yi within a 3-day time limit. At first, Zhang Yi blushed and closed his eyes, thinking the system was perverted for requesting King Lion's tight clothes, but also acknowledged it was something he always wanted to do. He wondered what the system needed the clothes for and felt like he was being asked to die. Approaching Zhang Yi with a smile, Yu Yao praised him, saying he did well and she was impressed. Zhang Yi's nose elongated, giving him a haughty expression as he boasted about being a disciple trained by his master, implying that his success was expected. He then inquired about the reward Yu Yao would grant him this time. However, Yu Yao's imposing presence made Zhang Yi tremble as she reminded him of his rule-breaking actions and gave him a choice between a year in the water prison or 5,000 lashes as punishment. Zhang Yi pleaded with her to let it go. The next moment, she expressed her concern, stating that their most urgent task was to deal with the major sects, as the Taoist sect had been targeted by many powerful enemies. In response, Zhang Yi proposed making the first move by visiting King Lion's Earth sect in the name of Tao. He suggested testing the strength of their disciples and boosting their own sect's prestige. Yu Yao agreed with Zhang Yi's suggestion to visit King Lion's Earth sect and test their disciples to raise the prestige of the Taoist sect. She promised to send several elders to secretly protect him and a pretty disciple from accompanying him. Zhang Yi eagerly agreed to have a companion and asked Yu Yao who would accompany him. His eyes still twinkled with excitement as he imagined a sweet and sexy junior sister with long black hair. However, his excitement quickly turned to disgust when Yu Yao revealed that the Grand Elder's beloved disciple, Zhang Luoyan, would accompany him. Suddenly, he recognized who the disciple would be and realized it was the same pig he knew. 2 days later, as they were traveling along the Taoist sect mountain path, Zhang Yi and Zhang Luoyan journeyed together. While he was drinking from his water bottle, Zhang Yi contemplated why his master had allowed Zhang Luoyan to accompany him. Despite this, Zhang Luoyan, who was eating tanghulu, continued to engage him in conversation, addressing him as senior brother and asking him about her talent, wondering if she had the potential to awaken a holy body. Despite his lack of response, Zhang Luoyan persisted in her questioning, mentioning that she had heard he had broken through the spiritualization stage and asking whether it was true. Annoyed by her persistence, Zhang Yi lashed out at Zhang Luoyan, telling her to shut up and setting out 3 requirements for her to accompany him: no talking nonsense, no unauthorized actions, and strict obedience to his orders. Displeased with these rules, Zhang Luoyan called Zhang Yi a boring senior brother and looked away from him, puffing her cheeks and continuing to eat her food. Recalling the time he had trained with her and she had stolen pills from the demonic cult, causing him to feel like a pig as they ran for miles while being chased, Zhang Yi grew tired at the thought of carrying her on his back again. He sighed heavily and contemplated the suffering of mankind. After calming down and continuing to eat, Zhang Laoyan informed Zhang Yi that Yehaoran, a disciple of the heavenly sect, possessed the double pupil holy body, cautioning him to be wary. Zhang Yi acknowledged that he was aware of Yehaoran's identity and that he had defeated him in a previous literary competition, knowing that he held a grudge against him. However, now that Yehaoran possessed the double pupil holy body, he couldn't help but worry that he would seek revenge through martial power. His mind raced as he considered that he possessed the supreme holy body, which was in direct contrast to Yehaoran's double pupil holy body, making him wonder if all of this was predetermined by fate. Interrupting Zhang Yi's musings, Zhang Laoyan's thoughts turned to food, and she inquired about the culinary offerings at the Earth sect, their destination, wondering if there would be an abundance of delicious food to savor. This infuriated Zhang Yi, and he yelled at Zhang Laoyan for mentioning food, warning her not to betray him again or face severe consequences. Under pressure and fear, Zhang Laoyan quickly agreed to comply with his demands, explaining that she had only asked. Yu Yao watched over her two disciples from a distance, pleased to see they got along quite well, and hoped they could mature through this experience. As she looked up at the sky and the flying birds, she wondered why Zhang Yi got so worked up and had to confess to her, thinking out loud and asking if feelings were really that important. At the Earth sect front yard square, a mob crowded around Zhang Yi and Zhang Laoyan, and they all seemed excited to see him. Zhang Laoyan was taken aback by the number of people who knew him, and while feeling awkward, Zhang Yi greeted them and reminisced about their long absence. A horde of blushing and squealing women charged toward Zhang Yi, asking him to sign things, admire the moon, and discuss the anthology he had created in depth. Behind the women, the angered men accused Zhang Yi of being the enemy's spy and scum who robbed their martial sisters. However, one woman defended him, saying he couldn't be a spy because he was so handsome. Among the crowd, a blushing man cupped his face with his hands and confessed that he, too, thought Zhang Yi was very handsome. The confession startled the men and women, leaving them unable to utter a single word as their faces expressed shock and disgust. During the commotion, King Lion appeared and welcomed Zhang Yi. Upon meeting King Lion, Zhang Yi greeted her and expressed his desire to study Taoism and seek her guidance, while Zhang Laoyan was in awe of the sect's size. However, Zhang Yi was surprised to discover that King Lion had a sober demeanor and lacked any sense of her immorality. King Lion told Zhang Yi to follow her into the sect to chat about Taoism, and he respectfully obeyed. As Zhang Yi followed behind King Lion, he couldn't help but ask her why she had allowed him to accompany her alone, silently hoping that Zhang Laoyan wouldn't cause any trouble. Looking back at him, King Lion replied that Zhang Laoyan's understanding of Tao was too shallow for a proper discussion, whereas Zhang Yi shared similar interests and a deeper understanding, making them the best combination for discussion. Zhang Yi agreed with King Lion's explanation, but in his mind, he couldn't help but wonder if it was a reasonable decision, feeling like a sheep being led into a tiger's den. King Lion ushered him to a building and told him they had arrived at the place. Zhang Yi was horrified when he entered the room and realized he had entered a bedroom. However, King Lion dropped her sober demeanor and revealed her true intentions, confessing to Zhang Yi that she had fallen deeply in love with him from the moment they met, and that he was now in her grasp. Zhang Yi nervously covered his chest, expressing the need for boys to protect themselves when outside. Despite this, he also thought about the task given by the system, realizing that he only had 4 hours remaining and wondering how he could take advantage of King Lion to complete it. He then held her and told her to take it easy before suggesting they shower before talking about Tao. King Lion leaned over his neck and whispered that his idea was good, and they could play with the mandarin ducks together. Excitedly turning her back to him, King Lion instructed Zhang Yi to follow her after he was done and not to keep her waiting, as she eagerly prepared the petals for their bath together. Zhang Yi winked at her and told her not to worry about it. As King Lion began to undress in the bath, Zhang Yi covered his face with his hands and told himself not to look. Despite his efforts, he couldn't resist peeking through his fingers and eventually ended up having a nosebleed. King Lion was humming inside the bath, enjoying the moment, and Zhang Yi saw this as his chance. Zhang Yi grabbed her clothes and yelled that he was taking them, declaring they should never meet again. King Lion was startled and yelled that she won't let him go. Soon, Zhang Yi ran to the top of the sect's roofs. He got rewarded as he accomplished his mission and thought that he had to get out of there as it would be a disaster if King Lion caught up with him. Suddenly, Zhang Yi heard Zhang Laoyan call him from behind, and when he looked back, he was baffled as Zhang Laoyan was also running in his direction. As she caught up to him, Zhang Laoyan complained about being chased and yelled at for eating a fruit from a tree in the Earth sect. Zhang Yi reprimanded her as a glutton causing him trouble but suggested they forget it and run away together. The male disciples of the sect caught up with them, throwing their staffs and yelling at them to stop. Zhang Yi cursed and questioned why there were so many people. He asked Zhang Laoyan how she was so good at attracting so much hatred, wondering where the elders his master said would secretly protect them were, as he saw none of them in sight. Meanwhile, on the other side of the Taoist sect, the two guardian elders had just woken up and were just about to head out to secretly protect them. Zhang Laoyan asked Zhang Yi why he was running away, and he blushed and replied that it was a long story. 3 levitating opponents appeared in the air, searching for Zhang Laoyan. One of them was Jun Wuyan, the daughter of the Earth sect leader. Zhang Yi recognized her, a known sadist, and felt nervous as he did not expect to meet her. Surprisingly, Zhang Laoyan stepped forward and addressed Jun Wuyan, a wicked woman, while Jun Wuyan responded by calling her a stinky sister. At this moment, Zhang Yi's worries heightened upon realizing that the two women knew each other, making it a terrible match. Zhang Yi wondered how Zhang Laoyan and Jun Wuyan became acquainted. He listened as Zhang Laoyan expressed her resentment towards Jun Wuyan, telling him that Jun Wuyan stole her precious sugar-coated hulu when she was descending the mountain. Zhang Laoyan chased Jun Wuyan for a long time but was unable to catch her, which made her angry. Jun Wuyan blushed and told Zhang Laoyan not to overreact over a sugar-coated hulu. But Zhang Laoyan reasoned that it was her hulu and she bought it herself. Zhang Yi couldn't understand the two girls as Jun Wuyan demanded that Zhang Laoyan not shift the topic. Jun Wuyan took out her weapon and told Zhang Laoyan that she should receive severe punishment for eating the Earth sect's vermilion fruit secretly. Zhang Yi intervened and told Jun Wuyan that he could compensate for the vermilion fruit, and there was no need for her to take out her weapon and fight. Zhang Laoyan was touched by Zhang Yi's words and apologized for the implication she caused. Suddenly, Zhang Laoyan took out a candied hulu between her legs and said that if payment was what they were talking about, Jun Wuyan should apologize to her first. She used the enlargement technique on the candied hulu and it became bigger. Jun Wuyan sprinted towards Zhang Laoyan while saying that she'll see if Zhang Laoyan has the right to make her apologize. Zhang Laoyan swung the giant candied lulu and Jun Wuyan countered. The air pressure produced by their clash blew the dust around them. Zhang Yi couldn't believe that the two girls fought over that small matter. He's under the impression that fights between women can be really scary. But he didn't interfere because he thinks that it is a good opportunity for Zhang Laoyan to experience actual combat. Based on the key auras of Zhang Laoyan and Jun Wuyan, he judged that they're both at the golden core stage, so their skills would dictate who would be the winner. Zhang Laoyan, using her giant candied hulu, pushed back Jun Wuyan. Jun Wuyan commended Zhang Laoyan's strength but said that it's a pity that she met her. Jun Wuyan's weapon extended and became a blade whip. While leaping towards Jun Wuyan, Zhang Laoyan told her to stop being narcissistic. While Zhang Laoyan was still in midair, Jun Wuyan used her spiritual snake twine technique. The blade whip spiraled the giant candied hulu. When Jun Wuyan pulled the handle, the blade whip tightened and destroyed it. Jun Wuyan said that she'll see how Zhang Laoyan would be able to fight back without her weapon. But Zhang Laoyan smiled confidently. She took out 2 candied hulu and used her double heavy enlargement technique. Zhang Yi wondered how many candied hulas Zhang Laoyan brought with her. At that moment, Zhang Laoyan jumped and used spell-breaking sword key technique with her 2 giant candied hulas. Cross sword ket was aimed towards Jun Wuyan. The attack was quickly executed and Jun Wuyan wasn't able to react and defend herself. Jun Wuyan was hit by the cross sword key and was thrown away. Son of the Earth sect leader Jun Wuao caught her before she hit the ground. Jun Wuao said that unless they're really intending to hurt his little sister, the fight must cease. Zhang Yi greeted Jun Wuao, thinking to himself that he must not underestimate Jun Wuao, who's at the spiritualization stage just like him. Jun Wuao returned the greetings and told Zhang Yi that he is ashamed of not being able to match up with his unparalleled stature. However, he criticized Zhang Yi for indulging his younger sister to hurt others, which he deemed wrong. But Zhang Yi explained that swords drawn in battle have no eyes, so it's inevitable that people get hurt. He also clarified that Zhang Laoyan is not his sister, but before he could explain his relationship with her, Zhang Laoyan interrupted them with her cry. Acting as if she's hurt, Zhang Laoyan asked Zhang Yi if he doesn't recognize and love her anymore. She pummeled Zhang Yi's chest with her little fists, and he wondered how Zhang Laoyan suddenly got so good at acting. Jun Wuyan demanded Zhang Yi to stop acting ignorant, and pointed out that it's evident that they're siblings because they're both named Zhang. But Jun Wuao wondered why Zhang Yi doesn't recognize the sibling relationship, thinking that Zhang Yi has broken through the shackles of familial affection and reached a more intimate stage. The men that surrounded them criticized Zhang Yi for not taking care of his sister and expressed how willing they are to be Zhang Laoyan's brother instead. Jun Wuao folded his fan and said that whatever the case is, it is the fault of the big brother for indulging his sister. He also used divine purple cloud technique to punish Zhang Yi for his crime. Zhang Yi instructed Zhang Laoyan to hide and said that he'll deal with Jun Wuao, thinking that it's the perfect time to put the technique he learned in his spare time in good use. He aimed his pointed finger towards Jun Wuao and used six-fold sky-clearing finger. Thunder gathered on his pointed finger, and when he released it, an image of a phoenix formed. The Thunder Phoenix clashed with Jun Wuao's purple cloud technique, and it overpowered it, hitting him. He coughed blood and was pushed back. Jun Wuyan immediately ran to help her brother, while Zhang Luoyan celebrated and said that her senior brother is so mighty and domineering. Zhang Yi bragged that he didn't even use his full strength, and they both couldn't believe that they crushed Jun Wuao so easily, even though they're both at the early stage of spiritualization. Jun Wuao speculated that it might be the power advantage granted by the Supreme Holy Body. Right then, King Lion was floating above them, and she expressed that the quarrel seems to be not a small fight, which caught everyone's attention. She asked Zhang Yi why he suddenly left even though they haven't discussed the Tao yet. So King Lion inquired if it was because he doesn't think of her as an elder. Zhang Yi had consumed a lot of spiritual energy on the spell he just used, so he was afraid that he won't be able to escape. Meanwhile, Zhang Luoyan was love-struck seeing King Lion again, referring to her as her so-called big sister. At that moment, King Lion landed between Jun Wuao and Jun Wuyan. They just stood there and stared at each other. King Lion talked first. She demanded Zhang Yi to come with her and discuss Tao, or else she'll use force to make him come. Jun Wuao smiled. He's thinking that Zhang Yi won't be able to get out of that situation unscathed. Similarly, Zhang Luoyan was amazed that his senior brother even dared to offend Elder King Lion. In front of the crowd, Zhang Yi dared King Lion to tell him which Tao she wanted to discuss with him. King Lion blushed and said that what they'll discuss is about the 3000 Great Tao, the classic of Tao. She can't reveal her true intentions in front of everyone or it will ruin her image as a dignified elder. So Zhang Yi told King Lion that they've already finished discussing the Tao they wanted, and added that he and his junior sister are in no mood to stay there any longer. He said that they will leave first. But Jun Wuao was thinking of a way to destroy Zhang Yi's spirit so his sect will not lose its face. Consequently, Jun Wuyan thinks that her battle with Zhang Luoyan isn't over yet. She doesn't want her to get away. And King Lion gritted her teeth as she's thinking of how to not let the rare chance she got go to waste. Jun Wuao moved forward. He clasped his hands and told Zhang Yi to rest for a bit before leaving. And since both of them are scholars, he invited Zhang Yi to have some drinks and recite some poems. Jun Wuao thinks that he's bound to win in a literature fight against Zhang Yi since he's the genius of the Earth sect. Zhang Yi agreed and said that it is a good idea to use poems in making friends, to see each other's strength and weakness so that they can learn from each other. He's confident that he will never lose in poetry because he experienced 9 years of compulsory education. Jun Wuao invited Zhang Yi to follow him to the top floor of the pavilion. On the side, King Lion planned on making Zhang Yi her main dish that day. Outside the Earth Sect Heavenly Pavilion, disciples of the Earth Sect gathered. They heard that Zhang Yi wanted to compete with their young master in poetry. The female disciples wanted to see Zhang Yi's literature skills. They expected that his literature skills must be as perfect as his face. But one of the male disciples expressed that Zhang Yi is probably just pretending. On the top floor of the pavilion, Zhang Yi and Jun Wuao sat on the floor and drank wine together. They can hear the cheers of the disciples. King Lion laid on the floor while Jun Wuyan and Zhang Luoyan were having a food-eating contest. Zhang Yi couldn't believe that they're even competing while eating. He thinks that it's better to be safe than sorry, so he and Zhang Luoyan used detoxification techniques in advance. Jun Wuao expressed that he's having a pleasant time after drinking 3 cups of wine, so he'll use wine as the topic and start reciting a poem. Zhang Yi said that since Jun Wuao wanted to go first, he's all ears. He's kind of excited about what's to come because Jun Wuao is considered to be a top genius. Right then, Jun Wuao started his poem. Having a drink of wine with you between heaven and earth. Let's toast as we are talking about the great Tao and recite poems until we become one with the Tao. Jun Wuao's poem concluded. His poem attracted the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The disciples cheered and said that their young master is a real genius. Similarly, Jun Wuyan's face blushed as she appreciated her brother's face when reciting poems. But Zhang Luoyan pouted and said that Jun Wuao is not as good as her brother Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, King Lion thinks that Zhang Yi will definitely lose. She's under the impression that Jun Wuao's literature is 100% better. At that moment, Jun Wuao asked Zhang Yi's opinion about his poem. Zhang Yi told him that it wasn't bad and very dynamic. In the world of cultivation, cultivators who created poems with excellent lyrics will cause the manifestation of heaven and earth, which can be used in battles. So Zhang Yi decided to take things seriously after confirming that Jun Wuao is a genius. King Lion suggested that since he is very talented, Zhang Yi should use the word moon in his master Yu Yao's name to compose a poem. She thinks that Zhang Yi wouldn't be able to create a starry night in broad daylight. Right then, the quest screen appeared. A destined mission has been triggered. The objective is to compose a poem on the spot and move the hearts of Zhu Wuao and Elder King Lion. Upon completion, 20 mana points will be rewarded. But lowered IQ will be the consequence of failure, and the time limit is 15 minutes. Zhang Yi decided to make sure to satisfy King Lion and Jun Wuao, so he accepted King Lion's suggestion. Jun Wuao smiled. He thinks that when it comes to poetry, Zhang Yi is nothing but an amateur. Zhang Yi used his secret technique, the recollection technique. What the technique does is search his memory when he was still on Earth. When he found the poem he wanted, he said that he had a poem dedicated not only to everyone there, but also to his master, Yu Yao. Everyone was shocked, except Zhang Luoyan, who became happy. Zhang Yi raised his cup of wine and started his poem. When will the moon be clear and bright? With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the blue sky. Right then, the sky suddenly turned dark. Zhang Yi caused the manifestation of heaven and earth. The disciples couldn't believe to see the manifestation even though Zhang Yi had only recited one line. Zhang Yi continued, I do not know in the celestial sphere what name this festive night goes by. I want to fly home, riding the air, but fear the ethereal cold up there. The jade and crystal mansions are so high. Right then, an image of a gold moon above a gold palace suddenly manifested. The disciples identified the manifestations and appreciated what they're seeing. At the same time, Zheng Wuao and Zheng Wuyan appreciated the poem, the manifestation, and Zhang Yi. Similarly, Zhang Luoyan said that the moon is so round and big, it looked tasty to her. King Lion couldn't believe that day turned into night. Zhang Yi continued his poem. Dancing to the shadow, I no longer feel the mortal tie. She rounds the vermilion tower, stoops to silk pad doors, shines on those who sleepless lie. Meanwhile, in the Taoist sect, Yu Yao stood on top of her roof. She's looking at the manifestation of the round moon in the direction of the earth sect. She wondered if Zhang Yi showed off his skills and triggered the manifestation of heaven and earth. And she doesn't know why, but she feels a little bit of sadness after seeing the manifestation. As Zhang Yi continued his poem, the round golden moon melted, and the golden palace's image became unstable. The disciples noticed the moon waxing and waning. A disciple remembered the girl who left him. A female disciple cried and said that Zhang Yi may be a person that she may not be able to get in her whole life. Zheng Wuao held Zheng Wuyan. He's thinking that there really are many wrongs in life, just like his love for his sister. At that moment, King Lion got jealous of Yu Yao. Zhang Luoyan thinks that everyone is acting weird after hearing Zhang Yi's poem, which is a nonsense babble for her. Zhang Yi recited the last line of his poem, and the manifestation completely vanished. The female disciples vowed to be in love with Zhang Yi their entire life, while a male disciple became hopeful that he can find his true love in the future. They feel so blessed after hearing Zhang Yi's poem. So the Earth Sect disciples cheered and praised Zhang Yi. Zheng Wuao clasped his hands. He praised Zhang Yi and said that he's ashamed of himself. Zhang Yi told him that there's nothing to be ashamed of because it was only a literature exchange, no competition. At that moment, Zhang Yi received 20 magic points. Meanwhile, King Lion felt like a clown. She wanted to embarrass Zhang Yi, but he ended up creating a brilliant poem instead. She felt that between the lines of Zhang Yi's poem, he hides his love for Yu Yao, so she couldn't accept it. She thinks that she's the only one that can win Zhang Yi's heart. King Lion frankly told Zhang Yi that there's nothing good about Yu Yao, and Yu Yao's not worthy of him. She then asked Zhang Yi if he would recite a poem for her if he's given a chance, and if he ever put her in his heart. Zhang Yi was in a difficult situation. One wave hasn't calmed down yet, but another is already coming to invade. He asked King Lion why she must give her love to him instead of the Earth Sect disciples, and told her that she can be whoever, but in the end, she's still not his master Yu Yao. Zhang Yi apologized that in his eyes, King Lion is just a warm-hearted senior since they've only known each other for a short time. King Lion couldn't accept Zhang Yi's words. She held Zhang Yi's shoulder and told him that he stole her clothes, which means he likes her. She said that it's okay because she could understand shy young men like him. Zhang Luoyan's eyes widened. She was shocked to know that her senior brother was actually a pervert. Zheng Wuao sarcastically said that he admires Zhang Yi's special hobby. Zheng Wuyan expressed that all men except her brother are just disgusting perverts. King Lion pushed Zhang Yi on a corner. He blushed and panicked. He explained that he got curious so he took it to study. Zhang Yi wanted to return the clothes, but when he checked his pocket, the clothes were already gone. He realized that the system took the clothes after he completed the task. King Lion said that an explanation is a cover-up, and a cover-up is the truth. She promised Zhang Yi that they will discuss Dao daily if he's willing to be her disciple. Two women appeared from the window and cursed King Lion. The two elders responsible for protecting Zhang Yi came to get him out of the Earth Sect. Zhang Yi couldn't help but have teary eyes after seeing the guardian elders. He was glad that he hadn't given up. King Lion claimed that she is the master of that territory, and she will not allow women from the Taoist sect to behave there atrociously. She took out her weapon and leapt towards the guardian elders. The guardian elders formed a combined attack. A golden ball formed between their hands and threw it towards King Lion. King Lion swung her weapon and through the same window, the two guardian elders were thrown out of the pavilion. They promised that they'll definitely return. Zhang Luoyan and Zhang Yi got extremely scared. King Lion said that they can scream as loud as they can, and even if they scream their throat dry, no one will come to save them. A swirl appeared in the sky, and 3 female figures appeared. The figure in the middle told King Lion not to get carried away. Everyone was shocked. It was Yu Yao. Yu Yao said that with her there, King Lion shouldn't think about touching her disciples. The two elders looked proud and aggressive. Zhang Luoyan and Zhang Yi got extremely excited. Zheng Wuyan covered Zheng Wuao's eyes, who started to appreciate Yu Yao's beauty, and saying that he's jealous of Zhang Yi for having such a good master. The Earth Sect disciples were love-struck in Yu Yao's beauty. They also wanted to have a beautiful master, and some female disciples were even envious of Yu Yao's beauty. Yu Yao demanded for her to be reticent. but King Lion told her that it was her precious disciple who took the initiative by peeking when she was bathing and taking her intimate clothes. Yu Yao believed in her disciple and said that Jiang Yi could never do such a thing since he cultivates the path of ruthlessness. The Earth Sect disciples' opinions varied. Some believed that Jiang Yi is a noble man. Some speculated that he may be a beast in human clothing. Some wanted to donate their clothes instead, and some approved of the perverted act. Jiang Yi went pale, thinking that he's about to experience social death, his reputation lost, he'll have no shame left, and he'll be half dead. Yu Yao changed the topic. She said that since the Tao discussion is over, the Earth Sect should let her disciple leave. She let her power spread and said that she hoped that King Lion wouldn't abuse her power to bully the weak, or else she won't be polite anymore. King Lion was panting while thinking how terrifying Yu Yao is. She couldn't fight head-on and she couldn't call for some help because their sect leader is in closed-door training. King Lion gave in, but she cursed Yu Yao and promised to return the favor twice in the future. She claimed that Jiang Yi will be hers sooner or later. Yu Yao said that what happens in the future doesn't matter to her, she just wants Jiang Yi to leave unharmed. And with that, Yu Yao took her leave. King Lion decided to give Jiang Yi something extra since it's harmless. She forcefully handed her special product to Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi blushed, he tried to refuse, and he kept on explaining that he's not a pervert. Zhang Luoyan, Zheng Wuao, and Zheng Wuyan told Jiang Yi that he doesn't have to explain since all perverts always claim that they aren't perverts. Jiang Yi and Zhang Luoyan descended the pavilion and walked in the midst of the Earth Sect disciples. The Earth Sect disciples bid their farewell and asked the Zhang siblings to take care of themselves and come often to play in the future. Earth Sect disciples, both male and female, gave Zhang Yi some of their garments. Jiang Yi blushed and declined the gifts. He explained that he doesn't really have a hobby of collecting clothes. He's crying internally. He's thinking that his pure concept is about to collapse. Some of the female Earth Sect disciples used different kinds of food to bribe Zhang Luoyan. They wanted her to give their love letter to Jiang Yi and add in a few words of praise. Zhang Luoyan drooled at the sight of the variety of food in front of her. She wanted to take all the food, but Jiang Yi grabbed Zhang Luoyan's collar and ran, dragging Zhang Luoyan. So Zhang Luoyan cried as she got further away from the delicacies. The full moon was already in the sky when Zhang Luoyan and Jiang Yi arrived at the Taoist sect. They walked unhindered. No disciple was outside at that time. Zhang Luoyan was carrying a huge brown sack on her back. Reaching the Taoist sect, Jiang Yi released a sigh of relief. Zhang Luoyan opened the sack. She was mesmerized by the amount of food she harvested. She thinks that following her senior brother is the best. A female Taoist sect disciple ran towards them and informed Jiang Yi that his master Yu Yao had been waiting on the moon shadow's peak for a long time, and it seemed she had something important to tell him. So Jiang Yi cheerfully acknowledged the information. He's thinking that his master Yu Yao is looking for him to enjoy the beautiful scenery and spend the night with him. On the moon's shadow, Yu Yao stood while staring at the beautiful scenery. Jiang Yi peeked behind a tree while appreciating his master's beauty. Yu Yao's head turned. She knew that Jiang Yi was already there, so she said that there's no need for him to sneak about. Jiang Yi praised his master's strength and walked towards her. Yu Yao told him to be serious since she called him there for business. She praised Jiang Yi for doing well in the Earth Sect, but added that the experience he gained was too small, which is barely a warm-up. Yu Yao informed Jiang Yi that 3 days later, the Great Zhou dynasty will hold a beast beheading competition, which is a great opportunity for training and worth his time to go. Beast beheading competition is a grand gathering held by the Great Zhou dynasty, and many cultivators will participate. Jiang Yi expects Yi Haoran, the one who awakened the double pupil holy body, to attend the competition. Yu Yao said that it is natural for Yi Haoran to participate since he is the heavenly sect's great disciple and also awakened the double pupil holy body. So she is worried at the thought that Jiang Yi will inevitably fight Yi Haoran. But Jiang Yi told his master not to worry. He proudly said that he won't bring shame to the Taoist sect, and that since he won against Yi Haoran in literature, he'll be able to beat him in martial arts too. Yu Yao was satisfied with Zhang Yi's words, so she gave him a divine weapon to ensure Zhang Yi's safety. The sword is called the Yang Sword. It was forged together with the Moon Sword and contains the most Yang energy, and can cut through all living beings. After Zhang Yi accepted the sword, he thanked his master for always being good to him. He doesn't know how to repay his master's kindness. A destiny task was suddenly activated. Within 3 minutes, Jiang Yi must share the Taoist fruit with his master Yu Yao. The reward is Immortal Poet Sword Technique, and the penalty is to get hit by heavenly lightning once. So Jiang Yi told his master that he'll give her good stuff as payment for the good sword she gave. Yu Yao blushed, thinking that Jiang Yi is talking nonsense. But Jiang Yi took out the Taoist fruit. Yu Yao wondered how he got the fruit, which is supposed to be impossible for him to get based on his cultivation. She hoped that Jiang Yi was not taking any shortcuts. Jiang Yi explained that he got the fruit after winning the Taoist discussion with his senior King Lion. He urged his master Yu Yao to eat the fruit to help her pass the tribulation stage. But Yu Yao told him to be more considerate to himself because the world is ruthless and people are apathetic. She scolded him for giving precious things to others without care. So Zhang Yi explained that she's not just anyone, and she gave him a young sword which far exceeds the value of a Taoist fruit. Yu Yao bashfully told him that she only gave the sword because she's worried that he'll give shame to the Taoist sect. Zhang Yi broke the Taoist fruit into two and threatened his master to take the other half, otherwise, he'll stick to her side all night. So Yu Yao said that she'll accept the offer for once and never again. Zhang Yi was able to complete the task. The sword technique is actually composed of verses. It kept on pouring into his mind, so he's able to comprehend it automatically. He decided to try it out when the opportunity came. Zhang Yi suddenly said that he wanted to personally see Yu Yao eat the fruit. Yu Yao wanted to reason, but she got tired of bickering with Zhang Yi. She took the initiative and ate the fruit first. Golden aura collided with her body. The spiritual key contained in the Taoist fruit is so strong that the powerful force is constantly colliding with her body. Zhang Yi ate half of Taoist fruit. As a fruit that contains the power of heaven, Zhang Yi felt that the effects far exceed that of ordinary heavenly treasures. Yu Yao was shocked how fast Zhang Yi swallowed and absorbed the Taoist fruit with ease. She thinks that even with the supreme holy body, it shouldn't be that fast. Zhang Yi felt great after eating and absorbing the fruit. He's confident that with the power of the Taoist fruit and the Yang sword, he'll be able to defeat Yehaoran at the beast beheading competition. But Yu Yao told him not to underestimate the enemy because according to their information, Yehaoran's strength is higher than Zhang Yi. They both have holy bodies, but Yehaoran's strength surpassed him. So Zhang Yi wondered if there's some kind of higher person backing Yehaoran. Despite the bad news, he's still determined to defeat Yehaoran. Zhang Yi promised Yu Yao that he will act cautiously and deal with the enemy carefully. Yu Yao approved. She then said that Zhang Luoyan will accompany him to gain experience. Although Zhang Luoyan gets in his way a bit, her strength is still acceptable, so Zhang Yi reluctantly agreed. He just hoped that Zhang Luoyan wouldn't cause any more trouble at the beast beheading competition. On the way to the beast beheading competition, Zhang Yi rested on a tree branch while Zhang Luoyan was roasting a whole pig and eating a candied hulu. Zhang Yi couldn't help but comment on how gluttonous Zhang Luoyan is. But Zhang Luoyan retaliated and said that Zhang Yi doesn't understand life at all. She turned around and planned on looking for some mushrooms to roast with the pig. So Zhang Yi told her to be careful because they're almost at the place where the beast beheading competition is held. More demonic beasts will start to appear. From the bush, a beast's eyes glowed red at the sight of the roasted pig. It was a giant winged white cat. It bit the pig and flew away. Zhang Yi immediately got up and took out his yang sword. Meanwhile, Zhang Luoyan couldn't help but cry after seeing the pig she roasted all morning being taken away. They chased the giant white cat. Zhang Luoyan, who was looking for mushrooms, was nearer to the winged cat than Zhang Yi. The winged cat's eyes twinkled. It had been a long time since it had eaten meat cooked by humans. The beast licked the pig as it flew away. Zhang Luoyan appeared behind the white cat and demanded it to return the roasted pig. She leaped towards the white cat and bit its tail. So the white cat shrieked as tears flowed from its eyes. It wagged its tail vigorously and demanded Zhang Luoyan to let go. But Zhang Luoyan is being more of a beast than the white cat. She doesn't want to let go. The cat decided to ignore the pain and ate the pig. It didn't want to die of hunger. Zhang Yi caught up and immediately used immortal binding arts. Golden key binds the giant winged white cat. The rope slowly took away the beast's strength, so the beast seemed to struggle maintaining its form. After that, the beast fell down and dust filled the area. Zhang Yi and Zhang Luoyan's vision was hindered. When the dust thinned out, they saw a winged small girl with cat ears. It said that it's hungry and wants to eat more. Zhang Luoyan thinks that it looked tastier than before, while Zhang Yi wondered what happened. The small winged girl acted cute and pleaded to Zhang Yi and Zhang Luoyan not to do something to her over some meat. But Zhang Yi said that it's useless to be cute and she has to pay back with something practical. While Zhang Luoyan wanted to eat the winged beast, the little girl cried and called Zhang Luoyan and Zhang Yi devils. It paused for a moment, thinking that she doesn't have a choice. She acted cute again and said that she is actually the reincarnation of the divine beast Baizi, which should be protected. So Zhang Luoyan thinks that she would be even tastier. But Zhang Yi thinks that she's just bluffing since Baizi doesn't look like that at all. Suddenly, a destiny task was triggered. Within 5 minutes, reincarnated Baizi must be subdued. 15 points of magic power will be rewarded and Zhang Luoyan becoming a dog is the penalty. Zhang Yi thinks that it's a win-win situation for him, and he's able to confirm the identity of the little winged girl. He told Zhang Luoyan that as disciples of the Taoist sect, they cannot kill animals without reason. He suggested that it's better if they subdue it and let it be their means of transportation. So Zhang Luoyan agreed but said that she'd still eat the little winged girl after being their means of transportation. As a result, the little winged girl cried and begged Zhang Luoyan to be humane. Unconcerned, Zhang Yi used beast taming arts onto the little winged girl. But he was confused when a puff of smoke appeared beside him. The subduing failed, so Zhang Luoyan became a dog and the duration is 1 day. So Zhang Luoyan cried as she accused Zhang Yi. Normal beast taming arts weren't able to subdue Baizi. So the little winged girl laughed at Zhang Luoyan and she said that the tables have turned as Zhang Luoyan wouldn't be able to eat her since she became a dog. but Zhang Luoyan slapped the little winged girl with her paw. Consequently, the little winged girl was thrown away by the slap. She thinks that there must be something wrong for Zhang Luoyan to be still so strong even after turning into a dog. So Zhang Yi took the opportunity to sign a master-servant contract with the little winged girl. As a result, the little winged girl was caught off guard. Zhang Yi's strong spiritual aura forced her into a master-servant contract. He then called the little winged girl Little Bai Zi. After that, he patted Little Bai Zi's head and told her that she will be his means of transportation. So Little Bai Zi couldn't help but like the head pat, thinking that it is how Zhang Yi swindles other people. But Zhang Luoyan suggested using Little Bai Zi as emergency food. So Zhang Yi told her that she should worry about herself first, or she'll forever be a cute dog. Flustered, Zhang Luoyan kicked Zhang Yi and asked him to take responsibility. So Zhang Yi stopped teasing her and informed her that the spell should be lifted the next day. They then moved forward towards the beast beheading competition venue. Little Bai Zi teased Zhang Luoyan. She called her good dog and commanded her to follow along. So Zhang Luoyan got irritated. The next day, in the Nether Mountain beast beheading competition, the great senior brother of the heavenly sect Yi Haoran felt bored looking at the crowd gathering below the pavilion he's at. He thinks that the beast beheading competition has gone from bad to worse, that even the weak martial artists have come to participate. Zai Jai, who's a mysterious spirit that is possessing a body, appeared behind him. She said that she'll lend him a hand if he needs it, but Yi Haoran claimed that he can win the competition without her help. He then said that the bottom line has already been violated after she forcefully made him awaken the double pupil body. So Zai Jai explained that she just couldn't stand the supreme holy body and wanted Yi Haoran to get stronger too. But Yi Haoran told her that no matter how, he wanted to gain strength through his own efforts, and said that it's about time for her to leave since she's been living inside his body for 3 years already. So Zai Jai said that she can't extricate herself because she liked the smell of Yi Haoran's blood. She then pinched Yi Haoran's cheek and told him not to worry and said that she's a spirit so others can't detect her, and they wouldn't know that he has a personal lady. As a result, Yi Haoran blushed and was left speechless. Right then, several martial artists behind Yi Haoran made fun of him, saying that he has become pretentious and that the double pupil holy body would make a great spiritual elixir. So Yi Haoran got angry and used a technique that killed those who made fun of him. He then said that they're trash that are even lower than insects and don't deserve to live in that world. Right after, the blood key of those who were killed gathered towards Zai Jai's tobacco pipe. But she was disappointed that she just gathered some low-level blood key, so she comforted herself and said that it's better than nothing. At the same time, the people who saw the incident got afraid of Yi Haoran. They saw him as handsome, unparalleled and ruthless, a scary man indeed. At that moment, Little Bai Zi was flying towards the Nether Mountain beast beheading competition venue with Zhang Luoyan and Zhang Yi riding her. Zhang Yi was worriedly telling her to slow down while Zhang Luoyan, who was eating a candied hulu, urged her to fly faster. So Little Bai Zi was crying. With her speed and the momentum she built up, she couldn't stop anymore. As a result, she flew towards the top of the pavilion. At the same time, Yi Haoran exclaimed. On the side, Little Bai Zi crashed beside him. Consequently, Zhang Yi was worried how easily Little Bai Zi crashes. Nearby, Zhang Luoyan and Little Bai Zi got dizzy. Zhang Luoyan even threw up. Meanwhile, Yi Haoran stared at Zhang Yi. Similarly, Zhang Yi noticed Yi Haoran and greeted him. The people below the pavilion got stirred up with Zhang Yi's sudden appearance. They shared their opinions and the latest news they heard regarding Zhang Yi. The Great Zhou Dynasty 3 special envoys appeared and demanded the crowd to be silent, and announced that the beast beheading competition is about to begin. The crowd got excited after hearing that the competition was about to start, and at the sight of the officials of the Great Zhou Dynasty. So Zhang Yi, Little Bai Zi, Zhang Luoyan, and Yi Haoran focused their attention towards the officials. The officials then informed the crowd that the beast competition is a triennial event, which invites young cultivators over the world to kill demons and evil beasts, and to eliminate danger for the common people. Moreover, the official said that the one who kills the most demonic beasts will be named Immortal Master and be rewarded with 1,000,000 spirit stones. So Zhang Yi thinks that the Great Zhou Dynasty is a fake for using cultivators as tools to clean up beasts for free in the name of the competition. But Zhang Luoyan and Little Bai Zi were afraid that the cultivators would eliminate them. Right then, Yi Haoran told Zhang Yi that he may have lost in the literature, but not in the beast beheading competition. So he swore to clear his shame. But Zhang Luoyan thinks that Yi Haoran is acting just like his senior brother. Right then, a destiny task was triggered. Within 3 hours, Zhang Yi needs to win against Yi Haoran in the beast beheading competition. Random skill book and 30 points of magic power will be rewarded. The penalty is broken tendons and meridians, and the cultivation level will be reduced. This time, Zhang Yi got motivated to defeat Yehaoren, so he provoked him. In the Nether Mountain, deep in the Black Forest, the officials announced that the beast beheading competition had officially begun. The cultivators raced towards the deepest part of the forest, shouting nonsense, claiming demonic beasts and saying some Chunibyo things. Zhang Yi just walked into the forest with Zhang Luoyan and little Bai Zi on each of his shoulders. He then got worried that the noise will alert the whole group of demonic beasts. He thinks that everyone will die if it happens. But he suddenly realized that Zhang Luoyan and little Bai Zi had been treating him like a mount. The two didn't care and even dared to command Zhang Yi. Meanwhile, in the other side, Zai Jai called Yehaoren little Heihao and asked him if he's got a plan. So he demanded to be called Yehaoren, and he explained his plan to Zai Jai. He wants to let others scout the way first. They'll just observe the situation secretly, and then catch all the beasts in one go when the time comes. So Zai Jai praised the host she chose. At that moment, the cultivators in front paused in shock. They saw a giant figure surrounded by a fiery red aura. So they don't think it's just a normal demonic beast. They can feel the thick aura of a beast of prey and the atmosphere starting to burn up. As a result, everyone got ready to fight the beast. Consequently, the beast charged towards them. They identified the beast as the Shiba Inu King, a beast in the spiritualization stage. So they felt unlucky and quickly dodged. But most of the cultivators acted too late and were knocked away by the Shiba Inu's charge. At that moment, the Shiba Inu stopped in confusion when it saw a martial artist standing unmoving in front of it. The man's name is Ma Xianqi, an expert in the mixed element sect. He then told the crowd to leave the Shiba Inu to him. So the martial artists looked at him and they were glad to see that the one who got first in the last beast beheading competition was fighting for them. They're confident that he could defeat any kind of supreme beast. In front of the Shiba Inu King, Ma Xianqi claimed that a cultivator of more than 200 kilograms can't even move a single finger of his. A mere dog with a broken spine can only bark and be trampled to death by him. He then asked the cultivators around him to watch him as he's about to kill the Shiba Inu King with little effort. Afterward, he started to execute his Thousand Birds Lightning Whip technique. But before he could even finish his technique, the Shiba Inu King punched Ma Xianqi, which sent him flying. While in midair, he accused the Shiba Inu King for not having morals. The next second, a pit formed when he crashed into the ground, and he lost consciousness. So the cultivators called out his name in worry. At the same time, Zhang Yi showed up and said that the fight was very exciting. So the male cultivators cheerfully surrounded Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi was bothered by being surrounded by his fanboys. Right then, Ma Xianqi, who's on a stretcher carried by the cultivators, held Zhang Yi's arm and told him that he'll leave the Shiba Inu King in Zhang Yi's hands. So he closed Ma Xianqi's eyes and told him to rest in peace. He promised that he will avenge him and get first place in the competition. But Ma Xianqi got irritated and tried to take Zhang Yi's hands off his face, saying he was still alive. Meanwhile, the cultivators panicked as the Shiba Inu King started attacking once again. So Zhang Yi demanded the loitering cultivators to move out of the way, and he'll take care of the Shiba Inu King, which he calls appetizer. At that moment, he wanted to try using the Young Sword. So he plans to catch the Shiba Inu King off guard and finish things quickly. The next second, he dashed through the Shiba Inu King. After that, he appeared behind the Shiba Inu King, and while he was sheathing his sword slashes made the Shiba Inu King groan in pain. Consequently, the Shiba Inu King's fur vanished. If not for its high defense, it would have broken into pieces. So it immediately ran away while Zhang Luoyan and little Bai Zi chased on its tail, as the Shiba Inu King desperately ran for his life. Meanwhile, the cultivators started to gather around Zhang Yi once again, singing praises. But Zhang Yi told them to not be too infatuated with him, and reminded everyone of the task of the beast beheading competition. Somewhere in the forest, Yehaoren expressed his contempt. He then said that everything has only started. On the other hand, Zhang Luoyan and little Bai Zi returned in a hurry while crying. Thick dust covered the demonic beasts that were chasing after them. Everyone panicked at the sight of the demonic beast army coming towards their direction, including Zhang Yi. So he couldn't help but pointlessly ask Zhang Luoyan and little Bai Zi how they lured the beasts over. Instead of running, the cultivators charged towards the demonic beast army. At the same time, Yehaoren showed up and joined the battle. He then killed demonic beasts one after the other. Zhang Yi thinks that it's the right time for him to use the Immortal Poet Sword technique that the system rewarded him recently. Consequently, golden swords appeared around Zhang Yi. He then recited a line and used the Immortal Poet Sword technique, Torrent Sword Key. As a result, the demonic beasts around Zhang Yi died immediately. He then recited another line. A wave of golden key flooded the area around him and another group of demonic beasts were annihilated. Everyone felt mixed emotions seeing Zhang Yi's technique. Right then, Zhang Luoyan's curse was suddenly lifted and she reverted to being human. So little Bai Zi was scared, expecting Zhang Luoyan to bully her after reverting. Meanwhile, in front of the observation platform, the officials were discussing how many demonic beasts were killed by the technique Zhang Yi just used. They speculated that he must have killed 100 more than 3,000 demonic beasts. At this moment, the cultivators, including Yeheoren, were left in awe after seeing Zhang Yi's technique. But Yeheoren noticed the poetic power mixed within the technique, so Zai expressed that she wanted to catch Zhang Yi and suck his blood dry. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi sheathed his sword and said that being strong is really lonely, there's nothing that can't be solved with one move. And if there's something, he can just use another move. Consequently, a tiger was scavenging in front of him. He saw Yeheoren on the opposite side, so he immediately acted as to not let his prey get snatched away. As a result, the tiger panicked when it noticed that it's being targeted. But the tiger was able to dodge and run away. Eventually, Zhang Yi's sword clashed with Yeheoren's sword. At the same time, Zai instructed Yeheoren to quickly use the double pupil ability, so he used the technique and declared that he will not stop unless one of them is dead. But Zhang Yi told him that he'll see what he can do, so Yeheoren used the double pupil ability which pushed Zhang Yi away. But Zhang Yi pierced his sword to the ground to stop himself from getting pushed back. He is stronger than he thought. He thinks that Yeheoren will be a good opponent for him. Consequently, he provoked Yeheoren, so Yeheoren said that he didn't want to use the power of the blood pupil, but Zhang Yi forced him to. He then charged towards Zhang Yi and swung a red weapon towards Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi sidestepped to dodge the attack and he immediately counterattacked. Simultaneously, Yeheoren blocked Zhang Yi's counterattack. Zhang Yi talked to provoke him, but Yeheoren told him that it was useless against him. On the other hand, the cultivators around them ran away, not wanting to get caught up on the two people's fight. They noticed that Yeheoren's moves are more like those of the demon sects. Some took it as a privilege to be able to witness a duel between two geniuses. While the two were fighting, two demonic beasts took the opportunity to aim for their necks. So Zhang Yi and Yeheoren were annoyed and easily dealt with the demonic beasts. After that, they continued their fight. Yeheoren threw daggers towards Zhang Yi. Yeheoren can turn blood ki into a variety of weapons. His tactics are more versatile than Zhang Yi's. One of the officials urged that they must stop the two to carry on the competition. The other two reasoned that it's difficult to stop since they're being so aggressive, and that the demonic beasts wouldn't dare to go near the two. At that moment, Yeheoren told Zhang Yi that he has broken his flow, and that in the double pupil state, he can see all his weaknesses. So Zhang Yi decided to use the explosive power of the Supreme Holy Body since he can't stall the fight. As a result, Zhang Yi's power increased and he became more aggressive. He then pushed Yeheoren back. Consequently, Yeheoren could only block and dodge Zhang Yi's attack. He couldn't believe that the strength of Holy Body was stronger than his. At the same time, Zai watched the fight while blowing on her tobacco pipe. She determined that between the two, Zhang Yi is stronger, but Yeheoren has a stronger desire to win, and she could use it to rule the world of cultivation. Meanwhile, the three officials appeared and commanded the two to stop fighting. They said that the beast beheading competition is for killing demonic beasts, and not to have personal duels. Afterward, they announced that the competition is coming to an end. The cultivators couldn't believe that it's going to end just like that. Meanwhile, Little Baizi and Zhang Luoyan cooked and ate the demonic beasts that were killed, and the tiger that was about to be killed by Zhang Yi. Bones were everywhere around them, and they're still cooking more. On the other hand, Yeheoren claimed that he wouldn't lose to Zhang Yi in the number of beasts killed. At that moment, the officials calculated the number of monsters killed, but the officials couldn't believe the result. Yeheoren killed 3,600 demonic beasts, while Zhang Yi killed 3,650 demonic beasts, and the rest of the contestants killed less than 1,000 demonic beasts. Zhang Yi won the competition and received the title of Immortal Master and will be rewarded 1,000,000 spirit stones. But he thinks that it's a pity that his fight with Yeheoren wasn't able to satisfy him. On the other hand, Yeheoren felt humiliated after losing even with Zai Jai's help. Everyone praised Zhang Yi for gaining both wealth and fame, and pitied Yeheoren for meeting Zhang Yi who has better talent. Similarly, Little Baizi and Zhang Luoyan hugged Zhang Yi. They praised him and asked for some share of the Spirit Stone. As Zhang Yi completed the task, he got 30 points of magic power, and the random skill book he got is to summon RPG Spiritual Key Rocket Launcher. So Zhang Yi was confused as to what kind of shady technology is the RPG Spiritual Key Rocket Launcher. At that moment, Yeheoren vowed that he would surely kill Zhang Yi next time. But Zai told him to relax and she promised that she'll help him have his revenge later at night. All of a sudden, the sect leader of the heavenly sect Zhu Dai came out of a portal and said that he's been watching the competition, and it was too shameful for him to come out. So Yeheoren got angry and asked the sect leader who he was to mock him. He then said everything that the sect leader lacked as a leader and said that Zhu Dai is no different from a trash. But Zhu Dai retaliated. The heavenly sect disciples defended their sect leader. They couldn't accept the attitude that Yeheoren is giving their sect and sect leader. But Yeheoren walked away and promised that one day he'll slaughter the people in the world and rebuild the cultivation world, where it will be the world that's unqualified to have him instead of the other way around. At night, in the penthouse of the beast beheading competition, Zhang Luoyan and Little Baizi slept fat-bellied on the floor after using the spirit stones Zhang Yi won as snacks to eat. A lot of female cultivators were also sleeping on the floor. They came into Zhang Yi's room, saying that they wanted to congratulate him and drink some wine, but they weren't able to hold their liquor and slept immediately. The female cultivators who's supposed to be drunk were asking themselves why Zhang Yi hadn't taken a move yet. They're desperate for Zhang Yi's affection. At that moment, Zai Jai's soul state suddenly entered the room. She moved towards Zhang Yi's back, who's drinking his wine. The unyielding supreme holy body is driving Zai Jai crazy. Suddenly, a destiny task was triggered. Within 10 minutes, Zhang Yi has to defeat an invisible enemy. The reward is a smiling half-step pill poison, and the penalty is to lose a random organ. So Zhang Yi was confused, but when he thought about it, he could feel a strong aura in the room and his neck felt cold. At that moment, he panicked, but he thought when facing an unknown, he must not be afraid of it and must face it with a smile. He thinks that the best way to eliminate fear is to strike first. So he held onto Zai Jai's shoulders and pushed her down the floor. As a result, Zai Jai's face revealed that she was both shocked and confused. At the same time, Zhang Yi thinks that he was able to push down the invisible enemy. Consequently, his aura was suppressing Zai Jai, so Zai Jai couldn't move at all. Afterward, Zhang Yi pinched Zai Jai's cheeks. He wondered why it feels so soft, but he thinks he was imagining things. This time, Zai Jai took the opportunity to push Zhang Yi away. She then leaped towards Zhang Yi, thinking that in her soul state, he could never defeat her. The next second, she bent her right leg, preparing to kick Zhang Yi. But Zhang Yi used observation arts and felt the disturbance in the flow of qi. As a result, he caught Zai Jai's right leg before it hit his face. So Zai Jai was confused, while Zhang Yi laughed and guessed that what he coughed was a leg. Fortunately, Zai Jai managed to free her right leg from Zhang Yi's grip, but she wondered what spell he used to detect her attack. Zai Jai then acted as if she wanted to scratch Zhang Yi and blade ki was released from her claws. So Zhang Yi dodged the blade ki while shouting at the supposed to be drunk female cultivators to dodge. A second later, the blade ki hit the female cultivators and their clothes got ragged and ripped apart, but instead of getting alarmed, they liked it. And they even got excited as they thought Zhang Yi did it to them. But Zhang Yi panicked and struggled to explain that it wasn't his doing. Consequently, Zhang Luoyan and Little Bai Zi woke up because of the noise. Right after, Zhang Luoyan asked Zhang Yi what was going on, and if he molested the female cultivators. At that moment, Zai Jai decided to leave immediately since everyone in the room was already awake. But Zhang Yi felt Zai Jai's aura and he stretched his hand toward the direction, seemingly wanting to grab something. When he grabbed it, he momentarily blushed and felt that he might have grabbed something weird. At that instant, he felt that he was like Adam who has picked the forbidden fruit. Furthermore, he thinks he has touched the power of gods. However, Zai Jai slapped Zhang Yi's face as it was the first time that she's been insulted like that in her entire life. She then immediately escaped and promised that she won't let Zhang Yi off easily next time. All of a sudden, the task was completed and Zhang Yi received the smiling half-step pill, a mysterious poison that can drive people insane. So Zhang Yi wondered why the task was completed, and he complained about getting slapped without even seeing how the enemy looked. Right then, Little Bai Zi felt the aura in the room. She determined that a soul body must have appeared. After that, she explained that soul bodies are strong individuals when they are alive and their consciousness remains even after death. Moreover, they still have a part of their cultivation, making them different from wild ghosts. So Zhang Yi patted Little Bai Zi's head and praised her. As a result, Little Bai Zi bragged that she was a perfect scholar who knows the laws of all things under the sky. This time, Zhang Yi wondered if the soul body who came was just a passerby, an unknown enemy, or the mysterious power behind Yehaoran. He then decided to investigate properly if there was a chance. In another penthouse, Yehaoran was meditating when a portal appeared beside him. Afterward, Zai Jai came out of the portal. Yehaoran asked her if she went out to find Zhang Yi, but she replied by asking what if she did, and informed Yehaoran that Zhang Yi even touched her. To her surprise, Yehaoran didn't say a word. So Zai Jai felt offended and moved closer to Yehaoran, asking him if he was jealous or angry. But Yehaoran plainly said no. So Zai Jai told Yehaoran that he must like males to be able to plainly say no. As a result, Yehaoran angrily said that that's even worse. He then changed the topic and said that he just wants to get rid of all obstacles including Zhang Yi. Furthermore, he thinks that sooner or later, the whole cultivation world will bow before him. So Zai Jai compared him and Zhang Yi who cultivate the merciless way. She thinks that Yehaoran is the one who's truly merciless. She then speculated that in the future, it is destined for Yehaoran and Zhang Yi to battle. 2 days later, Zhang Yi and Zhang Luoyan returned to the Dao sect with Little Bai Zi. At that instant, Zhang Yi exclaimed as he saw the female disciples run in their direction. Meanwhile, the female disciples surrounded Zhang Yi's group and asked them how their trip was. But Zhang Yi asked them to not get too close to him because his master might misunderstand. At the same time, other female disciples were busy touching and pinching Little Bai Zi. All of a sudden, Yu Yao showed up and asked everyone to observe decency and stop being so noisy. She then instructed Zhang Yi to follow her and said that she had something to discuss with him. So Zhang Yi clasped his hands and acknowledged the instruction. But he was alarmed by the sudden call. He got a bad feeling about it. In the Taoist council hall, Yu Yao sat while drinking tea. She then told Zhang Yi that his win in the competition is his first step in the path of cultivation. After that, she warned him not to let his guard down since the enemy is surely eager for revenge, and will constantly strive to become stronger. So Zhang Yi took his master's words seriously. He's thinking that there will be other enemies for him to face in the future, and he can only seek destiny and pursue a higher realm of strength. Right then, Yu Yao angrily put down the cup of tea she was holding. She told Zhang Yi not to be promiscuous, to not forget that he is her disciple and that he cultivates the merciless way. Moreover, she said that she has already investigated the matter regarding King Lion, and Zhang Yi is yet to get punished for it. So Zhang Yi blushed and asked his master Yu Yao if she was jealous. So Yu Yao exclaimed and unknowingly broke the cup of tea that she just put down. At the same time, Zhang Yi was blushing and lost to his own world. He dared to promise Yu Yao that he will always like her. This time, Yu Yao couldn't hold her irritation and threw Zhang Yi out of the Taoist council hall. After flying over, Zhang Yi landed near Zhang Luoyan. But Zhang Yi was confused. He sat down and asked Zhang Luoyan why she was spacing out in that place. So Zhang Luoyan pushed Zhang Yi down and told him that she's been forced into a marriage. Intrigued, Zhang Yi asked her what she meant by being forced into marriage. So Zhang Luoyan explained to Zhang Yi that her father wrote to her asking her to fulfill her engagement. And after 10 days of preparation, she'll have to marry the crown prince of the great Zhou dynasty. So Zhang Yi hugged her and patted her head. Zhang Luoyan is the daughter of a general serving the great Zhou dynasty. She was used as a tool of power and signed a marriage contract with the crown prince when she was young. She then asked Zhang Yi to pretend to be her lover so she'll have a reason to break off the engagement. So Zhang Yi was shocked. He was afraid of going against a crown prince. But Zhang Luoyan forced Zhang Yi to accept her plan. Therefore, Zhang Yi desperately explained to her that both of them will be expelled from the sect if Yu Yao hears about it. As he finished his words, Yu Yao appeared. She then asked them why they were hugging each other, but Zhang Yi couldn't say a word due to shock. After a moment, he was about to explain to Yu Yao that everything was just a misunderstanding. But Zhang Luoyan covered his mouth. Zhang Luoyan then told Yu Yao that she and Zhang Yi are getting married and are preparing to return to meet their parents. As a result, Yu Yao was shocked upon hearing the word married. Right then, Zhang Luoyan ran away, carrying Zhang Yi with her. But Zhang Yi couldn't process what just happened. He wasn't able to do and explain anything. Eventually, Yu Yao let them leave, but she promised to punish them when they return. The next moment, the elders appeared and offered to catch Zhang Luoyan. They're angry that Zhang Luoyan took Zhang Yi with her and didn't show respect towards Yu Yao. But Yu Yao told the elders to not chase the two and said that she'll just punish them when they come back. She thinks that Zhang Yi has been going around being so promiscuous, and it's time for him to experience the feeling of being misunderstood by others. Later, Zhang Yi and Zhang Luoyan were riding the transformed little Bai Zi. At this moment, Zhang Yi was blaming Zhang Luoyan for making his master misunderstand. So Zhang Luoyan apologized and said that she had no other choice. Meanwhile, little Bai Zi was crying while going on about how she was being pampered by the senior sisters, eating good food and drinking delicious drinks, but she got pulled out just to be a mount. This time, Zhang Yi told Luoyan to forget about it and said that he will never pretend to be her lover. All of a sudden, a destiny task was triggered. Within 2 days, Zhang Yi has to pretend to be Zhang Luoyan's lover and help her break off the engagement. The reward is God's brush, a magic brush that can manifest objects. The penalty is to get hit by lightning every day. Zhang Yi is speculating that the system is purposely trying to see some action. He then thinks he's a righteous man. He doesn't intend to do the task and vowed not to bow down for any rewards. At that moment, an image of him being sweet and in love with Zhang Luoyan appeared in his imagination. Meanwhile, little Bai Zi was thinking to herself that they'd been feeding her dog food like crazy. She wondered if they were treating her like a dog. This time, Zhang Yi suddenly asked Luoyan why she liked candied haws. So Luoyan stopped eating the candied haws that she was eating. She then told Zhang Yi that the reason is actually her mother. Whenever they aren't busy, her mother would take out sugar that they saved up and make candied haws for her. The first delicious food she ate in her life was candied haws. But one day, her mother was poisoned to death and there was no one else to make her candied haws anymore. So candied haws became her favorite food because she remembers her mother every time she eats candied haws. After telling her story, she cried. So Zhang Yi told her to cheer up and not to be sad since her mother wouldn't want to see her so sad. He then said that he was sure that her mother is living her best life in another life. So Zhang Luoyan thanked Zhang Yi and promised to compose herself. She then apologized for being a burden and cried even more. But Zhang Yi said that he's used to it and it's his responsibility to protect his junior sister. Later, in the Zhou dynasty's imperial capital, the street was busy, guards were patrolling the area. Zhang Yi, little Bai Zi, and Zhang Luoyan stood in front of the residence of the general's gate, while guards holding spears lined up on their sides. At that moment, Zhang Luoyan was glad that they finally arrived. As they were entering the residence, people who saw them gossiped about how handsome Zhang Yi is. A guard then said that Zhang Yi must be a cultivator for having an extraordinary aura. This time, Great General Zhang Wufeng came out of the house and ridiculed Zhang Luoyan for having the face to come back. Each on his side, Madame Jiang and her son stood. They called Zhang Luoyan trash and a bastard child. But Zhang Luoyan ignored the provocations and told her father that Zhang Yi and her have fallen deeply in love. She then instructed her father to ask the crown prince to break off the engagement. After hearing Luoyan's words, Zhang Wufeng accused them of rebelling against the orthodox. Consequently, Madame Jiang demanded Zhang Luoyan to quietly listen to them and stop doing nonsense. But Zhang Luoyan retaliated. She told her that a witch who depends on her own body to climb the ranks doesn't deserve to say those words. She then remembered that Madame Jiang forced her and her mother into the firewood shed and made their life difficult. After that, she accused Madame Jiang of poisoning her mother. So Madame Jiang and her son's faces darkened. They threatened Zhang Luoyan and told her not to talk nonsense. Similarly, Zhang Wufeng scolded Luoyan for talking to her stepmother like that. So Zhang Luoyan was about to say more, but Zhang Yi stopped her and told her not to get taken by her emotions. He then claimed that he has a way to let her deal with them openly. Afterward, Zhang Yi used body-controlling arts to Madame Jiang, so Madame Jiang couldn't control her body. After that, Zhang Yi threw the smiling half-step pill toward Madame Jiang's mouth. He then controlled her body to eat the smiling half-step pill. When the pill was swallowed, he released his control. As a result, Madame Jiang angrily asked Zhang Yi what he threw in her mouth. Consequently, Zhang Wufeng released his aura and told Zhang Yi that he shouldn't think that he was safe just because he was a great disciple of the Taoist sect. Meanwhile, Zhang Luoyan wondered what her senior brother fed to Madame Jiang. So Zhang Yi revealed to her what pill he threw and its effects, and he told her to just watch. After a moment, Madame Jiang started dancing and singing in a crazy manner. So Zhang Wufeng and her son called her out, but she's already become crazy. Consequently, Zhang Luoyan moved closer to Madame Jiang and asked her if she poisoned her mother. So Madame Jiang admitted her crime and said that with Luoyan's mother dead, she'll be able to secure her position and make her father forget about any feelings he had. Everyone was shocked. Right then, Madame Jiang danced away from Zhang Luoyan and added that she also wanted her to marry the crown prince so she can become her money-making tool. At that instant, Luoyan's anger flared. Afterward, she punched the back of Madame Jiang's head. As a result, Madame Jiang lay flat on the floor and a line of blood came out of her mouth. Her son was on his knees and Zhang Wufeng couldn't accept what just happened. He then angrily asked Zhang Luoyan why she couldn't forgive her stepmother after many years. But Zhang Luoyan disowned her father and called him impotent trash. At the same time, Zhang Yi took out his sword and said that they won't be able to avoid battle. All of a sudden, the Zhou dynasty's crown prince, Shen Jiangqing, and Princess Shen Chenyu entered confidently with 4 golden armored guards. Shen Jiangqing stated they arrived at the right time and requested Zhang Luoyan to greet him. General Zhang and his son greeted the prince, presenting his mother and asking to punish Zhang Luoyan. But Shen Jiangqing was uninterested in such insignificant matters and he only came to see Zhang Luoyan. Zhang Yi despaired, realizing a person's life was nothing in front of the prince's eyes. At that moment, Zhang Luoyan and Princess Shen Chenyu cheerfully embraced each other after not seeing for a long time. Looking at them, Zhang Yi silently thought they must have been childhood friends. At that moment, Shen Chenyu also spotted Zhang Yi and praised him for being more handsome than the portrait she had. Zhang Yi cupped his fist and complimented Shen Chenyu for being beautiful. Right after, Shen Jiangqing recognized Zhang Yi as the one who won the title of Immortal Master at the beast beheading competition, so he asked if he came today to entrust Zhang Luoyan to him. But Zhang Yi revealed he was there to help Zhang Luoyan to break off the engagement as she was still a child and should not get married yet. The prince retorted he was 16 years old and of legal age, so he wondered who would dare oppose him. Shen Chenyu immediately raised her hands, followed by Zhang Luoyan, expressing their opposition. Shen Jiangqing was frustrated and questioned why she opposed him as his sister, so she reasoned it was not right to force a marriage on someone. At that moment, Zhang Yi stated he was a cultivator who settled things with virtue, so he proposed a duel. The prince saw it as a good solution, thinking he had countless experts to defeat Zhang Yi and stopped him from meddling. However, Zhang Yi already charged forward, presenting himself as the crown prince's representative. He wanted to kill Zhang Yi, but he was struck away instead. General Zhang was quick to catch his son, who had fallen unconscious from the impact. Shen Jiangqing was surprised to see Zhang Yi got defeated with one punch, so he decided he would show his card and not underestimate Zhang Yi anymore. Afterward, he commanded his 4 armored guards to attack, which made Zhang Yi conclude he could not get himself surrounded. As the armored guards attacked him, Zhang Yi also made his moves. He hit their balls first to increase his chance of winning by half. As a result, the armored guard clutched their family jewels with various expressions of pain. Although it was shameless, his techniques were good, which made everyone comment in surprise. Seeing that they were getting defeated easily, the armored guards felt insulted and vowed to take revenge for their family jewels. However, Zhang Yi had the supreme holy body which made his strength far stronger than theirs, resulting in their defeat. Right after, Shen Jiangking leaped forward, declaring he would fight personally. But Jiang Yi beat him easily. Shen Jiangking's guards were dumbfounded, wondering how audacious the Taoist sects were for bravely punching the crown prince. Meanwhile, Shen Jiangking experienced strange comfort as his meridians opened up, discovering the punch was better than the service of Yihang court. When dealing with a dignified person, a dignified weapon was required, so Jiang Yi brought out an RPG to try it out. Once Jiang Yi summoned the RPG spiritual key rocket launcher, the guards paled as they learned how cruel Jiang Yi was. The spiritual rocket shot towards Shen Jiangking and its astonishing speed rendered him unable to dodge. With a loud boom, a mushroom cloud erupted, making Zhang Luoyan guess if Jiang Yi was setting off fireworks. As the explosion receded, Shen Jiangking felt comfortable as he lied on the crater, thinking Jiang Yi's weapon was great for tempering his body. At that moment, Jiang Yi also realized Shen Jiangking's high defense, but he wondered why the man's expression was strange. Meanwhile, the girl snorted after seeing Shen Jiangking's perverted face. Suddenly, Shen Jiangking stood up and demanded an exchange again, as it had been a long time since he had gotten excited. So Jiang Yi attacked once again and struck his family jewel, stating the battle would end there, otherwise the great Zhou dynasty would not have a future. Consequently, Shen Jiangking's eyes bulged in horror. He clutched his family jewel in pain and declared his surrender. Shen Chenyu was ashamed of her brother being inferior as Zhang Luoyan cheered for Jiang Yi's win. Right then, Jiang Yi demanded that Shen Jiangking honor his promise and cancel the engagement. Inwardly, he was wondering if Shen Jiangking had some holy body that got stronger the more he was beaten, as his hands were hurting from the fight. In response, Shen Jiangking addressed Jiang Yi as a grandmaster and furthermore considered him his god. Since Jiang Yi was talented and possessed a holy body with knowledge about divine weapons and combat skills, Shen Jiangking thought he was a man bestowed upon him by the heavens who would guide his path. So Shen Jiangking directly admitted defeat, but he must be accepted as his disciple, thinking his future path of cultivation was more important and he must enter the Taoist sect. However, Jiang Yi apologized since the Taoist sect only accepted female disciples, so Shen Jiangking compromised and suggested they become brothers instead. The prince's subordinates were shocked to hear the words, and because the prince indulged in freedom all his life, they begged him to consider it again. But Jiang Yi readily accepted the proposal, thinking he could use their relationship to explore the royal palace in the future. On the side, Zhang Luoyan grew emotional and wondered how she could repay her senior brother since he helped her every time she got into trouble. Meanwhile, the system notified Jiang Yi of the task completion and he was rewarded with the God's Brush. The prompt made Jiang Yi sigh in relief as he concluded there would not be any problems anymore. At that moment, Shen Chenyu approached Jiang Yi and requested to join the Taoist sect, thinking she could get closer to him if she could, but he was reluctant to agree, wondering if both siblings wanted to depend on him. However, the system triggered a mission to help Shen Chenyu enter the Taoist sect and become his master's disciple, otherwise his cultivation speed would decrease by 30% once he failed after 2 days. The prompt caused Jiang Yi to curse, but he could only try and prevent himself from the penalty. He immediately agreed to her request and assured her he would give a few good words to his master, which made Shen Jiangking envious, thinking they were forcing him to change his gender. After that, the girls embraced each other cheerfully while Jiang Yi was having a headache about how he could make his master accept disciples since it was almost impossible. Later, Jiang Yi together with the two girls rode by Zi as they flew over the forest. Zhang Luoyan asked Shen Chenyu if it was okay to leave the imperial city, but she replied her father did not mind. Meanwhile, Bai Zi sighed with a complaint, thinking her life was so difficult for being a mount no matter where she went. In contrast, Jiang Yi felt accomplished, concluding he was a gentleman now since the two ladies in his arms could not disturb his calm. At that moment, however, Shen Chenyu, who was mesmerized by being so close to Jiang Yi, called out, saying something of his was touching her, so he awkwardly reasoned he had a lot of weapons and it might have been one of those. On the other hand, Bai Zi felt hungry and weakly said she could not fly anymore as she was about to break. After her words, she muttered the word food again and again as she dove to the ground, startling everyone. With a rumble, they crashed into the forest. Bai Zi returned to her human form, but Shen Chenyu felt strange why they landed safely, so Jiang Yi voiced out, telling them he was down there. As Jiang Yi went to find some water and food, Bai Zi complained of being thirsty and hungry, so Zhang Luoyan provided emergency food, which was some salt water from her socks. After walking for 2 kilometers, Jiang Yi detected some spiritual ki nearby. Advancing forward, he discovered it was a natural spiritual spring and someone was bathing there. Upon a closer look, he discovered it was King Lion. She also spotted him and emerged from the spring, causing Jiang Yi to blush. As she approached him, she stated they were predestined together. But Jiang Yi was disappointed since she was taking a bath with her clothes on, which would not make sense. Anyway, he greeted her, asking why she was there, so she answered she got injured while hunting demonic beasts and recuperated in the spring. With a swoosh, her body's cover was torn apart. Afterward, her clothes changed and with a weapon in her hand, she declared Jiang Yi could not run away just like the last time. It was impossible to escape now, so a demon and an angel urged Jiang Yi to refuse and obey respectively, but if he would obey, he thought it was a letdown for his master. Right then, King Lion was alarmed and saw the nether demon sheep who seriously injured her before. Looking at the rampaging beast, Jiang Yi wondered if it was the beast at the peak of the spiritualization stage. The giant sheep charged at them, so King Lion hurriedly helped Jiang Yi to dodge it. Afterward, she brandished her weapon to fight the beast once again. On the side, Jiang Yi took out his god brush and decided to use it. With a sinister look, he started painting, a fusion of ancient and modern art techniques to become God's painting skills. Moments later, his technique succeeded and he called it Rhubarb the dog. The dog barked and leaped toward the sheep, but King Lion found the summoned beast to be weird. Unsurprisingly, Rhubarb was stomped flat into the ground. Jiang Yi realized the fighting power would be weak if the art was bad, so King Lion was speechless. Unconvinced, he tried it once more, making a net that was simple but effective. The huge net engulfed the beast whole, so Jiang Yi exclaimed upon seeing it worked. After that, King Lion praised him for a job well done as she flew up and activated ripples of Tao, aiming to kill the beast in one blow. The attack hit the sheep's head and it emitted a mournful noise. As the sheep fell limply to the ground, King Lion celebrated the win and thanked Jiang Yi for his help. She then leaned toward him, claiming he must be rewarded with the experience of feverish love. His Taoist heart was on the brink of collapse as he repeatedly called out to his master, reminding himself not to let her down. Right then, the system triggered a mission to write literature on the spot to express his love for King Lion within 10 minutes, and he would be rewarded with the divine painting ability, otherwise lifelong inactivity would be the penalty once he failed. Jiang Yi thought it was a good idea since changing the topic with literature could suppress King Lion's desire. Without hesitation, he informed her he wanted to recite a poem, so she was surprised and her heart suddenly became hot. She agreed with him and suggested the poem be longer than the one he created for Yu Yao, and that it would be better if he made a literary work for her. Since she wanted to compete, Jiang Yi decided to satisfy her and he would create something with the theme of lotus, which also represented her name. Moments later, he revealed he would create a prose love to Lotus for her, making her squeal in delight at his confession. Jiang Yi then held her hand and started reciting the poem, prompting the lotuses to slowly sprout all over the spring. As he held her hand, King Lion could not help but be touched. Right after, the last verse was uttered, causing King Lion to be in love even more. At the same time, sparkles gleamed throughout the spring as the lotuses fully bloomed. The system notified the mission was completed and the divine painting ability was rewarded. On the other hand, King Lion firmly held Jiang Yi as she praised his eloquence, stating she had felt his love for her from those words. She then pounced at him to make their love much deeper, but Jiang Yi was flustered when King Lion got even more excited instead of calming down, so he wondered if it was the end for him since she was too greedy to be satisfied. Without choice, Jiang Yi rejected her for his master, declaring she could take his body but not his heart. King Lion gritted her teeth and asked if he would like Yu Yao for 10 points and how many points she would get. Jiang Yi answered 5, so she sadly questioned why she only got half. After that, she bit him with annoyance and declared she wanted everything, so Jiang Yi was shocked. Feeling hurt from the bite, he likened her to a tiger, so she threw him away, announcing she would get his body sooner or later. With tears trickling down her face, she vowed to make him fall in love with her just like how Yu Yao did. Looking at her departing back, Jiang Yi thought it was over as he would be having a bad time in the future since she had her eyes on him now. Moments later, after taking out the inner pill from the demon sheep, King Lion stated she would leave its corpse for him. Without waiting for his reply, she flew away, swearing she would make him bend down to her once they meet again someday. After she left, Jiang Yi wondered why he was sad, but he guessed he would not be able to withstand the temptation next time when his Taoist heart disappears. Later, Jiang Yi returned to the girls with demon sheep in hand. As Shen Chenyu approached, she smelled a woman's scent on him, so he awkwardly questioned how could there be a woman when they were in the middle of nowhere, frightened of Shen Chenyu's sensitive nose. Sure enough, Shen Chenyu replied she could smell someone lying. In order to escape, Jiang Yi laughed it off and told her not to think so much as he invited everyone to roast some meat. But Shen Chenyu wondered who exactly did he meet with. On the other hand, Zhang Luoyan rejoiced and even the dying Baizi straightened herself up excitedly. Meanwhile, Shen Chenyu noticed Jiang Yi's unusual behavior, so she decided to find his weakness and used that to make any request. At dusk, everyone returned happily to the Taoist sect except for Jiang Yi, who hoped his master would not find out, otherwise he would definitely be punished. Not far away, the disciples were beside with delight once they saw Jiang Yi's arrival. The disciples warmly welcomed them, but Jiang Yi shut them up, otherwise his master would be alerted. Similarly, the disciples were curious about Zhang Luoyan's baggage, but she warily reasoned it was only some mutton, and she would give some to them if they wanted it. At that moment, Yu Yao appeared and called Jiang Yi, questioning why he still had the face to come back after running off to Zhang Luoyan's family and marrying her. Both of them paled as Jiang Yi sensed the tremendous killing intent his master was exuding. Meanwhile, Shen Chenyu was surprised by Yu Yao's beauty, so after seeing her, she suddenly felt like disregarding Zhang Yi for her. Shen Chenyu then approached Yu Yao and revealed Zhang Yi left the sect to help Zhang Luoyan to break off her engagement. Narrowing her eyes, Yu Yao questioned who she was. Shen Chenyu squealed in delight and presented herself as the great Zhu's princess, revealing Zhang Yi's promise to be introduced to Yu Yao as she wanted to be her disciple. Hearing the direct words, Zhang Yi and Zhang Luoyan paled even more. Sure enough, Yu Yao brought out the void bag and announced they would be punished regardless of the reason since they had broken the sect's rules. After the void bag opened, the space warped and both Zhang Yi and Zhang Luoyan were sucked inside. Right after, Shen Chenyu kneeled and addressed Yu Yao as master and begged forgiveness for talking too much, causing them to be punished. But Yu Yao turned around and declined to be called her master since she was not accepted as her disciple yet, rendering Shen Chenyu speechless. Inside the void bag, Zhang Luoyan apologized, but Zhang Yi replied they should forget it since it was very lenient of her to only lock them inside. Checking his mission, Zhang Yi discovered there was no time left, so he felt he would be failing the task. At this moment, a storm engulfed the Taoist sect. However, Shen Chenyu still remained kneeling on the ground. She wondered if Yu Yao would really refuse her since she barely managed to enter the sect. The disciple acknowledged her persistence, but the other disciple replied it would be difficult to be Yu Yao's disciple since she was the princess of the great Zhu dynasty. At the same time, Shen Chenyu sadly thought about Zhang Yi and Zhang Luoyan, wondering what had happened to them. Unknown to her, Yu Yao was observing through the door and the rainy scenery reminded her of the past. She begged the cultivators to let her join the Taoist sect, offering all the money she saved. However, the cultivators bullied her for being a beggar with little money, so she could only grit her teeth, saying she would not give up on cultivation. She believed she was the strongest and would not cry, so she would survive and rely on herself to keep cultivating. Moments later, Yu Yao's thoughts returned to the present. If Shen Chenyu wanted to be her disciple, Yu Yao required her to have a resolute heart. The next day, Yu Yao opened the door and saw Shen Chenyu still kneeling on the ground. She approached and asked why she wanted to join the Taoist sect, so Shen Chenyu answered, but she stammered, thinking she had a new goal instead of Yu Yao and Zhang Yi as her reason. With a resolute face, she told Yu Yao she wanted to cultivate the great Taoist way. Right after, Yu Yao turned around, saying there was too much water and it needed to be cleaned up, so Shen Chenyu took the task, thinking she was finally accepted. At the same time, Yu Yao looked at the void bag as she decided to settle some matters with Zhang Yi and Zhang Luoyan, but she wondered why they were breathing very weakly. Thinking they might have suffocated, she took a peek inside and saw them cuddled asleep, rendering her speechless. Without hesitation, Yu Yao threw them outside for their insolence, shocking Shen Chenyu who was nearby. Zhang Yi asked his master what had happened while Zhang Luoyan complained about being woken up from her sleep. So Yu Yao punished them to clean the sect with Shen Chenyu, and in the future, all the chores in the sect would be their responsibility. Right after, the system notified Zhang Yi for completing the mission and receiving 50 magic power as a reward. At the same time, the girls were happy they would sweep the floor together while Zhang Yi also thanked his master, stating he would his best. Their actions made Yu Yao confused since they were being punished, but they were happy about it. As Zhang Yi complained about being reduced to a servant from being the sect's senior brother, Shen Chenyu was delighted and stated cleaning was a part of the cultivation way, so she should do her best, thinking she could not embarrass herself in front of Zhang Yi. Looking at her working hard, Zhang Luoyan lamented how she could only paddle. Right then, the disciples arrived with the cleaning tools, proclaiming cleaning was the most glorious as they offered their help. As they accepted their offer, Shen Chenyu wondered if Zhang Yi was the Sea King as many girls wanted to approach him. Looking at the commotion below, Yu Yao felt annoyed. Holding the hilt of her sword, she tried to calm her urge to kill Zhang Yi, thinking she had rewarded him instead. 7 days later, the disciples' enthusiasm to help Zhang Yi intensified, so he begged them not to come, otherwise his master would misunderstand. Sure enough, Yu Yao arrived and rebuked their sloppy and disgraceful behavior, so Zhang Yi together with the disciples reasoned they were only cleaning. Fortunately, Yu Yao let them off and revealed she had something to discuss: the barbarians' forbidden land in the sand which had been opened and treasure had been discovered. Even the barbarian king's blood which could stimulate the bloodline was up for grabs. So Zhang Yi asked if she wanted him to get it, to which she confirmed, informing him that he would go and bring Shen Chenyu and Zhang Luoyan along to train. Zhang Yi accepted the task since the sooner he got stronger the sooner he could protect the Taoist sect and his master. After that, Yu Yao tossed a key replenishing elixir to take with him. Delighted, Zhang Yi helped the elixir intimately, asking if it was his master's love for him. However, Yu Yao berated him for talking nonsense as she urged him to quickly head out, otherwise she would beat him into a dungeon. Regardless of her words, Zhang Yi remained affectionate, claiming he understood her heart. Later, they journeyed to the barbarian land. They talked as they neared the barbarian city on top of the sleeping Baizi. Moments later, they finally arrived at the city's vicinity. As they walked along the street, Zhang Luoyan wondered why there was no food in the city, but Zhang was more concerned about the strong cultivators around them. Nonetheless, he was awed by how open-minded the barbarians were for allowing other races to gather in their place, so he was clueless about Shen Chenyu's infatuated eyes that were looking at him. Right then, a couple of winged girls emerged ahead of them, demanding to check Zhang Yi's body. But Zhang Yi's group ignored them and instead looked for something to eat, making them annoyed. Without hesitation, the winged girls ordered them to stop, otherwise none of their ashes would be left. In the end, Zhang Yi found them noisy, so he showed them a glimpse of his strength. The girls were powerless against it, but at the same time, they felt the pain pleasurable, so they surmised he had held back because he cared for them. At that moment, another figure appeared. She was Chen Zhaoqi, the saintess of the southern demon kingdom, and mentioned how Zhang Yi got rough with her servants despite just arriving. As he recognized her identity, the girls beside Zhang Yi were riled for seeing another vixen. At that moment, the servant clung to Chen Zhaoqi, begging for help, while the other one accused Zhang Yi of molesting them. But Chen Zhaoqi saw everything, so she rebuked them for complaining when they were the ones who offended Zhang Yi in the first place. After that, Chen Zhaoqi's eyes glowed, suspecting the servants were trying to start a war between the demon and the human race, so she announced they deserved to be executed. Following this, a frightening aura erupted from her body and smashed toward the servants, sending them flying. Looking at the corpses, Zhang Yi thought Chen Zhaoqi had only used sight arts and was able to kill the two demons, making him realize she was also in the spiritualization stage. Chen Zhaoqi then got closer to Zhang Yi and proposed cooperation about the barbarian king's blood, so Zhang Yi thought she was a cruel person worth cooperating with, since even her servants were not spared. However, the girls were not unhappy with Chen Zhaoqi and condemned her for tainting Zhang Yi's Taoist heart. But Zhang Yi held Chen Zhaoqi's wrist, stating she was playing with fire, since if she wanted to cooperate with him, she needed to pay a price, so she offered to help each other, thinking he was so manly and strong. Right after, the system triggered the mission to cooperate with Chen Zhaoqi and obtain what she wanted within 3 days, otherwise his gender would be changed to the female demoness. Zhang Yi cursed the system's shady penalty, but the magic power and 2S rank skill books were generous, so he surmised the goal would be difficult to achieve. As a result, he thought about it for a moment, making Chen Zhaoqi ask why he was hesitating when she was sincere enough. But when Chen Zhaoqi asked if she should go with him or if he would come to her, the girls went berserk and the poor Bai Zi was dragged by Shen Chenyu as a weapon. Chen Zhaoqi simply infuriated them further and declared she would take Zhang Yi's family jewel in the future. So the chaos escalated and Zhang Yi was caught in between. At that moment, a demon appeared and berated Chen Zhaoqi's shameful actions, which was a disappointment to the demon race. Moreover, he condemned Chen Zhaoqi for being interested in a human male who was more detestably handsome than him. As Bai Zi fell limply on the ground, Zhang Yi and Shen Chenyu were surprised, but Zhang Laonian drooled at the sight of the demon, thinking about a hot pot of tiger soup and mutton. At that moment, Demon Tiger Hughesy made a pose and told everyone to be more careful and look closely at the most handsome man from the demon race. However, Chen Zhaoqi rebuked his rudeness and reasoned she was working with Zhang Yi, which had nothing to do with a demon like him. Her words brought him much pain, so Hughesy clutched his heart, discovering Chen Zhaoqi called Zhang Yi Lord while he was addressed as a demon. As a result, his servants attacked to help their boss vent his heartache and teach the lowly human a lesson. Before Zhang Yi could make a move, Bai Zi charged forward with her paladin kick, declaring she would take those little insects. Sure enough, the servants were quickly dispatched. Enraged, Hughesy cursed her a lowly for killing his sheep. With reddened eyes, he was about to roar in anger. However, Chen Zhaoqi slapped him for making a fuss, questioning if he wanted to start a war between the demon and the human race. Hughesy was saddened by her actions and his heart broke even more as he revealed his father had not even slapped him before. But Chen Zhaoqi ignored his raving and grabbed Zhang Yi's hand, inviting him to a tavern to discuss the cooperation, so he could only agree, thinking she was a sly and ambitious woman. As they walked forward, Shen Chenyu suspected Chen Zhaoqi had bad intentions, so Zhang Laonian replied she would order like crazy once they get to the tavern to extort her. Looking at their departing figures, Hughesy fumed with rage as he vowed to kill Zhang Yi. At that moment, another group exited a portal and called out, so Hughesy was shocked by the other party's aura. The man introduced himself as Long Tianyi, the Dragon Saint, and offered to work together to deal with Zhang Yi since the dragon race had a good relationship with the demon race. This time, Hughesy was surprised and inquired if Zhang Yi was one of Long Tianyi's targets since he was challenging experts to raise the prestige of the dragon race. Long Tianyi responded with laughter and released his aura, replying he wanted him to be a hound and clear the way for him. As a result, Hughesy was forcefully brought to his knees, thinking Zhang Yi would definitely lose just by Long Tianyi's pressure. Meanwhile, in the Barbarian Business Tavern, everyone enjoyed their meal while Chen Zhaoqi urged them to eat more. At that moment, Zhang Yi felt weird, sensing a hint of killing intent nearby. Upon looking to the side, he discovered Yi Haoran. At the same time, Yi Haoran surmised Jang Yi's observation skills had deteriorated since he was just noticed, so this time, not only he would be able to get the barbarian king's blood, but he would also defeat Jang Yi to clear away his shame. Suddenly, Zai, the possessed soul, told Yi Haoran that he and Jang Yi were really fated enemies, so she wanted to see how they love and kill each other. However, Yi Haoran replied he only wanted to kill him. He then suggested she better not show up in broad daylight for the sake of safety, to which she teased him for being worried for her. Back at Jang Yi's table, Chen Xiaoqui intimately inquired what Jang Yi was looking at, so he replied there was nothing, thinking she was more despicable than King Lion. After that, he expressed how Chen Xiaoqi's temperament reminded him of Sudeji, so she eagerly asked if Sudeji was as pretty as her. As the girls eat to their heart's content, Shen Chenyu seethed in disgust upon seeing them flirting with each other. Suddenly, Long Tianyi barged inside and looked for Jang Yi as he declared his challenge, resulting in everyone fleeing in fear. Jang Yi and his group stood from their seat, saying he only made appointments with beautiful girls and had no interest in horned species, which caused Long Tianyi to be angered after being addressed as such. Annoyed, Long Tianyi hurriedly explained he was from the dragon race, emphasizing it once again, so Jang Yi replied with a middle finger, showing no concern since he was only there to defeat him and gain some fame. Nearby, Zai looked interested in the brewing fight and asked Yi Haoran if he did not want to watch, so he replied he would watch quietly and find an opportunity to kill Jang Yi. At that moment, Jang Yi revealed Yi Haoran, who had the double pupil holy body, was defeated by him, who was also in the spiritualization stage, saying Long Tianyi must defeat him first since human duels are done step by step. Hearing the name, Long Tianyi erupted in anger upon remembering how the 9th prince of the Dragon Prince was defeated by him, so compared to Jang Yi, he thought Yi Haoran was indeed cruel. Right after, Jang Yi pointed to the side, saying it was a coincidence since Yi Haoran was there. Calmly glancing at them, Yi Haoran questioned if the Taoist sect liked setting up people so much. However, Long Tianyi did not care and charged forward, declaring he would know the truth once they fought. Sure enough, Yi Haoran effortlessly evaded the attack. After that, he released his blood key, which Long Tianyi narrowly evaded. As a result, the demon tiger was hit as he lamented about what kind of luck he had for being killed as a bystander. At that moment, Long Tianyi realized he was truly Yi Haoran, so he launched another powerful attack which was blocked. As they watched the fight, Jang Yi enjoyed himself while Chen Xiaoqui found him unique in his methods. While they clashed, Yi Haoran urged him to wake up and pointed his opponent was Jang Yi, but Long Tianyi retorted he was the enemy of the dragon race, and that the grudge from before must be settled. This time, Zai reminded Yi Haoran that Jang Yi might attack once he was weakened. Left without a choice, Yi Haoran activated his double pupil. Afterward, he executed the blood explosion art, sending bursts of blood around him. Upon seeing this, Jang Yi advised everyone to be careful. He then cast a barrier, thinking Yi Haoran must be crazy for releasing a large-scale spell in an enclosed place. Right after, a loud explosion erupted, sending shockwaves of rubbles throughout the surroundings. From the chaos, Yi Haoran flew out, warning both Jang Yi and Long Xianyi that the next time they met would be their last. Watching the cloud of smoke, Zai wondered if Jang Yi blew up, but she hoped she could have a deep conversation with him once she got a chance in the future. On the ground, the smoke gradually dispersed, revealing Jang Yi unharmed, but was accused of deliberately making the shield so small for the girls to stick closer to him. Nearby, the injured Long Tianyi roared in rage after seeing Jang Yi alive. He then escaped without delay and warned everyone to prepare for his revenge once he rid of Yi Haoran. But Jang Yi would not allow him to leave, so he took out a brick. After that, he chased Long Tianyi and threw the brick at his head, stating he should leave something behind. After he fell to the ground, everyone sinisterly gathered around to take a look if he had any treasures. The next second, chaos erupted once more, making Chen Xiaoqui wonder if they really were from the Taoist sect, which was based on morality and ethics. Regarding their despicable behavior, she only had one thought in mind. She pounced forward, intending to participate in the riot. 30 minutes later, Long Tianyi sniffled in the corner with nothing left except for his pants, rendering him ashamed and violated. Meanwhile, everyone had their loot except for Baizi, but Jang Yi complained about how small the family jewel Long Tianyi had, so he could only get some first-quality blood. Hearing his rambling, Long Tianyi fumed in rage and cursed Jang Yi, announcing their matter was not finished yet. However, his pants suddenly loosened. As a result, the crowd who gathered around got a clear view of his family jewel, causing them to mock it for being too small, so at that moment, the Dragon Clan's dignity had vanished from the face of the earth. Later, Jang Yi's group arrived at the barbarians' forbidden land. They were welcomed with corpses all over the place, so Chen Xiaoqui advised them to be careful since they must have encountered some powerful creature, causing their deaths. Not heeding her warning, Jang Yi rummaged through the corpse, stating he could take care of everything they left behind. The other girls also looted the other corpses with excitement, obtaining various treasures. Right then, Chen Xiaoqui noticed some movement and checked it. she exclaimed in surprise, informing everyone about the dead coming back to life. When the corpses approached them, they decided to withdraw first, not forgetting to bring the treasures. As they run upstairs, they discovered an audience hall and head inside to hide. After ramming the door open, they saw vampires feasting on dead bodies, so Zhang Yi surmised all the corpses outside might have also been poisoned by them. The girls were horrified, realizing they had entered a monster's nest instead of a safe haven. But Zhang Yi urged them not to falter since the 4 vampires' strength is comparable to Golden Core cultivators and could not defeat them. Without hesitation, Chen Xiaoqui made a move, saying they should get rid of them together. After that, Zhang Yi praised her skills as he activated his own, the Immortal Poet's sword technique, Shadow Swordsmanship. The next second, all the vampires in his way were killed. One attack killed 4 vampires, causing Chen Xiaoqui to be awed by Zhang Yi's sword skill. Right then, a portal caught their attention, so Chen Xiaoqui guessed it to be the treasure house entrance. Without delay, Zhang Yi together with Chen Xiaoqui walked forward to explore the treasury. After they entered, the girls left behind discovered the zombies were getting near. Left without choice, they could only fight and not let Zhang Yi lose face, but Bai Zi wondered how powerful Shen Chenyu was. The next second, Shen Chenyu activated a summoning magic circle. Right after, a cute little tiger appeared which Shen Chenyu commanded to bite all the corpses. Seeing that the tiger was even smaller than Bai Zi, Zhang Luoyan tried her enlargement technique on it. Sure enough, the tiger enlarged but still had the same adorable expression. After that, Shen Chenyu threw a fish toward the zombies, so the tiger drooled as it chased it. Consequently, it pounced toward the zombies, flattening them beneath its paws. Seeing it was effective, the girls threw more and more food, driving the tiger to feast on the zombies. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaoqui arrived at the hidden treasury. Zhang Yi immediately told Chen Xiaoqui to look around to find the thing she needed and informed he would patrol the area first since he felt a murderous aura around. After searching, Zhang Yi arrived before a throne where someone was seated on it. It was Carnage Tyrant, the king of the barbarians, and he directly condemned Zhang Yi for disturbing his rest even after his death. Carnage Tyrant grew furious. He asserted that all those who broke into his tomb must die. When Zhang Yi mentioned that the jade stone on Carnage Tyrant's chest might be the barbarian king's blood, Chen Xiaoqui cautioned him to be careful since Carnage Tyrant was at the early stage of nascent soul and was stronger than them. Immediately, Carnage Tyrant conjured the soldiers of the great barbarian. Zhang Yi expressed his contempt. He proclaimed that since he wanted to play with summoning, he would show him what he could do with his brush. Zhang Yi quickly drew some stickmen and observed that although they were not strong, they had the advantage in numbers. The stickmen and the soldiers of the great barbarian fought so fiercely that they caused a cloud of dust to form, which almost filled the entire place. Noticing the surprised look on her face, Zhang Yi revealed that what she was seeing was the legendary group fight. He elaborated that Yu Yao had taught him that if he couldn't beat the enemy, he had to gang up on them. Carnage Tyrant dismissed that his stickmen were nothing. He highlighted that his giant axe, which took tens of thousands of lives, was what Zhang Yi really had to face. Knowing that they couldn't afford to fight Carnage Tyrant head-on, Zhang Yi suggested that they should split up. While dodging, Zhang Yi cast his binding spell, binding like wood. Carnage Tyrant was caught by Zhang Yi's binding spell. Seeing this, Zhang Yi urged Chen Xiaoqui to attack. Chen Xiaoqui mercilessly attacked Carnage Tyrant. Carnage Tyrant cried out in pain and lamented about the two being despicable people. Not wanting to waste a good chance to finish the fight, Zhang Yi swiftly used his flying sword technique, sword control like wood. Carnage Tyrant got extremely anxious. He pleaded that he didn't want to die yet and that he still wanted to live for another 500 years. Zhang Yi cheerfully seized the barbarian king's blood, which he had always wanted. Seeing that Carnage Tyrant's body was starting to crumble, Zhang Yi speculated that the barbarian king's blood must be Carnage Tyrant's core. Using her bloodline power, Chen Xiaoqui easily found the nine-tailed holy jade. She expressed her satisfaction that the nine-tailed holy jade was back where it belonged after Carnage Tyrant invaded the fox demon and took that treasure away. Since the treasure hunting mission was completed, Zhang Yi was rewarded with 60 points of mana and 2 S-level skills. Summoning Spirit Bomb, a skill that released a bomb made of spirit energy, and Animal Creation, a skill that could randomly turn enemies into small animals. Zhang Yi pondered why he was given such weird skills. He mused that the system liked to prank people. Suddenly, a portal appeared, and the figures of 2 people slowly emerged from it. After remarked that the mantis stalks the cicada while being unaware of the oriole behind, the 2 people who were going through the portal demanded Zhang Yi to hand over the barbarian king's blood nicely. The 2 people were actually Yi Heoran and Long Tianyi. When Eheoran expressed his gratitude to Long Tianyi for bringing him there smoothly using his dragon clan's teleportation technique, Long Tianyi replied that he didn't have to make a big deal out of it since they were all there for the barbarian king's blood and other treasures. Chen Xiaoqui couldn't help but get nervous. They had just finished a big fight, and she was low on mana, so she was certain that she couldn't handle those two guys. On the other hand, Zhang Yi was surprised. He had never anticipated that Long Tianyi and Eheoran would work together. Both Long Tianyi and Eheoran claimed that they hit it off and became brothers. However, they were actually just using each other to get the treasures. Deciding to use that opportunity to try his new spell on the pair of brothers, Zhang Yi stopped wasting time and used his summoning spirit bomb skill. At that moment, Long Tianyi turned pale as Eheoran grabbed his neck and used him as a shield. Long Tianyi couldn't help but scream in pain the moment Zhang Yi's spirit bomb hit his chest and exploded. When Zhang Yi's spirit bomb dissipated, Eheoran praised Long Tianyi for doing a good job. Zhang Yi immediately followed up with his animal creation skill. He remarked that using people as shields was his typical move and that since he let his guard down, he should become a good animal. Suddenly, Eheoran was enveloped with a golden aura. Zai Jai hurriedly tried to help Eheoran, but there was nothing that she could really do to help. Shortly after, Eheoran turned into a dog. Zhang Yi was so confused. He wondered where Zhang Yi learned such an evil spell. Zhang Yi and Chen Xiaoqui laughed as they slowly approached Eheoran. Chen Xiaoqui declared that from that moment on, they were all fellow demons. Eheoran swiftly pounced away, and while Zai Jai was having fun making fun of him, he just ground his teeth in frustration. He had been awesome all his life, so it hurt his pride to be chased like a dog. Moments later, Eheoran decided to open his blood pupil. Surprisingly, Eheoran successfully broke free from Zhang Yi's transformation technique, and without delay, he immediately formed sharp blades and sent them flying towards Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi agilely dodged Eheoran's attacks, and while he was doing so, Chen Xiaoqui was appreciating his handsome face. Zai Jai gritted her teeth the moment she laid her eyes on the two. She couldn't understand why she was feeling jealous and even a bit angry when she saw Zhang Yi holding other women. Out of nowhere, the entire place started to quake. Zhang Yi speculated that the fight had caused that place to collapse. Knowing that he should prioritize fleeing from that place, Eheoran vowed that he wouldn't let him get away next time and that he would reclaim the barbarian king's blood for sure. Zhang Yi asserted that he shouldn't even think of escaping. He planned on capturing Eheoran using the Kainkun bag that Yu Yao lent him. When they were about to escape, Zai Jai suddenly exclaimed in shock as she got sucked towards the Kainkun bag. Zhang Yi was inevitably confused. He couldn't fathom why the Kainkun bag took in something weird instead of taking Eheoran. Noticing that Zhang Yi was dazed, Chen Xiaoqui quickly seized his hand and urgently led him out of Carnage's tyrant's place. Simultaneously, Eheoran got hit by the falling debris. As soon as they got out of the portal, Chen Xiaoqui and Zhang Yi immediately implored Baizi, Shen Chenyu, and Zhang Luoyan to quickly run away. The horrifying sound of things getting crushed echoed in the entire great barbarian forbidden land as huge rocks fell and pulverized anything that was below them. Some time later, after seeing that the great barbarian forbidden land was totally destroyed, Zhang Luoyan observed that it was a good thing that they got the treasures out. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi gasped the moment he opened the Kainkun bag. When Zhang Yi interrogated Zai Jai about her identity, Zai Jai couldn't help but become flustered. She had actually lost her power, causing Zhang Yi to perceive her directly. Everyone immediately gathered to look at what was inside the Kainkun bag, and when they saw Zai Jai, they were surprised by her beauty, and the fact that she showed no signs of life. When Baizi revealed that Zai Jai was a soul body, Zhang Yi elaborated that Zai Jai should be Eheoran's guardian spirit. Zai Jai asserted that she was just an innocent soul who had been injured by mistake. She insisted that they should let her go and pursue Eheoran. Zhang Yi counseled Zai Jai that she shouldn't even contemplate leaving. He explained that retaining her was beneficial since he also sought to uncover more information about Eheoran. Zhang Yi commanded Zai Jai to stay inside the Kainkun bag obediently. Zai Jai implored Zhang Yi to be gentle with her. She lamented that he was causing her pain. Seemingly jealous, Chen Xiaoqui couldn't resist inquiring if Zhang Yi had taken Zai Jai in because she was beautiful. Zhang Yi was taken aback. He reassured Chen Xiaoqui that he was not driven by lust, and that his actions were for the greater good. Chen Xiaoqui doubted Zhang Yi's rationale. She confided in Zhang Yi that she had heard some men have very special tastes, and appreciate all types of women, even ghosts. Zhang Yi advised her not to overanalyze. He remarked that since they had caused such a commotion, which likely attracted much attention, they should depart promptly. Knowing that they would part ways and not see each other for a long time, Chen Xiaoqui demanded Zhang Yi to extend his finger. She aimed to ensure that she could fortify her memories with him. Zhang Yi inevitably recognized Chen Xiaoqui's affection for him. He teasingly questioned whether she expected him to pledge like a youth. Chen Xiaoqui expressed her desire for him to remember her perpetually, and to recognize that she was unlike other women. Jiang Yi reprimanded Chen Xiaoqui for biting his finger akin to a canine. He attempted to make her realize that biting was unnecessary for leaving a lasting impression. But Chen Xiaoqui appeared indifferent. At that moment, both Shen Chenyu and Zhang Luoyan decided to also leave their marks on Jiang Yi. Seeing this, Bai Zi sighed and voiced her feeling of being out of place among them for not being eccentric enough. Chen Xiaoqui departed and mentioned that they would reunite if destiny permitted. She voiced her sincere wish that he wouldn't forget her. Jiang Yi guaranteed Chen Xiaoqui that he would remember her. He anticipated their next meeting. The following day, at the Dao sect's main gate square, the disciples greeted Jiang Yi warmly. After congratulating him for securing the barbarian king's blood, the disciples commented that his allure was breathtaking and his charm boundless. Jiang Yi suggested they need not be so exuberant, and when Zhang Luoyan overheard, she reminded him that he was the one who had instructed the disciples to form a cheer squad and encouraged them all to don short skirts. Shen Chenyu shared with her sisters the treasure she had amassed. While the disciples expressed gratitude to Shen Chenyu and admired her generosity, Bai Zi contemplated that Shen Chenyu was decidedly winning over their affections. Suddenly, a portal materialized in the sky, and 3 individuals emerged. The one cradling another promptly sought Jiang Yi. He challenged Jiang Yi to restore his son's life. The Dragon Clan's deputy clan leader, Long Baixian, asserted that he wouldn't have come for him if he had just snatched the treasures from the great barbarian Forbidden Land and hadn't killed Long Tianyi. The moment the two landed in front of him, Jiang Yi remarked that he was a cockroach with a hard life. He commended Yi Heoran for making a good show of framing him and stated that Yi Heoran should know in his heart who really killed Long Tianyi. Yi Heoran confessed that he was clearly the one who killed Long Tianyi. He maintained that he even risked his life to bring back Long Tianyi's corpse. Not having the patience to hear some explanation, Long Baixian immediately acted to make Jiang Yi pay with his blood. Out of nowhere, Yu Yao suddenly appeared. She instructed Long Baixian to not hurt Jiang Yi. Yu Yao questioned Long Baixian as to where he got the guts to be presumptuous in her Dao sect, and Long Baixian, who was surprised by the swiftness of Yu Yao's sword, hurriedly crouched down to dodge. While Yi Heoran suggested that it would be more fun if the Dragon Clan and the Dao sect became enemies, Long Baixian inquired of Yu Yao if she wanted to cover up Jiang Yi's crime. Jiang Yi stopped Yu Yao from responding. He announced that he would explain and that she didn't need to worry because the upright need not fear the crooked shadows. Jiang Yi confidently took out a normal stone that was transformed by magic. After informing Long Baixian that the stone was a memory stone that he used to record the situation when Long Tianyi died, Jiang Yi revealed that it could prove that it was Yi Heoran who used Long Tianyi's body as a meat shield and killed him. Yi Heoran urged to stop spouting nonsense. He argued that the battle was chaotic at that time, so there was no way that Jiang Yi could record. Jiang Yi expressed his contempt. He explained that he was extra careful because he was dealing with him and that he also had Zai Jai, who could also tell some truths. At that moment, Jiang Yi opened the Kaiyankun bag, revealing Zai Jai, who was looking very uncomfortable. Zai Jai voiced that she also wanted to ask Yi Heoran if he had ever cared about her, even a little bit, and if his purpose for coming was to save her or just to get revenge on Jiang Yi. Yi Heoran and Jiang Yi were utterly shocked. They didn't seem to have expected that Zai Jai would ask those things. Yi Heoran was saddened by the fact that Zai Jai still cared so much about how he felt about her. He couldn't help but reflect, realizing that Zai Jai hadn't changed at all for the past 6 years. 6 years ago, Yi Heoran complained, who was following him every day, that she was annoying. Zai Jai let Yi Heoran know that she liked him because his blood smelled good. She proposed he should call him sister and that she could help him become stronger. Yi Heoran advised to mind her own business. He declared that he only wanted to rely on his own strength to become stronger. When the shoulder that Yi Heoran sprained while chopping wood suddenly began to hurt again, Zai Jai teased him for not being able to overcome a simple pain. Zai Jai helped Yi Heoran heal. She promised him that if he trained with her, he would definitely go from a beginner disciple who chops wood to a powerful senior brother of the heavenly sect. Seemingly convinced, Yi Heoran decided to just accept Zai Jai's offer and be her brother. Yi Heoran snapped back to his senses. He quickly activated a technique and swiftly ran towards Jiang Yi. Yi Heoran revealed that he came to save her and that, in his eyes, she had always been the best sister. Zai Jai was surprised to know that Yi Heoran actually regarded her as a sister. She did feel more like siblings with Yi Heoran, so she could tell that she had a different kind of feeling with Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi accused Yi Heoran of daring to steal his woman and the Kaiyankun bag, and Zhang Luoyan added that Yi Heoran must be asking for death since he dared to steal Jiang Yi's stuff. Yu Yao observed that Jiang Yi seemed to care a lot about Zai Jai. She gave him the Kainkun bag for his protection, so it annoyed her that Zhang Yi used it to store a woman. Seeing how quickly Yi Haoran left, Long Baixian began to believe that Yi Haoran was the one who killed Long Tianyi. He asserted that they couldn't let Yi Haoran just get away. Just when Long Baixian was about to chase after Yi Haoran, Long Tianyi suddenly moved and began coughing to block his airway. Long Tianyi explained that he had to use a fake death technique to save his life and that it was Yi Haoran who screwed him over. Long Baixian grew furious. He decided to chase after Yi Haoran and settle the score. Zhang Yi admitted that it was too late to chase after Yi Haoran. Knowing that they were the real moneybags, he argued that since Long Tianyi had offended him before and even wanted to kill him, they should compensate for the mental distress they had caused. Long Baixian demanded to stop talking nonsense. He boasted to the disciples that they should watch carefully how he was going to walk out of their Dao sect in broad daylight. However, when Yu Yao put her sword near his throat, Long Baixian quickly suggested that they should talk nicely, and that she didn't have to draw her sword out. Yu Yao clarified to Long Baixian that if the Dragon Clan doesn't show its sincerity, the Dao sect will not be kind. And Zhang Luoyan and Shen Chenyu warned that the two dragons' blood would be drawn and their tendons would be dug if they didn't hand over their treasures. When Long Baixian queried bitterly if it was the Dao sect's means of winning people with virtue, Long Tianyi warned that they might die if they didn't agree. Later that day, Long Tianyi screamed in disbelief as Zhang Yi and the others took even his clothes. Zhang Yi teasingly remarked that, as a dragon, he must be sincere and hand over all his treasures. Despite being told that a man needed to be flexible and given sometimes, Long Tianyi still felt like the Dragon Clan had lost face. Moments later, while Yu Yao watched Zhang Yi and the others inspect and play with the pile of treasures they took from Long Baixian and Long Tianyi, she thought to herself that she seemed to have corrupted those disciples. When Long Baixian threatened Yu Yao that he would definitely get her next time, Zhang Yi joked to have a nice trip and that he was welcome to come again, pointing out that Long Baixian should bring more treasures next time. The moment the two dragons were gone, Yu Yao advised Zhang Yi to use the barbarian king's blood as soon as possible. Zhang Yi immediately agreed. He voiced that as long as he refined the barbarian king's blood, he would definitely reach the nascent soul stage. Yu Yao instructed Zhang Yi to come to her later at night. She promised that she would give him a hand in refining the barbarian king's blood. Zhang Yi excitedly confirmed that he would definitely come. He insisted that what Yu Yao mentioned must be a hint, and that he had to perform well so as not to let Yu Yao down. Some time later, at night, the heavenly sect was already quiet, and no disciples could be seen walking around. Simultaneously, inside the heavenly sect, when Zai Jai asked Yi Haoran why he returned to the sect that he had betrayed, Yi Haoran just revealed that he had his own plan and that he was playing a big game. Zai Jai couldn't help but be annoyed. She was bored and was starting to think that Yi Haoran was probably not sincere when he saved her earlier that day. A while later, Yi Haoran opened a certain door. The person inside the room had been expecting Yi Haoran ever since he heard some noise outside. However, it still shocked him that Yi Haoran really dared to come back. The person was actually Zhu Dai, Yi Haoran's master. After asking him where he got the nerve to come back, Zhu Dai criticized that the double pupil holy body was wasted on him since he didn't even get the barbarian king's blood. Yi Haoran admitted that Zhu Dai was right. He stated that he came there just to apologize and that he took back the barbarian king's blood to offer it to him and show his sincerity. Zhu Dai was utterly shocked. He immediately asked Yi Haoran to get up and show him the barbarian king's blood. He couldn't help but get excited since if he used the barbarian king's blood, he would be able to resist the thunder tribulation better in the future. While Yi Haoran was taking out a wooden box, he didn't show any signs of using spiritual energy. Hence, Zhu Dai believed that Yi Haoran had no malice and was really offering a treasure. However, to Zhu Dai's horror, Yi Haoran suddenly activated his blood pupil the moment he opened the box. Blood spurted out of Zhu Dai's mouth as Yi Haoran stabbed his abdomen with a small blade. The blade was actually the sealing blade that Zhu Dai gave Yi Haoran to protect himself. It could suppress spiritual energy, and Zhu couldn't use any strength because of it. Yi Haoran asserted that someone who only enjoys the fruits of others has no value. He declared that he was not worthy to be his master nor to be the sect master of the heavenly sect. With his spiritual energy suppressed, Zhu Dai inevitably was not able to defend himself against Yi Haoran's blood-controlled divine wood technique. Yi Haoran couldn't keep himself from laughing wildly. He was overjoyed that he was able to successfully control Zhu Dai's mind. Yi Haoran planned on using Zhu Dai to control the whole heavenly sect. He believed that when his power expanded, the Dao sect, the Earth sect, and others would all have to submit. As though he had gone mad, Yi Haoran laughed without end. Meanwhile, in the Dao sect, while he recited a poem, Zhang Yi rode his flying sword to the Yuying Peak. He still couldn't believe that Yu Yao invited him to come to Yuying Peak to find her. That place was quiet at night, which was just right for him to have a long talk with Yu Yao. Yu Yao rebuked Zhang Yi. She declared that he needed to be punished for being late. Zhang Yi innocently suggested that Yu Yao couldn't bear to punish him. He pointed out that they were all smart people, so they should just open their hearts and get straight to the point. When Yu Yao directed Zhang Yi to sit down, Zhang Yi was startled. He was shocked by how direct Yu Yao was. Yu Yao noticed that Zhang Yi had misunderstood her, so she clarified that what she wanted him to do was sit on the ground and refine the barbarian king's blood. Yu Yao explained that there was a reason why she asked him to come there at night. She elaborated that in order for him to be able to endure the refining of the barbarian king's blood, which has very strong yang energy, he needed yin energy as a neutralizer. And that night was the best time to refine the barbarian king's blood because the moon was full of yin energy. Yu Yao announced that she would set up a formation that would help him collect yin energy. Without wasting more time, Yu Yao activated the Taeyin attraction formation. Zhang Yi could immediately feel that the yin energy around Yuying Peak was rushing in. Moments later, Yu Yao instructed to start refining. Zhang Yi commented that, with him and Yu Yao working together, cultivation would not be tiring and would be just a piece of cake. Under the push of the yin energy, the pure yang energy of the barbarian king's blood merged into Zhang Yi's body, and after he absorbed it, those energies were all transformed into cultivation, and his comprehensive strength soared. After some time, the barbarian king's blood's color faded, and it cracked. Zhang Yi had completely absorbed the barbarian king's blood. Although he didn't reach the nascent soul stage, he advanced to the peak of the spirit transformation stage. With nothing else to do, Zhang Yi decided to take the opportunity to act a bit with Yu Yao. As soon as Zhang Yi mentioned that he seemed to have gone into a demonic state, Yu Yao immediately ran towards him to check on his condition. Yu Yao observed that Zhang Yi had absorbed so much energy at once that his body was not able to bear it. She didn't realize that Zhang Yi had just actually used a spell to block his breath. Remembering that she had a pill that could clear the energy and should be able to help Zhang Yi, Yu Yao hurriedly carried Zhang Yi towards her room. Not long after, without encountering any accidents, Yu Yao arrived at her room. As soon as they entered, Zhang Yi immediately noticed that Yu Yao's room smelled good, and as Yu Yao laid him carefully on the floor, he just kept his eyes shut and continued acting. Yu Yao took a closer look at Zhang Yi's condition. When she discovered that Zhang Yi's bloodline was still running, she immediately realized that Zhang Yi had deliberately deceived her by using a spell to block his breath. Yu Yao was annoyed, so she decided to give Zhang Yi some punishment. Yu Yao suddenly stood up and stepped on Zhang Yi's hand. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be confused the moment he felt the pain on his hand. It was so painful that he wanted to cry but couldn't. To let him reflect on himself, Yu Yao decided to punish Zhang Yi by letting him sleep on the floor. She slept on her bed in silence. Zhang Yi couldn't understand why Yu Yao suddenly stopped caring about him. He couldn't help but wonder if Yu Yao already knew that he was just acting, why she didn't expose him, and if she wanted him to take the initiative. The next day, in Yu Yao's room, Zhang Yi's head inevitably started hurting as he couldn't sleep the entire night. He didn't dare touch Yu Yao at all. He was afraid he would be beaten to death if he did so. Zhang Yi stared at Yu Yao, who was sleeping comfortably on her bed. He couldn't help but blush. The way Yu Yao slept was too provocative for him. Suddenly, Yu Yao turned and looked at Zhang Yi. Caught off guard, Zhang Yi's eyes widened in shock. Yu Yao inquired Zhang Yi if sleeping on the floor felt good and if he thought she didn't notice his trick. Zhang Yi immediately confessed his mistake and pleaded for forgiveness. He never thought he would get played by Yu Yao. Going back to the main concern, Yu Yao mentioned that it was surprising he didn't descend into the nascent soul realm after absorbing the barbarian king's blood. She added that the supreme holy body seemed to be extraordinary, with an emphasis on stable cultivation. After hearing Zhang Yi declare that he would work hard in his cultivation, Yu Yao redirected the topic to Zhang Yi's punishment. She reminded him that he repeatedly womanized, dared to play dead to trick her, and let Iheoran take away the Kaienkan bag. Zhang Yi felt that something was not right. Realizing that Yu Yao seemed to have intentionally let Iheoran take away the Kaienkan bag to send Sai Jai away to prevent him from interacting with her, Zhang Yi discovered that he was still a noob in planning compared to Yu Yao. Yu Yao questioned Zhang Yi how he would apologize in recompense. She cautioned him that if he couldn't explain how he would apologize in recompense, she would lock him up and keep him in prison. Zhang Yi immediately vowed Yu Yao that he would not actively pursue women or debauchery and that he would find Iheoran to retrieve the Kaienkan bag. He couldn't help but cry, realizing that Yu Yao had him in her hands. Yu Yao commented that his promise about women sounded like a joke to her. She observed that since taking back the Kaienkan bag, which was just an ordinary item, was simply not enough, Zhang Yi must make Iheoran and the heavenly sect repay tenfold and take more treasures. Zhang Yi guaranteed Yu Yao that he would take everything he wanted from the heavenly sect. He couldn't help but admire Yu Yao's ruthlessness. With the Kaienkan bag being taken away by Iheoran, He had gained a proper reason to attack the heavenly sect. Yu Yao commended Zhang Yi for quickly grasping what she meant. She advised him to stay calm, to avoid rushing into matters, and to learn to make use of his advantage. All of a sudden, Shen Chenyu hurriedly entered the room and announced that the people from the heavenly sect were attacking their sect. She noticed that Zhang Yi was also inside. With how close Zhang Yi and Yu Yao were, Shen Chenyu couldn't help but wonder if they had done something exciting before she entered the room. Ignoring Shen Chenyu's curious expression, Yu Yao and Zhang Yi stated that since the heavenly sect had willingly presented themselves, they shouldn't hold back and just wipe them all out. Simultaneously, at Dao Sect's main gate, Dao Sect's disciples desperately tried their best to push back the disciples of the heavenly sect. Dao Sect's disciples couldn't understand why the disciples of the heavenly sect were attacking them like hives. However, when they noticed that the bodies of the disciples of the heavenly sect were full of a demonic aura, they surmised that they were probably under someone's control. To enable them to attack and defend at the same time, Bai Zi directed the disciples of Dao Sect to stand in the crane sword formation. She was a divine beast that excels in knowledge, so it was a piece of cake for her to instruct a band of lady cultivators to fight, as if they had known each other for a long time. The disciples followed Bai Zi's instruction without the slightest bit of hesitation. Out of nowhere, everyone heard someone mention that the heavenly sect disciples must have lost their minds to offend the Dao Sect. 2 huge sword kisses were launched towards the disciples of the heavenly sect. They were so sharp that they easily sliced through the disciples of the heavenly sect like butter. Zhang Yi and Yu Yao's arrival elevated the morale of the disciples of Dao Sect. They could sense their combat power soaring just by observing Zhang Yi's handsome face. Yu Yao commanded her disciples to wipe out the unruly rats who dared to come to their sect and seek death. Zhang Yi asserted that the heavenly sect's group must have been manipulated by Yi Heoran to attack Dao Sect. Suddenly, a weird sound reached everyone's ears. From the portal that had just appeared, a person emerged. The person voiced his delight to see that Yu Yao had finally shown up. The person was actually Zhu Dai. He vowed that he would slaughter them all that day. Zhang Yi suggested that Yi Heoran must have used some sort of trick. He was convinced that Yi Heoran was not powerful enough to influence Zhu Dai. Knowing that Zhu Dai's strength would increase if he lost his mind, Yu Yao cautioned her disciples that they could not underestimate Zhu Dai. All of a sudden, a woman appeared from another portal. She inquired Yu Yao why she didn't invite the Earth Sect when she was fighting. With a grin on her face, King Lion slowly stepped out of the portal. She approached confidently towards Yu Yao, whom she called an old hag. Simultaneously, Zhang Yi looked dazed. He found himself captivated by King Lion. When Yu Yao queried King Lion if she was there to help Zhu Dai, King Lion revealed that she was there to assist her. She explained that they shared a common enemy and that she could not permit the heavenly sect to grow. Yu Yao declared that she didn't need a gremlin like her to interfere. She insisted that she alone was enough to confront a maniac like Zhu Dai. King Lion didn't object to letting Yu Yao fight Zhu Dai by herself. She stated that she would just elope with Zhang Yi and rob the heavenly sect. Yu Yao couldn't resist cursing at King Lion. She realized that King Lion's real purpose in coming there was not to aid her but to steal Zhang Yi. Without wasting more time, King Lion whisked Zhang Yi away. She assured Yu Yao that she was not playing around anymore. Zhang Yi could only cling to King Lion and plead with her to discuss things out and fly slower. Shortly after, when Zhang Yi promised that he would give her a special reward if she complied with him during their operation at the heavenly sect, King Lion responded eagerly. She grew curious as to what the special reward would be. Zhang Yi couldn't suppress a smile. He predicted that with an obedient senior like King Lion following him, the heavenly sect was definitely doomed that time around. Later that day, in the heavenly sect, Yi Heoran suddenly began laughing frantically. His becoming the sect leader of the heavenly sect had given him great joy. Zai Jai questioned Yi Heoran if he was sure that Zhu Dai and the disciples could overcome the Dao sect. Zhu Dai responded that anything was fine as long as the Dao sect was damaged and that the lives and deaths of others had nothing to do with him. After being told by Yi Heoran that she didn't need to hide herself, that he wanted her alive to let everyone know that she was his counselor, Zai Jai voiced her annoyance. She seemed to want to be called a sister and not a counselor. When Zai Jai reminded Yi Heoran to be careful of sneak attacks and to make sure that the mountain gate was well defended, Yi Heoran asserted that he had already considered every single detail. He even boasted that their defenses were so well done that not even an ant could come in. Suddenly, a disciple informed Yi Heoran that Zhang Yi and an old gremlin had launched a sneak attack at the treasury court. Yi Heoran was utterly shocked. He had felt the need to act himself to stop Zhang Yi. He just couldn't let him get away with it. Meanwhile, in the heavenly sect's treasury court, the lifeless bodies of the disciples could be seen all over the place. The land was raised whenever Zhang Yi acted. Inside the treasury court, when King Lion asked Jiang Yi why he was aiming for the treasures instead of killing people, Jiang Yi advised that she should not just think about killing but should also collect the treasures and quietly get rich. He felt lucky that there was a storage space in the destiny system that he could use to store treasures. King Lion concurred vigorously. She seemed determined to do anything for the sake of the special reward. At that moment, Yeheoren arrived, and he immediately accused Jiang Yi of daring to operate a sneak attack on him. Jiang Yi was surprised. He didn't expect that Zai Jai and Yeheoren would discover them that quickly. Suddenly, a destiny mission was initiated. The mission was to take back the Kainkun bag. The success reward was 40 points. The time limit was 1 hour, and King Lion would go insane and molest Jiang Yi like crazy if he failed to complete the mission. Jiang Yi responded with a smile after reading the punishment. He felt like the system was giving him a reward. After calling him a third-rate weakling, King Lion provoked Yeheoren to try to touch a single hair of Jiang Yi if he dared. Yeheoren just snorted in response. He summoned the 4 Grand Elders of the Heavenly Sect. Knowing that they were trickier to deal with, King Lion immediately moved to deal with the 4 Grand Elders. She stated that he would have to pressure Yeheoren and Zai Jai by himself. Yeheoren bragged that his strength was already infinitely close to the nascent soul realm. He declared that he was no match for him and that he should be prepared to die. Just when Yeheoren was about to release his technique, Jiang Yi swiftly kicked him in the groin. Jiang Yi reminded Yeheoren that his opponent would not just stand around when he was deploying techniques. Yeheoren felt so wrong that he called Jiang Yi a despicable asshole and criticized him for doing something that a hero would not do. Jiang Yi asserted that he didn't deserve to talk about heroism because he betrayed his own master. He expressed that any means were fine as long as he could defeat Yeheoren. Having recovered from the groin attack, Yeheoren fought back and punched Jiang Yi in the face. Zai Jai couldn't help but sigh the moment she noticed that the two seemed to have snapped. She was actually hoping that the two would reconcile and work together. Simultaneously, King Lion worriedly glanced at Jiang Yi. She wanted to immediately go over and help him, but she was still entangled with the 4 Grand Elders. After suggesting that it was inconvenient for them to fight there, Jiang Yi challenged Yeheoren to follow him outside if he dared. He knew that Yeheoren had lost his temper, and it was the perfect time for him to use his tactics. Zai Jai desperately tried telling Yeheoren to be careful and not to give chase. However, Yeheoren didn't listen and still chased after Jiang Yi. Jiang Yi swiftly ran away from the treasury court, and Yeheoren followed just right behind him. Soon after, the three had entered the forest, but Jiang Yi still showed no signs of stopping. Jiang Yi proclaimed that Yeheoren was done for. He had actually buried spiritual bombs beforehand around that area. Jiang Yi glanced at Yeheoren and grinned as he detonated the spiritual bombs that he had prepared. Yeheoren was enviably shocked the moment the spiritual bombs under his feet exploded. The explosions were so strong that they generated gusts of wind, which forced Jiang Yi to take a step back to protect himself. As soon as the explosions had died down, Zai Jai immediately looked for Yeheoren to see if he was still alive. Yeheoren cursed at Jiang Yi. Never had he imagined that Jiang Yi would trick him like that. Jiang Yi remarked that the loser bites the dust and that he could only blame his stupidity for running into a trap. Unable to refute his words, Yeheoren just threatened Jiang Yi that he would kill him. He urged Zai Jai to attack Jiang Yi. However, Zai Jai refrained because she couldn't bear to do so. Jiang Yi wanted to deal with the system mission first. But when he mentioned that he would consider leaving his body whole if he handed over the Kainkun bag, Yeheoren just vowed that he would never give it to him. Zai Jai hurriedly threw the Kainkun bag towards Jiang Yi. She was hoping that Jiang Yi wouldn't harm Yeheoren if he got what he wanted. The moment the Kainkun bag landed in Jiang Yi's hands, the system announced that he had failed the mission. Jiang Yi was inevitably confused. He had never suggested that the system would judge Zai Jai voluntarily handing over the Kainkun bag as a mission failure. Jiang Yi suddenly smiled. He was convinced that being molested by King Lion was a reward, not a punishment. At the same time, inside the treasury court, King Lion exclaimed as she felt something weird. She couldn't control herself, and she suddenly wanted to elope with Jiang Yi. Out of nowhere, King Lion's aura increased. She forcefully ran through the 4 Grand Elders so she could get to where Jiang Yi was as soon as possible. Shortly after, a thick cloud of dust formed near the place where Jiang Yi, Yeheoren, and Zai Jai were, and when they saw the person who was causing the phenomenon, they couldn't help but be confused as to what it was all about. As soon as she got nearer to him, King Lion declared that he belonged to her and that they should take the reins together and enjoy the beautiful world. Jiang Yi inevitably got nervous because of how wild King Lion acted. He desperately implored her to get a hold of herself and to deal with Yeheoren first. However, King Lion didn't listen and still chased after him. After getting pinned to the ground, Zhang Yi could only inquire King Lion what she was trying to do in broad daylight. Saijai and Yehaoran immediately took the opportunity to leave. Yehaoran vowed Zhang Yi that he would come back and take revenge. Simultaneously, when King Lion asserted that he wouldn't be able to escape the palm of her hands, Zhang Yi tried to persuade her to calm down and not let Yehaoran escape, but to no avail. Zhang Yi couldn't help but curse at the destiny system for making King Lion so insane. King Lion confessed that she doesn't care about others, that only Zhang Yi was so unforgettable to her, and that she only has him in her eyes. She urged to scream, saying that the harder Zhang Yi screams, the more excited she gets. While King Lion was whipping him, Zhang Yi could do nothing but cry and complain about King Lion being a perverted devil. King Lion suddenly halted and suggested that, since he was afraid of pain, they would try something gentle. Zhang Yi got even more nervous. He pondered what tricks King Lion was attempting to play. King Lion requested Zhang Yi not to move and to just listen to her. As King Lion kissed him on the cheek, Zhang Yi couldn't help but blush. He got excited to see that King Lion was doing it for real. All of a sudden, King Lion bit Zhang Yi's chest. It inevitably made Zhang Yi remember the fox, Chen Xiaokui. By the time King Lion had enough of Zhang Yi's chest, she immediately aimed to bite Zhang Yi's most important private part. Zhang Yi hurriedly used his technique to break free. He was horrified by how quickly King Lion's perverseness increased. Like prey being chased by a predator, Zhang Yi ran as fast as he could, like his life depended on it. Some time later, in the Dao sect, Yu Yao and Zhu Dai still fought, but the disciples of the heavenly sect had all already been taken care of. After informing him that he was not her opponent, Yu Yao attacked Zhu Dai with her sword Kai. Zhu Dai groaned in pain as he was not able to block Yu Yao's attack. Zhang Luoyan and Shen Chenyu were shocked when they saw Zhu Dai get smashed into the ground. They couldn't help but be amazed by how powerful Yu Yao was. Zhu Dai finally came back to his senses. He admitted that he was just framed and was controlled by his traitorous disciple, Yehaoran. Yu Yao warned not to play dumb. She stated that no matter the reason, the fact remained that the heavenly sect attacked the Dao sect and that, as the sect master, Zhu Dai must apologize with death. Zhu Dai desperately pleaded with Yu Yao to calm down. He promised her that he would obey her in recompense with treasures. At that moment, Zhang Yi arrived. He immediately looked for Yu Yao and sought her help. Without realizing that he had landed on Zhu Dai, Zhang Yi revealed that King Lion had gone crazy and that she should stop her. King Lion still chased after Zhang Yi despite being in the Dao sect's territory. She declared to Zhang Yi that she would chase after him to the end of the world. When Yu Yao scolded her for daring to come back to the Dao sect, King Lion asserted that nobody would stop her from taking Zhang Yi. King Lion jumped to dodge Yu Yao's sharp sword. She couldn't keep herself from grinning as she gazed at Yu Yao's angry face. After gaining some distance, King Lion inquired of Yu Yao if she wanted to take Zhang Yi away from her. Yu Yao stated that her lustful desire was too heavy, so she would cool it down for her, and King Lion threatened Yu Yao that anyone who was on her way would die. Seeing that he had caused Yu Yao and King Lion to have a big fight, Zhang Yi couldn't help but feel awkward. While they were waiting for each other to make a move, King Lion and Yu Yao simultaneously unleashed their auras. Bai Zi, Shen Chenyu, and Zhang Luoyan cheered for Yu Yao, and their clear enjoyment of watching a big fight bothered Zhang Yi. Having enough of Yu Yao, King Lion took the initiative to attack. Her movements were quick. However, Yu Yao still managed to dodge. Yu Yao immediately counterattacked. She reminded King Lion that they had fought many times and that she had never lost to her. King Lion remarked that it was not necessary to fight with her over Zhang Yi. She asked her to just lend Zhang Yi and let her have some fun with him. Zhang Yi was annoyed. He didn't like being treated like an object by King Lion. Yu Yao demanded that King Lion stop barking like a mad dog and talking nonsense. She insisted she just wanted to protect her disciple. Yu Yao was determined to teach King Lion a lesson. Without a second thought, she used the Munshido sword formation, and several swords immediately formed around her. The sight was so fascinating that it caused King Lion to be taken aback. King Lion quickly used her sweeping through clouds technique to keep Yu Yao's flying swords away. Seeing that she was still trying to fight back, Yu Yao asserted that she would like to see how long she could last. King Lion retaliated. She boasted that her attacks weren't painful and that she would play with her till the end. Bai Zi, Shen Chenyu, and Zhang Luoyan were surprised by how intense the fight was. That was the first time they had seen Yu Yao so angry, so they speculated that Zhang Yi was not the only reason why they were fighting. Zhang Yi shared that he heard that Yu Yao and King Lion have known each other for a long time and have always been rivals. At that instant, the system notified Zhang Yi that the punishment had ended, and King Lion had regained her sanity. King Lion's eyes widened as if she had just woken up from a bad dream. She was confused as to what had happened to her. She conveyed that she only felt like she had lost her sanity, that someone had used some kind of mental spell on her that made her crazily pursue Zhang Yi. Jiang Yi was glad that King Lion was finally back to normal. Yu Yao accused King Lion of stop acting. She claimed that King Lion had always been a perverted witch and that she was even more shameless that day. Knowing that Yu Yao wouldn't believe her no matter what, King Lion decided to just come clean. She proclaimed that she was perverted and that she liked Jiang Yi as she leaped towards him. After telling her that she was unique, King Lion challenged Yu Yao if she would dare to get intimate with Jiang Yi. King Lion openly flirting with Jiang Yi infuriated Yu Yao. She took King Lion's act as a huge insult to the Dao sect. King Lion laughed. She announced that she was not in the mood to fight with her that day and that they would meet again. Yu Yao immediately tried to stop King Lion from leaving. However, she was already too late. She vowed that the next time she met King Lion, she wouldn't let her off. Jiang Yi urged to just let it go and to not lower herself to King Lion's level. He was hoping that Yu Yao wouldn't take her anger out on him. Since King Lion was already gone, Zhang Luoyan asked Yu Yao how she planned to deal with Zhu Dai. Zhu Dai couldn't help but get embarrassed as he got ordered by Shen Chenyu to behave himself. With his cultivation damaged, even a nascent soul stage girl could bully him. Yu Yao ordered Zhang Luoyan to secure Zhu Dai tightly. She stated that since he invaded the Dao sect, she would give him a quick and easy death and bury him. Jiang Yi pitied Zhu Dai. He knew that Yu Yao was just taking her anger out on him. Zhu Dai begged Yu Yao to spare his life. He promised her that he would clean house for her and help her get rid of the person who caused all of it, Yiheoren. Yu Yao announced that she would spare his life for the time being and that she wanted to see him kill the evildoers as soon as possible. She declared that starting the next day, the heavenly sect would have to bow to the Dao sect and offer treasures. Despite being treated like a dog, Zhu Dai still believed that while there's life, there's hope. He was determined to just endure it and wait for the day of his rise. To Zhu Dai's surprise, Jiang Yi suddenly stopped him from leaving and asserted that he couldn't leave just like that. Jiang Yi made it clear to Zhu Dai that since he came, he must leave something behind, that he must leave all the treasures on his body. After a stick of incense, Zhu Dai was left with nothing. He remarked that Yu Yao's sect was not a Taoist sect but a robber's den. Jiang Yi scolded Zhu Dai for calling the matter of the cultivators theft. He explained that it was called a gentleman's love for wealth, obtained through proper means. Bai Zi, Shen Chenyu, and Zhang Luoyan were amazed to see that Zhu Dai's treasure bag was filled with so many elixirs and talismans. Zhang Luoyan immediately asked for the elixirs and expressed that she wanted to eat until she was full. Seemingly having lost his mind, Zhu Dai thanked the Dao sect's ancestors for 8 generations and wished they would meet again someday. Simultaneously, Jiang Yi asked Yu Yao what her plans were for dealing with the heavenly sect in the future. He was desperate to change the topic so that Yu Yao wouldn't use him as an example and accuse him of everything. Yu Yao replied that they didn't have to worry about the heavenly sect, which was already half dead and no longer the biggest enemy. She expressed that what concerned her at that moment was the Tribulation Day a month later. When Jiang Yi expressed that he heard that the Tribulation Day was the day when heavenly thunder descends once every 100 years, Yu Yao confided that 100 years ago, she failed the tribulation and was seriously injured, and that with her strength restored, she would face the tribulation again. Having heard that a cultivator who succeeds in the tribulation would ascend to the immortal realm and reach the other side of the starry sky, Jiang Yi wanted to be selfish. He didn't want Yu Yao to ascend and leave them. Bai Zi, Shen Chenyu, and Zhang Luoyan also didn't want Yu Yao to leave. They voiced that it would be better if she stayed in the mortal realm with them and that they would be much happier together. Yu Yao conveyed that the tribulation was something that one had no control over. She explained to them that when a cultivator reaches the pinnacle of power in the mortal world, they become unacceptable to the heavenly Tao, and no matter where they hide, the heavenly Tao will eventually catch up and send down tribulations. Realizing that Yu Yao facing the tribulation was an inescapable fate, Jiang Yi couldn't help but be dismayed. Shen Chenyu and Zhang Luoyan were also shaken. Yu Yao declared that it was the fate of cultivators. She informed them that some succeed in the tribulation and ascend to an unknown place, which was said to be the legendary immortal realm. Some fail the tribulation and die directly in the void, their entire lives turning into nothing. It was a one-person ascending, 1,000 bones wither situation. The ones who succeed in the tribulation were in the minority. Yu Yao elaborated that there are also those who resist the heavenly thunder, lingering in the mortal realm, struggling for who knows how many centuries. Although it was a bit selfish, Jiang Yi still hoped that Yu Yao would stay in the mortal realm. After crossing over from the earth to that different world, Yu Yao had become the person closest to him, so he really didn't want to be separated from her. Suddenly, a disciple announced that a messenger pigeon outside the mountain gate left a letter for him. The disciple handed the letter to Jiang Yi. The letter was actually from Chen Xiaoqui, to thank Jiang Yi for his cooperation in helping her find the 9-tailed scarlet jade. She invited him to be their guest at the Green Hill of the Southern Demon Country. While Jiang Yi was trying to keep them from reading the letter, Shen Chenyu implored him not to go. She claimed that Chen Xiaoqui definitely has ulterior motives. Zhang Yi couldn't help but cry. He was certain that Yu Yao definitely wouldn't let him go. Yu Yao snorted. She remarked that he was quite capable since he was able to attract the attention of the southern demon country's saintess, so she wouldn't misunderstand. Zhang Yi hurriedly explained to Yu Yao that he was not trying to seduce anyone and that his previous encounter with Chen Xiaoqui was purely a matter of mutual interest. Unexpectedly, Yu Yao believed what Zhang Yi shared. She consented that she would allow him to accept the invitation if he used that opportunity to gather information about the demon race. Zhang Yi assured Yu Yao that he would prioritize the bigger picture and not let personal feelings get in the way. Yu Yao conveyed that she hoped that Zhang Yi would gain a better understanding of his future path of cultivation through each trial. She disclosed that she was going back to her room to rest and prepare for seclusion to face the calamity in a month. When Yu Yao asked Zhang Yi if he still had something to say, Zhang Yi confessed that he didn't. He believed that some things are better left unsaid. He knew that if he revealed that he loved Yu Yao and wanted to cultivate for her, he would definitely get beaten up. Yu Yao glanced at Zhang Yi. She could tell that Zhang Yi was thinking of something weird again, and she observed that, compared to before, he had grown a bit more mature. Yu Yao asserted that she trusted him when he promised her that he would work hard to become stronger and be the one who would protect her in the future. Suddenly, a destiny mission was activated. The mission was to go to the southern demon country and take Chen Xiaoqui as a handmaiden. The success reward was 2 great Dao fruits and a random S-rank skill. The time limit was 5 days, and if Zhang Yi failed, he would be transformed into a cute beast-eared girl for 1 year. Zhang Yi couldn't help but think that the system was intentionally trying to make trouble. He couldn't believe that just when he finally wanted to be serious, the system came up with such a terrible idea. The next day, the disciples gathered outside the mountain gate to bid their farewell to Zhang Yi. Shen Chenyu scolded Zhang Yi, telling him that he was a scoundrel for leaving her behind. Zhang Yi bade goodbye to all his junior sisters, informing them that he was going to visit Chen Xiaoqui at Green Hill. Zhang Luoyan hated the fact that Zhang Yi took Bai Zi with him but left her, and Shen Chenyu expressed that with Zhang Yi going to meet Chen Xiaoqui, she wanted to have some peace and quiet. Meanwhile, Yu Yao was hoping that Zhang Yi would gain something from that trip. She wouldn't be able to monitor him closely since she also needed to focus on her cultivation and prepare for the upcoming tribulation. From the Dao sect, Zhang Yi and Bai Zi carefully passed through the Grand Wilderness before they reached Green Hill. Some time later, the two entered the southern demon country's Green Hill. Zhang Yi voiced his relief to have finally arrived, and Bai Zi was amazed by how refreshing the air was. When Bai Zi mentioned that she could smell a hint of demonic energy in the air, Zhang Yi found it strange that he didn't see any fox demons around. He wondered if they were just hiding. Suddenly, Zhang Yi and Bai Zi noticed a group of beasts peeking out of the bushes. As soon as the people from the Fox clan realized they had been discovered, they leapt out of hiding and ran towards Zhang Yi and Bai Zi. The one leading the group inquired of Zhang Yi and Bai Zi who they were and where they got the courage to dare to trespass on Green Hill. Zhang Yi couldn't help but admire how cute the people from the Fox clan were, but as he noticed that the Fox clan was all female, he remembered Yu Yao, and he immediately forced himself not to get swayed by beauty. After taking a closer look, the people from the Fox clan realized that the man in front of them was the rumored handsome young man who was invited as a guest by their saintess. They couldn't believe that there was such a handsome man among humans. Zhang Yi introduced himself to the people from the Fox clan while thinking to himself that being that charming was really troublesome. The people from the Fox clan offered to treat Green Hill like his own home and to just follow Chen Xiaoqi's arrangements. They decided to experience everything that Zhang Yi had to offer first before presenting him to Chen Xiaoqi. Zhang Yi remarked that there was something wrong with the people from the Fox clan, and Bai Zi noted that he was in trouble. While the people from the Fox clan were trying to give him a good time, Zhang Yi kept complaining to himself. He just wanted some peace of mind, but he had never imagined that he would encounter such a big test. The people from the Fox clan didn't forget about Bai Zi. Those who loved fluffy things the most bit her ears and put her between their chests. Moments later, someone scolded the women for being so shameless and for disgracing their Fox clan. Chen Xiaoqi declared that Zhang Yi was not someone they could manipulate. Without delay, the people from the Fox clan simultaneously bowed down and solicited Chen Xiaoqi's forgiveness. When Chen Xiaoqi stated that she would take him to meet their ancestor, Zhang Yi questioned her if her clan leader was the Fire Fox ancestor. Chen Xiaoqi confirmed that Zhang Yi was right. She held his hand and guided him towards the Fire Fox ancestor. Bai Zi couldn't help but hate Chen Xiaoqi for leaving her there, and the people from the Fox clan also resented Chen Xiaoqi for keeping Zhang Yi all to herself. While they were on their way, Chen Xiaoqi inquired of Zhang Yi if he had missed her. Zhang Yi quickly replied that he did not. He made it clear to Chen Xiaoqi that his heart only had room for Yu Yao. Chen Xiaoqui nonchalantly mentioned that she wondered if what Zhang Yi stated was really true. After putting his hand on her back and letting him feel it, Chen Xiaoqui queried Zhang Yi if there was room for her in his heart. Zhang Yi was so flustered that his hand trembled. He didn't know how to respond. Chen Xiaoqui was pushing his boundaries, and he didn't know how to deal with it. The moment Chen Xiaoqui announced that she would stop teasing him, Zhang Yi immediately had a bad feeling about that trip. Chen Xiaoqui was the one who invited him, so he was expecting that it couldn't be for something good. A while later, in the Green Hill Guest Pavilion, Zhang Yi was notified that the Fox Clan chief had been waiting for him. The Fox Clan's chief, Firefox Ancestor, welcomed Zhang Yi to her Kinkyu mountain as a guest. She observed that he was so handsome that his beauty rivaled that of a jade tree in the wind. Zhang Yi immediately returned the compliment. He asserted that he had heard about her wisdom and rare beauty, and that upon meeting, he could see that she was indeed extraordinary. The Fox Clan's chief was inevitably pleased. After commenting that Zhang Yi's lips were so moist, like a warm stream moistening her heart, she offered Zhang Yi a bottle of top-quality golden scale pill as a token of her respect. Zhang Yi knew that the golden scale pill was a precious item. It was a rare treasure that can temper one's bloodline, so he questioned Firefox Ancestor upfront what her other intentions were. Firefox Ancestor liked how perceptive Zhang Yi was. She proposed that she would like to invite him to represent the Fox Clan at the Demonic Nations Conference, which would happen the next day. Firefox Ancestor elaborated that discussing cultivation matters should be a small matter for Zhang Yi since he was well versed in 100 schools of thought and was eloquent. Knowing that the Demonic Nations Conference was an event where cultivators discussed their cultivation experiences, Zhang Yi considered that he could use that opportunity to assess the state of demon cultivation. Firefox Ancestor revealed that the reward for the conference was a precious item in the eyes of the powerful, the Millennium Thunderwood. She explained that if he won the conference, the reward would go to him and that even if he didn't need the Millennium Thunderwood, he could sell it for a handsome price. Without a second thought, Zhang Yi agreed to participate. He was determined to get the Millennium Thunderwood. It was a rare item for resisting thunder tribulations, so he wanted to give it to Yu Yao, who would definitely make good use of it. Firefox Ancestor suddenly threw herself at Zhang Yi and praised how agreeable he was, and Chen Xiaoqui immediately commanded her to behave herself and act according to her status. After asking her to calm down, Zhang Yi conveyed that he had another request. He articulated, as a member of the Dao sect, if he was to help her Fox clan, they needed to have a mutually beneficial relationship with her clan. He also had a system task to complete, and he was still about to find a way to make Chen Xiaoqui his handmaiden. All of a sudden, Chen Xiaoqui suggested that she had a way. She affirmed that she was willing to be betrothed to Zhang Yi so that their clan and his sect would have a connection. Firefox Ancestor immediately dismissed Chen Xiaoqui's suggestion. She declared she was not part of the discussion. Zhang Yi tried telling Firefox Ancestor that he could let Chen Xiaoqui become his handmaiden. However, Firefox Ancestor didn't agree. Chen Xiaoqui was the recognized saintess of the southern demon country, so she found it inappropriate to make her Zhang Yi's handmaiden. Chen Xiaoqui asserted that she was willing to become Zhang Yi's handmaiden. She thought to herself that if she became Zhang Yi's handmaiden, she could get close to him and do whatever she wanted. At that instant, the handmaiden task was completed. 2 great Dao fruits and the kneel technique, a technique that can force others to kneel, were given to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi couldn't believe that the task was completed with just verbal agreement. He was also shocked to see that the skill named kneel technique was rated S rank. Firefox Ancestor decided to just let Chen Xiaoqui choose her own happiness, and Chen Xiaoqui immediately celebrated and proclaimed that from that moment on, she was Zhang Yi's handmaiden. Some time later, as the bright full moon dominated the sky, the Kinkyu mountain grew silent, and no one could be seen roaming around. Inside the guest pavilion, Zhang Yi was being escorted to his room for rest, which had already been arranged. Zhang Yi thanked the women from the Fox clan, and when he asked them where Baizi was, they replied that they had arranged a nice place for Baizi as well. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Kinkyu mountain, Baizi was tied to a pillar, and was being checked by the women from the Fox clan to see if she was male or female. Thinking that Baizi was being treated well, Zhang Yi expressed that he could get a good night's sleep that night. However, the moment he entered his room, he was surprised to see someone lying on his bed. Chen Xiaoqui mentioned that since she had become his handmaiden, she needed to learn how to serve him in every way. As he tried to keep himself calm, Zhang Yi scolded Chen Xiaoqui for toying with his Dao heart. Simultaneously, under the bed, Chen Xiaoqui was in disbelief that Firefox Ancestor was really trying to make a move on Zhang Yi. She couldn't help but be jealous and envious. On the bed, after pulling him over, Firefox Ancestor whispered not to be afraid and to just surrender his body to her. At that moment, members of the Fox clan suddenly came to Zhang Yi's room to visit him. Firefox ancestor was inevitably alarmed. She was worried that her reputation would be ruined if the clan members discovered her. Firefox ancestor could do nothing but hide, and with nowhere else to go, she decided to quickly hide under the bed. The moment she saw Chen Xiaoqui, Firefox ancestor couldn't help but be surprised. Chen Xiaoqui didn't bother to explain and just instructed Firefox ancestor to be quiet. The members of the Fox clan asked Zhang Yi to let them warm his bed and to let them serve him. Zhang Yi tried to persuade the members of the Fox clan to come another time. However, they didn't listen to him and they brashly barged into his room. The members of the Fox clan urged not to be shy and to punish them as he wished. They decided to just take the initiative and go together. As he was getting teased by the members of the Fox clan, Zhang Yi complained that that place should be called the Shameless Daughters Kingdom, not Kinkyu Mountain. Firefox ancestor and Chen Xiaoqui were furious. They declared that what the members of their clan were doing was outrageous and could not be tolerated. Without waiting for things to escalate further, the two went out of hiding, and Firefox ancestor commanded the members of their clan to let go of Zhang Yi and let her handle him. The members of the Fox clan were utterly shocked. They immediately inquired Firefox ancestor what she was doing there. When Firefox ancestor explained to the members of their clan that she came there to check how hospitable they are to Zhang Yi, Chen Xiaoqui whispered to her that her reason was a bit far-fetched. The members of the Fox clan couldn't help but feel awkward. Seeing how Firefox ancestor was dressed, they knew right away that she just wanted to flirt with Zhang Yi. Firefox ancestor noted to everyone that it was getting late. She instructed them to rest in that room, stating they would set off early the next day for the Dao discussion conference. And so, everyone seriously shared a bed together. Zhang Yi inevitably had a hard time handling his thoughts. He desperately forced himself to just think of maintaining the Dao so he wouldn't get tempted. At the same time, Chen Xiaoqui was planning on taking advantage of Zhang Yi once he fell asleep, and Firefox ancestor was enjoying Zhang Yi's sturdy physique. Moments later, Zhang Yi's voice echoed throughout the entire Kinkyu Mountain as someone suddenly started biting his private part. He could feel that his Dao was sinking. The battle scene was skipped over. Apparently, accomplished cultivators can automatically visualize what happened next. One day later, the flag for the Dao discussion conference was put up. In the southern demon country's demon capital, a lot of people who came from different places had already gathered. Zhang Yi was glad that the day of the Dao discussion conference had arrived. It had been a whirlwind for him. He had been tossed around by the people of the Fox clan, and even though he had so much fun, he never crossed the line since the Linean path was the path he yearned for. The demons around the area noticed the Fox clan's arrival, and when they noticed Zhang Yi, they couldn't help but wonder if he had formed an alliance with the Fox clan. Shortly after, the Great Rock King arrived. Everyone from the Fox clan stared at the Great Rock King in disbelief. They had never imagined that the Lord of the Southern Demon Country would come personally. As soon as the Great Rock King was completely out of the portal, the demons kneeled and wished him a long life. The Great Rock King requested everyone to rise. He scanned their faces and felt their aura. Suddenly, the Great Rock King detected a human aura. After determining that the aura he detected was coming from him, the Great Rock King queried Zhang Yi who he was. Zhang Yi declared who he was, that he was the top disciple of the Dao sect and that he was invited by his handmaiden, Chen Xiaoqui, to participate in the Dao discussion conference. Firefox ancestor mentioned that Zhang Yi represented their Fox clan. The Great Rock King got furious. He articulated that Zhang Yi was not worthy to treat Chen Xiaoqui, the saint designated by his southern demon country, as a handmaiden. Zhang Yi asserted that regardless of whether he was worthy or not, he would like to see if the Great Rock King could match up with him. He professed that he would naturally adhere to his customs since that day was the day of his country's Dao discussion. The Great Rock King voiced his contempt. He challenged Zhang Yi that he would like to see just how capable he was. After informing him that he had heard that he was knowledgeable, the Great Rock King inquired Zhang Yi what the Dao was in the eyes of humans. Zhang Yi recollected that when it came to cultivation, the classic text on earth was the Tao Te Ching. Although there were many classics in that cultivation world, there was no masterpiece as famous as the Tao Te Ching, so it was up to Zhang Yi to spread it. Zhang Yi explained that in his eyes, the Tao was ineffable and mysterious, that the Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao, and that the name that can be named is not the eternal name. The Great Rock King was stunned to see that Zhang Yi was resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. He couldn't help but wonder where Zhang Yi learned those words. Zhang Yi affirmed that the Nameless is the beginning of heaven and earth. The Named is the mother of all things. At that moment, the crowd was in awe as Zhang Yi summoned the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chen Xiaoqui was amazed to witness that Zhang Yi's every word and phrase evoked the aura of heaven and earth, and Firefox ancestor acknowledged that, with how extraordinary Zhang Yi was, they could have sinned if they had played with him more. The Great Rock King recognized that a person who knew such amazing words was definitely not just a senior disciple of the Tao sect. He speculated that Zhang Yi was a reincarnated divine being. The demons expressed that Zhang Yi was truly a divine figure, and that it was possible that he might be a living saint. The Great Rock King stated that he was afraid that even Yu Yao couldn't teach him those profound phrases. Zhang Yi declared that those classics came from a mysterious realm in another world, but he didn't reveal which world it was, asserting that it was classified information. Zhang Yi didn't expect that the Tao teaching from the Great Celestial Empire would be so powerful in another world, resonating so strongly with heaven and earth. The Great Rock King speculated that the world that Zhang Yi mentioned was a world of immortals and gods. He believed that he had seen through it, that the reason why Zhang Yi understood everything was because he was related to the world of immortals and gods. When the Great Rock King suddenly started laughing frantically, Zhang Yi was inevitably confused. He couldn't help but wonder if the Great Rock King was going crazy. The Great Rock King changed the way he calls Zhang Yi. He commented that their southern demon country's Tao conference was fortunate to have met such a distinguished guest like him. The 4 talented members of the demon clan determined that there was no need for them to participate in the Tao conference. They expressed that they are just like ants and that they could never compete with Zhang Yi's brilliance. The Great Rock King remarked that he still wanted to seek advice from him on matters of governance and cultivation. Zhang Yi didn't like the Great Rock King's greed, but he could only comply for the sake of the Tao conference's reward. Zhang Yi started by noting that, in reality, both governance and cultivation should be like water. The moment Zhang Yi noted that water is gentle yet powerful, benefiting all things without contention, the spiritual energy around him immediately reacted. The demons felt that the spiritual energy was surging like waves of water. The Great Rock King realized that what Zhang Yi noted was really true. Their southern country advocated a strong foreign policy, had continuous wars over the years, and the result was endless conflict without much expansion of their influence. On the other hand, the human sects, like water, gentle yet powerful, expanded their territories considerably. Zhang Yi added that water is the ruler of all cranes, benefiting all beneath it. Firefox ancestor expressed that she understood what Zhang Yi meant, and when Chen Xiaoqui saw her flustered face, Chen Xiaoqui got confused about what Firefox ancestor understood. After telling him that what he explained was the principle of being supremely good, just like water, Zhang Yi asked the Great Rock King if he understood it. The Great Rock King admitted that he had realized it. He expressed that listening to Zhang Yi's words was like a shower of enlightenment, that he was taught to govern, to cultivate, and to be a better person, just like water. He affirmed that being gentle to become strong was the path to becoming stronger. The demos expressed that they had realized it as well, that listening to Zhang Yi's words was better than reading hundreds of years of cold window books, and that their admiration for Zhang Yi was like a flood that couldn't be contained. Firefox ancestor reminded everyone that Zhang Yi was an honored guest specially invited by their Fox clan. She announced that in the future, if anyone wanted to get close to Zhang Yi, they must go through their Fox clan's introduction. The demons wasted no time and immediately started flattering Firefox ancestor. They could only complain to themselves for letting the Fox clan steal a march on them and getting close to Zhang Yi. Suddenly, a demon proclaimed that he would take his life for his son's revenge. The demon was actually Huya, the leader of the Tiger clan. The Great Rock King questioned Huya as to what he was causing trouble for. He reminded him that they were still at the Tao conference and that it was Zhang Yi's territory. Huya claimed that Zhang Yi had killed people, that in the tavern in Great Barbaria, Zhang Yi killed his son, Huzi. He requested the Great Rock King to see the truth and punish Zhang Yi severely. Zhang Yi asserted that Huzi was clearly killed by Yi Heoran, and that Huzi just reaped what he sowed since he tried to kill him as well. Huya accused Zhang Yi of being the root of all evil. He remarked that without Zhang Yi fanning the flames, Huzi wouldn't have been killed by Yi Heoran. Zhang Yi expressed that Huya's logic was nonsense. He utilized the kneeling water technique to force Huya to kneel before him. Out of nowhere, a mysterious force suddenly pressed down on Huya. Huya was inevitably confused as to what was happening. All he knew was that Zhang Yi had used some curse technique to make him kneel voluntarily. While Zhang Yi mentioned that the kneeling technique was quite useful, the Great Rock King stated that Huya was punished for offending a deity, that Huya offended Zhang Yi and got forcefully suppressed. The Great Rock King glared at Huya. He declared that he was cleaning house, that he was going to get rid of Huya, who was a godless traitor. The Great Rock King apologized to Zhang Yi for startling him, and as a gift, he offered him that Tao Conference's reward, the Millennium Thunderwood. He was hoping that Zhang Yi wouldn't mind and accept it. Zhang Yi mentioned that since the affairs of the southern demon country had become his responsibility, he would reluctantly accept that piece of wood. The great Rock King couldn't help but be glad. He strongly believed that he had held the future in his hands. That clinging to Zhang Yi's thigh widened the path for their demon clan. When Zhang Yi mentioned that they should bid farewell that day, the great Rock King stated that he would miss him. Simultaneously, the demons below the platform bade goodbye to Zhang Yi. They declared that they would always remember him. Some time later, in the Kinku Mountain, Chen Xiaoqui and Firefox Ancestor waited as Zhang Yi prepared to leave. Firefox Ancestor attempted stopping Zhang Yi, but Zhang Yi still insisted on going. Yu Yao's tribulation would be in 2 days, so Zhang Yi was determined to return to the Dao sect. Suddenly, Firefox Ancestor announced that she didn't know what gift to give him, so she would give herself to him as a gift. Chen Xiaoqui mentioned that being Zhang Yi's maid was already the best gift, and that she should prioritize the greater good by staying in the Fox clan as the clan leader. Remembering that he still hadn't figured out how to explain the matter of Chen Xiaoqui being his maid to Yu Yao, Zhang Yi felt exhausted. Out of nowhere, Firefox Ancestor asked Zhang Yi if he would like to have her private painting album that contains her full-body self-portraits. Zhang Yi didn't respond and just received the album. After flipping through a couple pages, Zhang Yi expressed that although the album was a nice gift, looking at it too much might lead to getting hot-headed. Zhang Yi smacked his lips and remarked that it was time for them to depart. When Zhang Yi assured Firefox Ancestor that he would come back next time in the Fox clan to visit her, Firefox Ancestor mentioned that she would come to find him too if she had the chance. Firefox Ancestor felt a wave of emotion as she watched the three get further and further away from Kinkyu Mountain. She hoped that Zhang Yi would always remember her, that he wouldn't forget that there was a devoted woman in the Fox clan who cared about him. 1.5 days later, in the Dao sect, Zhang Yi cheerfully greeted his lovely junior sisters, who were just idling at the mountain gate. Shen Chenyu and Zhang Luoyan were inevitably surprised to see that Zhang Yi was back and had brought Chen Xiaoqui with him. Noticing that everyone was looking gloomy, Zhang Yi asked Zhang Luoyan if something had happened and how Yu Yao was. Zhang Luoyan explained that, after telling them that she wanted to face the tribulation alone because she didn't want to burden them, Yu Yao left without saying goodbye. Shen Chenyu added that Yu Yao left in a hurry and didn't say where she was going. Having an idea as to where Yu Yao went, Zhang Yi immediately used the swordsmanship sword flight technique. Zhang Yi asked the disciples to take care of the Dao sect. He declared that he would bring Yu Yao back. Zhang Yi hoped that he would arrive in time. He was determined not to let Yu Yao face the tribulation alone. A while later, outside the Dao sect, Zhang Yi could be seen going deeper into the Valley of 100 Spirits. Not long after, Zhang Yi entered a cave, and at the end of it, he found Yu Yao, who was focused on meditating. Zhang Yi inevitably felt glad to see that Yu Yao was really there. At that moment, Yu Yao slowly opened her eyes. When Yu Yao asked Zhang Yi how he found that place, Zhang Yi recounted to her that he remembered that a few years ago, during her training journey, they took shelter there from the rain, so he immediately conjectured that that place might be where she'd be. Yu Yao mentioned that the day of tribulation was approaching and that he should stay away to avoid being harmed by the thunder tribulation. She pointed out that she just wanted to cultivate quietly by herself. Zhang Yi tried to make Yu Yao realize that he was worried about her, that whether she ascends to immortality or stays in the mortal world, he would always protect her. Yu Yao scolded Zhang Yi. After telling him that she didn't need his concern and that she just wanted him to leave, Yu Yao reminded Zhang Yi that the path of cultivators can be solitary, that no matter how much a cultivator cared for someone, there would be a day of separation, and that only by achieving immortality and eternal life can one reach the ultimate destination. Zhang Yi argued that, in his opinion, eternal life was pointless, that being able to stay with the person one loves forever was what truly matters. All of a sudden, the clouds swirled, and the horrifying rumbling of thunder entered everyone's ears. Realizing that the day of tribulation had arrived early, Yu Yao urged Zhang Yi to quickly leave and stay away from her. Zhang Yi paid no heed to Yu Yao's words. He insisted that they should cast a protective spell together, saying that he would protect her and provide a bit of strength. Meanwhile, in the Dao sect, when Zhang Luoyan and Shen Chenyu expressed their worry about how their master and senior brother were doing, Chen Xiaoqui reassured them that Yu Yao and Zhang Yi would be fine. Zhang Luoyan regained her composure. She reminded her fellow disciples that their task was to defend the Dao sect in case enemy sects attacked while Yu Yao was away. Chen Xiaoqui vowed that, as Zhang Yi's maid, she would help the Dao sect with all her might. Everyone focused their minds on guarding the Dao sect. Simultaneously, somewhere in that cultivation world, Zai Jai and Yehoran stopped in their tracks and stared at the thunder tribulation. When Zai Jai remarked that that interesting spectacle, the sudden appearance of thunder tribulation, was likely to take the lives of many strong individuals, Yehoran questioned her if she met her end due to a failed tribulation. Zai Jai confirmed that a failed tribulation was what killed her. She remarked that after reaching the pinnacle of strength, she was killed by a thunder tribulation, and became a wandering spirit. Zai stated that he and Zhang Yi have a lot of hope for the future, that they have a great chance of passing the tribulation and becoming immortal. Yehoran scoffed and vowed that once he regained his strength, he would make sure to kill Zhang Yi. At that moment, the thunder tribulation became even more horrifying. There were more and thicker bolts of lightning. In the Earth sect, King Lion couldn't keep her excitement as she watched the thunder tribulation. Even though she finds Yu Yao very annoying, she still hoped that Yu Yao could pass the tribulation successfully. King Lion believed that once Yu Yao ascended and departed, Zhang Yi would be hers. She was determined to get Zhang Yi's heart in that life and in that world. Moments later, lightning struck the cave where Zhang Yi and Yu Yao were. After stating that the thunder tribulation was the might of heaven, which would seek out and strike her no matter where she hid, Yu Yao advised that staying put and employing their best defenses was the wisest approach. All of a sudden, multiple bolts of lightning simultaneously struck the cave, causing it to collapse. While she was evading the falling rocks, Yu Yao warned Zhang Yi that the celestial thunder was descending. Shortly after, the celestial thunder struck both Yu Yao and Zhang Yi. Surprisingly, despite how strong the celestial thunder was, Yu Yao and Zhang Yi still came out unscathed. Zhang Yi was glad that the Millennium Thunderwood came in handy, and Yu Yao was surprised to see that Zhang Yi had an item that could hold back the thunder tribulation. Suddenly, another thunder tribulation formed above Yu Yao and Zhang Yi. Yu Yao could tell that it was even more intense. She couldn't help but feel that heaven was aiming to obliterate her directly. The Millennium Thunderwood shattered the moment the thunder tribulation struck. Knowing that that power was beyond what Zhang Yi could withstand, Yu Yao desperately tried to block the thunder tribulation. After using all her strength, Yu Yao barely held on and withstood the thunder tribulation. Zhang Yi immediately supported Yu Yao and checked her condition. Thinking that it was all over for her, Yu Yao urged to quickly leave and to be careful of the heavenly tribulation. In that instant, an unusual phenomenon took place. A face formed in the sky, and it declared to Zhang Yi that it didn't expect that mortals like them could resist the thunder tribulation. Zhang Yi received a warning from the destiny system. After informing him that he had encountered a formidable foe, the evil avatar of heaven, the destiny system inquired of Zhang Yi if he wished to activate the heaven barrier, a function that was only available for one time and would cost his supreme holy body. Heaven was supposed to be the supreme ruler of the world, so Zhang Yi was inevitably confused as to why it was evil. He wondered if it was possible that the heaven of that cultivation world had fallen into a dark state. When the evil avatar of heaven announced that those who go against heaven would suffer heavenly punishment, Zhang Yi suspected that fate was being manipulated by heaven. Zhang Yi was furious. For the sake of protecting Yu Yao and achieving immortality, for those people that he cared about, he would fight even if it was heaven. Thus, without the slightest bit of hesitation, Zhang Yi used his supreme holy body to activate the heaven barrier. Just as the heavenly barrier was activated, 3 powerful thunder tribulations struck. Moments later, the thunder tribulation's power was exhausted before it could even do some damage to the heavenly barrier. The evil avatar of heaven was in disbelief. It had never claimed that a power that was similar to its own existed in that world. The cultivators around the area inevitably noticed that someone was challenging heaven, and since legend has it that only ancient powerhouses could confront heaven, they speculated that the one in the sky was not the real heaven. The evil avatar of heaven determined that it couldn't fight Zhang Yi directly because of the mysterious power backing him, so it decided to act tough by telling Zhang Yi that it would spare him and that, as an ant, he had some strength. The evil avatar of heaven added that Zhang Yi should fatten himself up, mentioning that when the next tribulation day arrives, it will consume Zhang Yi and take possession of him. Zhang Yi contended that it was not worthy of being called heaven. He swore to defeat its true body someday. Without uttering another word, the evil avatar of heaven disappeared. Only its frantic laughter was heard as the sky began to clear up. Zhang Yi found the barrier function triggered by the destiny system really useful. However, the cost was too steep since it depleted the power of the supreme holy body. Fortunately, Yu Yao's life force didn't dissipate, and with the golden scale pill that was gifted by the Fox clan, and the Dao fruit that he received from the system, Zhang Yi could wake Yu Yao up. Zhang Yi immediately used a technique. The technique Zhang Yi used extracted the essences of the Dao fruits and the golden scale pills. Zhang Yi carefully guided the essences towards Yu Yao and made her absorb them. A while later, Yu Yao regained consciousness. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be relieved to see that Yu Yao finally woke up. At that moment, Yu Yao noticed that Zhang Yi's supreme holy body seemed to have vanished. Zhang Yi remarked that it didn't matter as long as she was safe. He stated that he consumed the supreme holy body to drive away the evil avatar of heaven. Thinking that exchanging the supreme holy body for her life was not worth it, Yu Yao called Zhang Yi an idiot. She was gravely concerned about what Zhang Yi's future would be without his supreme holy body. Zhang Yi explained that even though the supreme holy body was gone, he could still work hard to recover, pointing out that he could lose everything but couldn't lose Yu Yao, that he would be worse than dead without her. After telling her that he cared deeply for her and that his feelings were unwavering, Zhang Yi inquired of Yu Yao what her feelings were for him. Yu Yao looked Zhang Yi in the eyes and began to express what she truly felt. Without beating around the bush, Yu Yao admitted to Zhang Yi that she also liked him. Zhang Yi couldn't help but be euphoric because of Yu Yao's confession. Yu Yao stated that her feelings for him are based on the master-disciple relationship, the kind of emotion that was both familial and selfish love. She added that, in the face of the outside world, she advocates ruthless cultivation. But when it comes to Zhang Yi, she has an indescribable feeling. Zhang Yi was glad to know that Yu Yao was actually just hiding her love for him. After reciting the saying that two phoenixes flying together, two minds in perfect harmony, Zhang Yi assured Yu Yao that he understood her feelings. He confessed that his feelings for her were also indescribable, that he always liked her but didn't dare say it. Yu Yao felt embarrassed. She reminded Zhang Yi that he had expressed his love countless times already. Zhang Yi claimed that she was the best person in the world for him, that he really couldn't let go of his feelings for her, and that sometimes he also feared saying the wrong thing and ruining his relationship with her. Zhang Yi conveyed that he felt assured that he had finally understood Yu Yao's feelings for him. He was certain that Yu Yao was the person he loved the most. Yu Yao's eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined that her wicked disciple would directly make a move on her. Suddenly, Zhang Yi boldly grabbed Yu Yao's waist. As if she were enjoying the moment, Yu Yao, surprisingly, didn't resist. She just put her hands behind Zhang Yi and hugged him tightly. At that moment, in the Valley of Hundred Spirits, the master and the disciple intimately expressed their love for each other. A while later, Yu Yao came back to her senses and immediately pushed Zhang Yi away. When Zhang Yi teased her for being shy, Yu Yao voiced that she still couldn't accept the love between master and disciple. Zhang Yi asked Yu Yao to cheer up. He mentioned that there was a story called Divine Bird Lovers, which was about a master and disciple falling in love. As Zhang Yi tried to convince Yu Yao that she didn't have to suppress her Dao heart anymore, Yu Yao felt odd that she couldn't get angry at Zhang Yi. Shortly after, Zhang Yi and Yu Yao were found by Bai Zi, Shen Chenyu, Zhang Luoyan, and Chen Xiaokui. While Chen Xiaokui remarked that a master-disciple romance was good to see, Shen Chenyu and Zhang Luoyan asked Zhang Yi if he and Yu Yao were making love in the wild. Feeling embarrassed, Zhang Yi awkwardly explained to the four that after Yu Yao's tribulation, she became weak and fell, so he helped her up. The four didn't believe what Zhang Yi explained. Chen Xiaokui suggested that Zhang Yi was clearly trying to take advantage of Yu Yao. All of a sudden, Yu Yao's mood soured. She praised Zhang Yi for being capable of bringing Chen Xiaokui with him. Knowing that he was in trouble, Zhang Yi immediately responded to Yu Yao that Chen Xiaokui had volunteered to be his maid. To Zhang Yi's dismay, Chen Xiaokui disclosed that she didn't volunteer, that it was him who made her his maid. Yu Yao got even more annoyed. She accused Zhang Yi of really still being a playboy. However, Yu Yao believed that Chen Xiaokui being Zhang Yi's maid was not a loss. When Yu Yao directed to do her duty well in the future, to supervise Zhang Yi well, and to report truthfully if Zhang Yi does anything against his Dao heart, Chen Xiaokui assured her that she could leave it to her. The three immediately teased Zhang Yi for his misfortune. They commented that he had to change his habits since Chen Xiaokui had joined hands with Yu Yao to deal with him. To stop them from teasing him, Zhang Yi suggested that they should go back to the Dao sect first. A while later, the moment the six entered the Dao sect's mountain gate, they were immediately surrounded by the disciples, who were anxiously waiting for their return. After assuring the disciples that they were fine, Zhang Yi asked Chen Xiaokui if she knew what was happening outside. Chen Xiaokui mentioned that with the tribulation coming early, everyone was unprepared, and only a few people like Liao succeeded in crossing the tribulation. Zhang Yi expressed that the heavenly Dao didn't seem to want everyone to ascend. He speculated that those who died in the tribulation must have been absorbed by the heavenly Dao, causing it to change and develop a selfish consciousness. All of a sudden, Zhang Yi triggered a long-term task. The task was to destroy the evil consciousness of the heavenly Dao. The reward was to gain the power to dominate the cultivation world. The time limit was 100 years, and Zhang Yi would disappear from that cultivation world if he failed. Zhang Yi did not anticipate that the system would make him go against heaven. He knew that, with his strength, it would be a long road. However, for survival, for protecting Yu Yao, and for cultivation, Zhang Yi swore to destroy the heavenly Dao. Out of nowhere, someone announced that the Great Zhou dynasty was visiting. As soon as he emerged from the portal, the general of the Great Zhou dynasty, Zhang Wufeng, immediately declared that he had come to pay respect. Zhang Wufeng introduced himself and claimed that he was there to meet Yu Yao. While Yu Yao was asking Zhang Wufeng what their reason was for coming uninvited, Shen Chenyu noticed that Zhang Wufeng's head was wrapped in white cloth. She couldn't help but wonder if there was a death in the palace. Zhang Wufeng revealed that the Holy Emperor failed in crossing the tribulation and had passed away. He disclosed that he came there to bring Shen Chenyu back and invite the Dao sect to attend the funeral. Everyone was inevitably shocked by the unexpected news, especially Shen Chenyu. Zhang Yi and the others immediately comforted Shen Chenyu, as she had a hard time believing that her father had died. After stating that she would stay to guard the Dao sect, Yu Yao instructed Zhang Yi to take Shen Chenyu back to the Great Zhou's imperial city. She voiced that she was afraid that since the king had died, the world would be in chaos, and an era of strife among the great forces was coming. Jiang Yi didn't question Yu Yao's decision. He gave her his word that he would bring Shen Chenyu back. Sometime later, in the Great Ju Palace, someone announced the arrival of Shen Chenyu and Jiang Yi. The moment they entered the palace, Jiang Yi looked around and commented that the place was quite imposing. The elders who were watching from the sidelines learned that Jiang Yi was the sworn brother of Shen Jiangking, and when they realized that Jiang Yi's maid was Chen Xiaoqui, they were convinced that Jiang Yi was a god, since not even the royal family could make a demon race saintess a maid. Moments later, the queen and Shen Jiangking came to welcome Shen Chenyu, Jiang Yi, and Chen Xiaoqui. Shen Chenyu immediately put herself between the queen's arms and wept. Although she was sad herself, the queen advised not to be sad because the king was resting in peace. Meanwhile, when Shen Jiangking expressed that he missed him so much, Jiang Yi didn't comfort him but instead urged him to be a man since he was about to inherit the throne. Chen Xiaoqui was shocked to see that Jiang Yi could even attract men. Suddenly, a man behind Shen Jiangking laughed and remarked that Shen Jiangking was really a brat for crying and whining, even though he was already in his teens. The man was actually the eldest prince, Shen Changshan. He suggested Shen Jiangking that he should give up the throne to him sooner or later. Simultaneously, the daughter of the demon emperor, Ren Qianchu, looked at Jiang Yi and smiled. After Chen Xiaoqui revealed who Ren Qianchu was, Jiang Yi wondered if the magic sect's influence had infiltrated the palace. Shen Jiangking stated that he was ignorant and incompetent, that he didn't care about their affairs, indulges in wine and women all day long, and was not qualified to compete for the crown prince's position. Shen Changshan inevitably felt offended. He declared that he was quite arrogant for not recognizing him as his elder brother. Shen Changshan remarked that their father was foolish and biased for not giving the throne to him, the eldest son, and for entrusting everything to a waste like Shen Jiangking. He strongly believed that it was so unfair. While he was using the friendly gesture that he learned from Jiang Yi, Shen Jiangking boasted to Shen Changshan that he had already reached the golden core stage with the guidance of Jiang Yi. He asserted that he was nothing but a rotten person. Ren Qianchu suddenly interfered. After pointing out to him that he hasn't ascended the throne yet, Ren Qianchu inquired Shen Jiangking how he could be so disrespectful to his elder brother. Horrified, Shen Jiangking promptly clarified to Ren Qianchu that he was just joking. Jiang Yi believed that Ren Qianchu wouldn't help Shen Changshan for no reason, so he speculated that there was a conspiracy, that Shen Changshan wanted to use the power of the royal family to achieve some purpose. Before Jiang Yi could think of what Ren Qianchu was trying to achieve, Ren Qianchu approached him and called him the male god of the Tao sect. Jiang Yi couldn't help but ponder if he had maxed out his charm value. He couldn't understand why every beauty wanted to flirt with him. Not liking how she was touching Jiang Yi, Chen Xiaoqui intervened and commanded Ren Qianchu to stay away from Jiang Yi. When Ren Qianchu mentioned that a mere fox demon like her should be careful that she wouldn't be polite with her, Chen Xiaoqui challenged her to come at her from the front and show her how impolite she could be. In that heated moment, someone mentioned that they didn't need to use force. The queen declared that she didn't want to cause a conflict between their sects because of the royal family's affairs, that the dispute over the throne between Shen Changshan and Shen Jiangking should be by themselves and that everyone should just watch quietly. As he watched Ren Qianchu and Chen Xiaoqui walk away while throwing insults at each other, Jiang Yi observed that the hatred between women was really strange. Shen Jiangking claimed that no matter what her terms were, he was willing to participate in any contest for the throne, and Shen Changshan reassured the queen that he would find a way to prove that he had the strength to inherit the throne. The queen conveyed that she would let fate decide the matter of the throne because she didn't want to see the sons she raised, her flesh and blood, fighting and killing over it. She expressed that a cave that hides a dragon vein, which represents the destiny of their dynasty, was in the Great Ju mountain range, and that whoever was recognized by the dragon vein would be the emperor chosen by heaven. Shen Changshan and Shen Jiangking immediately agreed to follow the queen's arrangements. Shen Changshan was confident because he had never lost to Shen Jiangking since childhood, and Shen Jiangking was determined to not lose to his impotent elder brother. Understanding that their royal family was in a situation of fratricidal strife, the queen was saddened as she wondered if her Great Ju dynasty had no future. Without delay, Shen Jiangking requested Jiang Yi to help him on the Great Ju Dragon Vein trip, promising him that he was willing to give whatever reward he wanted and would even let Shen Chenyu compensate with her body if he was not satisfied. Shen Chenyu confirmed right away that it was not impossible for her to do. Jiang Yi advised Shen Jiangking to behave himself. He insisted that if he really wanted to be a strong person, he had to make the dragon vein recognize him himself, pointing out that it would only harm him if he sought other people's help. Suddenly, a destiny mission was triggered. The mission was to help Shen Jiangking get recognized by the dragon vein. The reward was 60 points of mana and the restoration of the supreme holy body. The time limit was 1 day, and Shen Jiangking would lose his reproductive ability if Jiang Yi failed. Jiang Yi was delighted to know that he could restore his supreme holy body. He was determined to complete that mission, and he was not worried about failing because he believed that Shen Jiangking losing the ability to reproduce was not a bad thing. When Jiang Yi declared that he would help him get the dragon vein since he was still young, Shen Jiangking was utterly shocked. He expressed that Jiang Yi's speed of turning his face was faster than his speed of fighting with Shen Chenyu. As she watched Jiang Yi and the others hurrying towards the Great Zhu mountain range, Ren Qianchu remarked that with Jiang Yi's intervention, it wouldn't be easy to get the dragon vein. Shen Changshan asserted that she must help him. He also knew that Jiang Yi was not easy to deal with. Ren Qianchu assured Shen Changshan not to worry and to leave Jiang Yi to her. Ren Qianchu was actually annoyed. If it wasn't for getting the dragon vein, she would have killed Shen Changshan, whom she considered a waste. Sometime later, in the Great Zhu mountain range, the guard immediately opened the door of the dragon vein cave the moment he saw Shen Jiangking. While Jiang Yi was recognizing how convenient it was to have the royal privilege, Shen Jiangking mentioned that to find the dragon vein, one had to pass through 3 checkpoints, with the first one being the Knife Mountain. He explained that what they were facing was the extremely difficult to cross Knife Mountain. He pointed out to them that ordinary cultivators can hardly break through it. An idea came to Jiang Yi right away. After summoning the spiritual RPG, Jiang Yi suggested starting things off with a rocket, and without a second thought, he shot the Knife Mountain. The explosion it caused was so strong that it forced Chen Zhaoqi and Shen Jiangking to take a step back. With such a heaven-defying magic weapon, Shen Jiangking couldn't help but think that there was no longer any need for them to pass the checkpoint. Chen Zhaoqi couldn't help but be amazed by how powerful Jiang Yi's magic weapon was. As soon as the smoke had dissipated, Jiang Yi proposed that they should keep going and attack the next checkpoint. A while later, the 3 came across an area that was engulfed in flames and magma. Shen Jiangking urged Jiang Yi to be careful. He warned that that place was called the Fire Sea and that its danger level was far beyond the Knife Mountain. Jiang Yi opined that, compared to Knife Mountain and Fire Sea, Ren Qianchu and Shen Changshan were more terrifying. He speculated that they were using them to pass the checkpoint since they haven't appeared yet. In that instant, Chen Zhaoqi announced that she had used her spiritual energy to build a bridge, and when Shen Jiangking expressed his surprise at how powerful Chen Zhaoqi was, Jiang Yi advised to calm down, saying that it was all a basic operation. All of a sudden, someone's frantic laugh echoed inside the cave. Ren Qianchu exclaimed that the feeling of reaping the rewards without any effort was great, and Shen Changshan credited that it was thanks to her cleverness that she easily tracked the second checkpoint. Knowing that they had to stop Ren Qianchu from following them, Jiang Yi instructed Shen Jiangking to go first and explore the 3rd checkpoint. Shen Jiangking trusted Jiang Yi, so he agreed without the slightest bit of hesitation. Shen Jiangking didn't want to let Jiang Yi down. He was determined to pass the 3rd checkpoint and get recognized by the dragon vein so he could prove that he was not a waste in everyone's eyes, that he was a man who would inherit the throne. Shen Changshan immediately ordered Ren Qianchu to hurry up and stop Shen Jiangking. However, instead of following his command, Ren Qianchu criticized that he was stupid for thinking that he could still order her after arriving at that place. Ren Qianchu remarked that he had lost his value of use the moment he brought her there. She declared that the dragon vein belonged to her magic sect. While he was preparing to attack, Jiang Yi observed that being merciless was truly the typical behavior of her magic sect. Ren Qianchu ignored Jiang Yi's taunts. She stated that both of them, who were still at the transformation stage, were too inexperienced to block her from seizing the dragon vein. With just a wave of her hand, Ren Qianchu repelled Chen Zhaoqi and Jiang Yi's attacks. It was then Jiang Yi realized that Ren Qianchu was at the nascent soul high stage. Jiang Yi stopped Chen Zhaoqi from attacking any further. He explained that Ren Qianchu's cultivation was above theirs and that they could only use magic weapons to deal with her. Hearing what he just mentioned, Ren Qianchu replied that the gap between the spirit transformation stage and the nascent soul stage was not something that a mere magic weapon could make up for. At that moment, Jiang Yi finished what he was doing. As Jiang Yi was reciting a line from the poem Spring River Flower Moon Night by Zhang Ruixu from the Tang Dynasty, numerous large tentacles emerged from the ground. Realizing that she had been careless, Ren Qianchu couldn't help but curse. She had never admitted that the heavenly phenomenon caused by reciting poetry plus the mana of painting could form such a strange technique. Jiang Yi was exhilarated to have actually trapped a nascent soul high stage cultivator, and Chen Zhaoqi voiced that he didn't expect that Jiang Yi could also use such weird and wonderful techniques. Ren Qianchu desperately tried to break free. She warned Jiang Yi that she would definitely deal with him as soon as she broke free from the bondage. Jiang Yi asserted that she had no chance of doing so. When Jiang Yi opened the Qiankun bag, Ren Qianchu's eyes widened in shock. She seemed to have never conceived that the Dao sect's secret treasure would be in Jiang Yi's hands. Jiang Yi swiftly closed the Qiankun bag as soon as Ren Qianchu was completely sucked in. Ren Qianchu was extremely furious. She accused Jiang Yi of being a despicable villain and vowed that she wouldn't let him go. After being praised by Chen Xiaoqui, Jiang Yi commented that since Ren Qianchu was the daughter of the Demon Emperor, in the future they could use her as a hostage and negotiate with the magic sect about releasing people. All of a sudden, Ren Qianchu screamed that a mere bag wouldn't be able to trap her. Her hand suddenly came out of the Qiankun bag, and she immediately grabbed Jiang Yi's throat. Ren Qianchu screamed in anger as she was getting out of the Qiankun bag. Seeing that she was really going to take Jiang Yi's life, Chen Xiaoqui hurriedly pounced towards Ren Qianchu. Ren Qianchu ordered Chen Xiaoqui to get lost. She declared that she was just a fox demon and was not worthy of her attention. While she was staring at his face, Ren Qianchu got the idea of torturing Jiang Yi by carving some marks on his handsome face. As Ren Qianchu's nail was getting closer and closer to his face, Jiang Yi decided to just use his secret move. He secretly performed a hand sign to activate the technique. The moment the forbidden double-sided music group water technique was activated, Ren Qianchu found herself unable to move. The mana that Jiang Yi used to activate the formation that could imprison the body was so strong that Chen Xiaoqui was also unable to move. When Ren Qianchu asked Jiang Yi what magic he used, Jiang Yi replied that it was the imprisonment technique that Yu Yao taught him and that the caster and everyone in the range of that technique were forced to stay still. Ren Qianchu suddenly became flustered. She couldn't believe that she could feel a slight throbbing while she was facing Jiang Yi. She confessed that she had become cold-hearted and had no interest in any man. Jiang Yi actually didn't know how long the imprisonment technique could last. He just hoped that Shen Jiangqing could complete the third challenge soon and get the approval of the Dragon Vein. That way, he could complete the mission, restore the Supreme Holy Body, and have the capital to fight with Ren Qianchu. Meanwhile, at the Dragon Vein Cave's third checkpoint, Shen Jiangqing was cautiously looking at the gigantic armors. He was wondering if that was the place for the third challenge. He had read the book there before, but there was no description of the third challenge. No matter how he looked at the armors, they looked wrong to him, so he decided to rush past them as soon as possible and avoid them. Suddenly, the armor's eyes glowed, and they emitted a dark aura. They began attacking Shen Jiangqing relentlessly. And as Shen Jiangqing dodged their attacks and ran for his life, they mocked him for being slow. Shortly after, an armor finally managed to land an attack on Shen Jiangqing. Another armor quickly took the opportunity to also land a blow. Shen Jiangqing scolded himself for being so useless. He hated the fact that he couldn't deal with a few armors even after cultivating for more than 10 years. Shen Jiangqing felt that everything seemed to have been stagnant, that he had been that useless from childhood to adulthood. As far as he could remember, he had always been bullied by his brothers, and even the eunuchs and maids stated that he was useless. Shen Jiangqing was kind-hearted by nature. He pitied his sister, respected his father, and longed for a warm life. He believed that kindness and justice were the keys to cultivating and being a human. However, for so many years, his kindness was seen as weakness by others. He became the crown prince, but he was looked down upon by his own brothers, who even wanted to kill him, even though his strength had increased. He was still seen as useless by others. Shen Jiangqing couldn't help but cry, knowing that while he was being ravaged by a bunch of armors, Jiang Yi was having a hard time fighting against Ren Qianchu. He didn't want to drag Jiang Yi down and disappoint his father's expectations of him before he died. Shen Jiangqing wanted to protect Shen Chenyu. He wanted to revive the Great Zhou dynasty and prove something to Jiang Yi. At that very moment, Shen Jiangqing stopped whining. His aura suddenly flared up as he mustered the resolve to prove that he was not a useless drag. Shen Jiangqing screamed at the top of his lungs as he let his aura erupt, creating a shockwave that pushed all the armors away. Overwhelmed by the pressure of Shen Jiangqing's aura, the armors crumbled without even being able to fight back. Shen Jiangqing was utterly shocked when he realized that he seemed to have awakened the 100-battle tyrant body of the Great Zhou clan. He could feel that his body had really become stronger. Understanding that the urgent matter at hand was to find the Dragon Vein as soon as possible, Shen Jiangqing put aside his concern about whether he had truly awakened the 100-battle tyrant body, and quickly ran towards where the Dragon Vein should be. A while later, after going deeper into the cave, Shen Jiangqing finally found the Dragon Vein's secret chamber. He could tell that it was the place where the Dragon Vein was hidden, so he found it strange that he couldn't sense any dragon aura. When he looked around the chamber, Shen Jiangqing noticed that a person he didn't know was sleeping on the stone altar. Suddenly, Shen Jiangqing was mercilessly punched by the person he saw. Seemingly irritated, the unknown person sat up and inquired which bastard was disturbing her sleep. Shen Jiangqing addressed the person as a weird little girl. He couldn't understand why her aura was very similar to their Great Zhou's ancestor, Shen Wangu, the founding emperor of their Great Zhou, who lived for more than 1,000 years. The person scolded Shen Jiangqing. He declared that he was a man, that he was his ancestor, Shen Wangu. Shen Jiangking was inevitably confused. He promptly queried Shen Wangu how he became like that. Shen Wangu revealed that he was seriously injured in the Thunder Tribulation a while ago, and had to teleport there to swallow the dragon vein, and that he didn't expect the dragon vein to have the effect of rejuvenating, turning him into a child. Shen Jiangking was shock-stricken. He confessed that he couldn't believe that one of the sacred objects that blessed their great Zhu's prosperity, the thing that he originally wanted to get the approval of to inherit the throne, had already been swallowed. Shen Wangu playfully suggested that since he wanted to get the approval of the dragon vein, he would represent the dragon vein and approve him. Annoyed, Shen Jiangking requested Shen Wangu not to tease him. At the same time, Zhang Yi's mission was completed. The 60 points of mana were immediately given to Zhang Yi, and the restoration of his supreme holy body started right away. Zhang Yi couldn't help but grin. He was thrilled to learn that Shen Jiangking got the approval of the dragon vein. The moment Zhang Yi's supreme holy body was restored and the 60 points of mana had merged into his body, he directly reached the nascent soul realm. In that instant, Zhang Yi's aura drastically increased, and Chen Xiaoqui and Ren Qianchu, who were not expecting it, simultaneously exclaimed in shock. Ren Qianchu was bewildered. She couldn't understand how Zhang Yi suddenly reached the nascent soul stage and also burst out the supreme holy body aura. After addressing her as Little Cabbage, Zhang Yi questioned Ren Qianchu if she was scared. Ren Qianchu couldn't keep herself from trembling in fear as she watched Zhang Yi approach her. Her body just got rid of the imprisonment technique, and she was a bit too weak to use spiritual energy. Suddenly, Zhang Yi grabbed Ren Qianchu's arm. He pointed out to her that she was just a pebble and was far from being able to fight with him. Ren Qianchu couldn't help but be confused when, out of nowhere, Zhang Yi forced her to face the ground. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Zhang Yi let Ren Qianchu taste the power of the Zhang family's lightning whip. 1 whip to the soul, 2 whips to the sky, and 3 whips to become immortal. Ren Qianchu felt so aggrieved that she cursed at Zhang Yi. She was the daughter of the demon emperor. She had been high above in the magic sect since she was a child, and it was the first time she had suffered such humiliation. Zhang Yi ordered Ren Qianchu to kneel down and to straighten up. With the kneeling technique in play, Ren Qianchu's body immediately complied, leaving Ren Qianchu confused, unable to understand why her body knelt down uncontrollably. As she watched Zhang Yi repeatedly whip Ren Qianchu's ass, Chen Xiaoqui expressed that it was so exciting and that she also wanted to try it. At that exact moment, Shen Jiangking arrived at where Zhang Yi and the others were. He announced that he had brought his ancestor, who was a master of the god transformation stage, to help. Zhang Yi stopped whipping Ren Qianchu and just awkwardly stared at Shen Jiangking. Shen Jiangking's eyes widened in shock as he gazed at the scene in front of him. He complained that Zhang Yi was really good at playing. Zhang Yi remarked that he came at the perfect time and that they should cast the imprisonment spell together and lock Ren Qianchu up. Seeing that she was outnumbered, Ren Qianchu determined that she must escape. She had actually preserved a trump card passed down from her father, the malevolent emperor's teleportation talisman. The moment Ren Qianchu activated the talisman, a strong, dangerous aura immediately filled the area. She warned Zhang Yi that he should get out of there right away if he wanted to stay alive. Shen Wangu instructed everyone to stop wasting time and leave. He stated that Ren Qianchu was using the curse-breaking spell. While the portal was still forming behind her, Ren Qianchu threatened Zhang Yi that she would remember him. She declared that time around, she was just careless and fell into his trap, and that he wouldn't be so lucky the next time they met. Zhang Yi found it a pity that Ren Qianchu managed to escape. He mentioned that he was planning to use her as a hostage and extort a valuable treasure from the magic sect. Chen Xiaoqui couldn't help but be worried, knowing that they had made enemies with the entire magic sect. After saying that everything was fine as long as Zhang Yi was safe, Shen Jiangking explained that the dragon vein was within the body of his ancestor. Thinking that Shen Wangu was a little girl, Zhang Yi laughed and asserted that he must be joking. Shen Wangu scolded Zhang Yi. He announced that he was Shen Wangu of the Great Zhu dynasty, a vigorous and spirited man who was carrying the bloodline of the human emperor, Shen Wangu. Zhang Yi was utterly shocked. He had heard that Shen Wangu was once a powerful individual comparable to an immortal whose strength had regressed to the nascent soul stage after failing the tribulation. Shen Wangu couldn't help but sigh. He expressed that once he stabilized his strength, he would be able to restore his former handsome appearance. Zhang Yi understood that on the day of tribulation, many cultivators were deceived, and all of it was a conspiracy orchestrated by the evil heavenly Tao. He understood that the cultivation world had turned into a breeding ground and the cultivators had become lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Shen Wangu voiced that Ren Qianchu would surely gather forces to deal with the Great Zhu dynasty. and the Dao sect, and after saying that he planned to take the initiative to launch an attack on the forces of the magic sect, he inquired if the Dao sect was willing to join forces. Jiang Yi replied that once he returned to the Dao sect, he would discuss and plan with Yu Yao to come up with a strategy. The magic sect had conflicts with the Dao sect before, so Jiang Yi was certain that Yu Yao would unite with the great Zhou dynasty. Moreover, by destroying the territory of the magic sect, they could also seize a significant amount of treasure and resources. Half a day later, in the territory of the magic sect in the Wanmo cave, Ren Qianchu expressed that it felt good to be back in her own territory. She could feel that her body had quickly recovered after a proper rest. Ren Qianchu cursed Jiang Yi. She vowed that once she gathered her forces, she would sweep the great Zhou dynasty and the Dao sect to capture Jiang Yi and thoroughly torture him. Some time later, someone came to Ren Qianchu to report. The man informed that the troops and horses had been assembled and that the 4 demon kings were also ready and could lead the troops at any time. Ren Qianchu praised the man. She directed him to go and ask Yi Heoran to guide them in finding the best path for attacking the great Zhou dynasty and the Dao sect. She knew that Yi Heoran and Jiang Yi were archenemies, so she was confident that Yi Heoran would assist her wholeheartedly against the Dao sect. Since countless powerful individuals perished in the Thunder Tribulation, Ren Qianchu believed that it was the perfect opportunity for their magic sect to establish dominance over the world. She stated that they would launch an attack on the Central Continent realm, starting with the Dao sect and the Great Zhou dynasty, and that she would prove to her foolish father, the Demon Emperor, that even without him, she could achieve great imperial ambitions. Sometime later, Jiang Yi and Chen Xiaoqui were on their way back to the Dao sect, and they were only 20 miles away from it. Suddenly, Chen Xiaoqui warned Jiang Yi to be careful. She remarked that there was a strange aura that seemed to be from a cultivator who had strayed into the demonic path. Shortly after, Chen Xiaoqui found something alarming. Upon observing the people that Chen Xiaoqui had seen, Jiang Yi observed that those individuals seemed to be people from the magic sect. It hadn't been long since Ren Qianchu had escaped, so Jiang Yi couldn't help but think that the magic sect had long been planning that attack. All of a sudden, Jiang Yi triggered a task. The mission was to infiltrate the enemy camp in disguise as a woman and use his attractiveness to disrupt enemy morale. The reward was 25 points of mana. The time limit was 1 hour, and Jiang Yi's male abilities would weaken by 50% if he failed. Jiang Yi was furious. He couldn't believe that the system would want him to cross-dress. Although he found the rewards tempting, Jiang Yi still refused to do it. He insisted that he was a righteous and noble person and that he takes great pleasure in saying no to self-proclaimed systems. At that instant, the system temporarily increased the rewards. The reward was changed into 30 points of mana and a random S-class spell. Jiang Yi was shocked to see that the system was willing to offer more money. He desperately tried to convince himself to uphold his principles and not succumb to such petty gains. Shortly after, knowing that the Fox clan was skilled in shapeshifting, Jiang Yi requested Chen Xiaoqui to help him with cross-dressing. Chen Xiaoqui was taken aback. She admitted that even though he was suspicious, she could fulfill his twisted desires. Meanwhile, when 2 of the people from the magic sect voiced that it seemed like Ren Qianchu was too impatient since she suddenly sent them to attack the Dao sect and the Great Zhou dynasty, one of the members of their team suggested that they should just lie down and rest because they have been on the road for quite a while already. Moments later, someone approached the people from the magic sect. After declaring that he and Chen Xiaoqui were the pure love sisters, Jiang Yi inquired the people from the magic sect if they were tired from all the running and if they needed some dragon service. The people from the magic sect didn't respond, seemingly dumbstruck. As soon as they recovered from the initial shock, the people from the magic sect puked and their eyes bled. At that very moment, Jiang Yi completed the task. 30 points of mana and an S-class spell called Counterstrike, a spell that could create a spirit barrier that reflects attacks, were given. Jiang Yi was in disbelief. He mused if his cross-dressing worked so well that the task was completed that quickly. The people from the magic sect cried out that they must eliminate Jiang Yi, whom they saw as a menace to society. They asserted that they had to kill such an ugly and repulsive monster. Knowing that he shouldn't confront them head-on, Jiang Yi decided to try the new spell on the people from the magic sect and make sure that they couldn't escape. The moment Jiang Yi activated the counterstrike, the people from the magic sect who dared to attack ended up harming themselves. Jiang Yi directed Chen Xiaoqui to kill everyone, pointing out that no one from the magic sect shall be spared. Out of nowhere, a woman suddenly appeared in front of Jiang Yi and Chen Xiaoqui. She challenged the two as to who they were to dare launch a surprise attack on the forces of the magic sect. Without bothering to reply, Jiang Yi and Chen Xiaoqui quickly leaped back to dodge the woman's powerful blow. The woman was actually Wind Demon, one of the 4 demon kings of the magic sect. She praised Jiang Yi and Chen Xiaoqui for managing to evade her Wind Demon's technique. Jiang Yi remarked that the magic sect seemed to be serious that time around since a demon king like her was brought out. Wind Demon immediately recognized Jiang Yi. She expressed that that day was the perfect day to capture Jiang Yi and offer him to Ren Qianchu. Jiang Yi taunted Wind Demon, telling her that he had competed with lightning speed, so her little storm was nothing to be concerned about. Wind Demon was impressed by Jiang Yi's agility. She never admitted that he would be able to dodge her wind blades. Too focused on her fight with Jiang Yi, Wind Demon took a hit from Chen Xiaoqui, who bragged that her sneak attack skills were unmatched. After Jiang Yi asserted that she was not worthy of her title, Wind Demon declared that she would not lose to the likes of Jiang Yi, and that it was time for her to show her true power. She announced to Chen Xiaoqui that on that day, they would experience the wrath of the wind and that they were insignificant ants who were already like flickering candles in the wind. As soon as she had gathered enough power, the Wind Demon unleashed her strongest attack. The wind burst. Knowing that they didn't have time for a direct confrontation and that their best option was to retreat, Jiang Yi quickly grabbed Chen Xiaoqui and flew away. Just as Jiang Yi had absconded with Chen Xiaoqui, the area around the Wind Demon was decimated by her wind burst technique. Nothing was spared, not even the ground itself. Moments later, the Wind Demon laughed frantically. She exclaimed that Jiang Yi and Chen Xiaoqui couldn't defeat her and had all turned into dust. At that instant, Jiang Yi revealed himself. He claimed that although her spell's power was impressive, the casting speed was a bit slow. The Wind Demon was utterly shocked. She inquired Jiang Yi when he started flying in the sky. Jiang Yi mocked the Wind Demon for her ignorance. He revealed that he just used the rocket ascending sword technique the moment she used her wind burst technique. The Wind Demon couldn't help but groan in pain as Jiang Yi kicked her mercilessly. Jiang Yi asserted that Ren Qianchu must be the one who ordered her to take action, and that more than one team must have been deployed. He wanted to gain some information. However, the Wind Demon just retorted that she had nothing to say and that he should just kill her. While he was summoning a spirit bomb, Jiang Yi declared that since she desired death, he would grant it to her. The Wind Demon was surprised. Seeing that Jiang Yi was not following the pattern that she was expecting, she couldn't help but wonder if he was really thinking of killing her. Jiang Yi threw the spirit bomb at the Wind Demon. He insisted that as long as he gave the command and controlled it, the spirit bomb would immediately explode. Suddenly, the Wind Demon screamed at the top of her lungs as she felt the spirit bomb cause chaos inside her. Jiang Yi warned the Wind Demon that if she didn't give him some useful information, he would detonate the spirit bomb inside her and send her straight to the afterlife. Chen Xiaoqui was amazed. She remarked that she didn't expect that Jiang Yi possessed such a peculiar artifact. The Wind Demon decided to just talk. She confessed that Ren Qianchu had sent out the 4 Demon Kings, that she was responsible for providing battle support, and that the Earth, Fire, and Water Demon Kings, who were in charge of the main offensive, were being guided by Yi Heoran towards the Dao sect. Jiang Yi inevitably got furious. He pledged that he would find the right moment to ensure Yi Heoran's demise and make him pay for the heinous crimes that he had committed. After telling her that they needed to hurry back and prepare to defend the Dao sect, Jiang Yi instructed Chen Xiaoqui to bring the Wind Demon with them, suggesting that they might be able to counter the other 3 elemental demon kings with the Wind Demon's wind-based abilities. Meanwhile, with Yi Heoran's help, the Magic Sect's main offensive battle team had already arrived at the outskirts of the Dao sect's mountainous area. The Thunder Demon praised Yi Heoran, and he guaranteed him that they would reward him generously for helping them find a shortcut. Yi Heoran stated that serving the Magic Sect was his duty. He urged the 3 Demon Kings to make sure to deal with Jiang Yi severely when they encountered him. The Fire Demon scoffed and responded that he didn't need to tell them to take care of Jiang Yi, who was the target of Ren Qianchu's pursuit. Suddenly, the Thunder Demon commanded everyone to stop wasting time with Yi Heoran and to attack with full force. He announced that if they took down the Dao sect, it would be a good omen for their plan to conquer the cultivation world on behalf of the Magic Sect. Simultaneously, when Yi Heoran expressed that he hoped that the Magic Sect wouldn't disappoint him, Zai Jai commented that his skill in using others as a tool to kill had become increasingly proficient. Zai Jai questioned Yi Heoran if he hated Jiang Yi so much simply because he had lost to him a couple of times. Yi Heoran asserted that if he existed, there'd be no reason for how to exist, that everything was determined by fate and that Jiang Yi and him are rivals competing for destiny, so only one of them could survive. A while later, outside the Dao sect's mountain gate, Baizi and the other disciples confronted the people of the Magic Sect. The people of the Magic Sect were ecstatic. They exclaimed that they would crush the Dao sect, capture a few Dao sect disciples, and have some fun. At the same time, Zhang Luoyan dealt with some of the people of the Magic Sect and proclaimed that those who dared to offend her Dao sect would be punished no matter who they were. In the sky, the 3 Demon Kings were confronted by Yu Yao. The Thunder Demon sarcastically remarked that her welcoming them personally was truly an honor for them. After reminding them that their Magic Sect was defeated and was driven away from the central continent by the Dao sect 200 years ago, Yu Yao inquired of the 3 Demon Kings if they had already forgotten the pain they once felt. The Thunder Demon expressed that the 3 of them, who were at the late nascent soul stage, didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to deal with an injured core formation cultivator like Yu Yao. At that very moment, Jiang Yi arrived. He yelled at the three demon kings, ordering them not to harm Yu Yao. The three demon kings were taken aback, and even more so when they realized that the wind demon had already been defeated. While Zhang Yi declared that he wouldn't let her face danger alone, Yu Yao mentioned that Zhang Yi really was a promising disciple. She had noticed that Zhang Yi was already flying steadily, an indication that he had reached the nascent soul stage. The water demon acted right away. She declared that she would deal with Zhang Yi and get rid of the worthless wind demon while she was at it. The wind demon inevitably got furious, and as Zhang Yi listened to her call the water demon an ugly woman, he couldn't help but wonder how those two demon kings had such intense animosity. When the wind demon stated that they should settle it and see who the real worthless one was, the water demon pointed out to her that among their four demon kings, she, who was the only one in the early nascent soul stage, was clearly the one who was worthless. Zhang Yi and Chen Zhaoqi decided to go together and take care of the water demon first. They were aiming to help alleviate some of the pressure on Yu Yao in the battle. Simultaneously, the Thunder Demon and the Fire Demon declared that they would be her opponents. As she watched the two Demon Kings use their combination technique, the Fire Dragon leaping on Snowwood technique, Yu Yao commented that the two Demon Kings' skill in acrobatics was quite admirable. She remarked that even though she was injured after crossing the tribulation, she was still more than enough to deal with the two demon kings who were still in the nascent soul stage. Seeing how easily Yu Yao managed to cut down their combination attack with just her sword, the Thunder Demon immediately suggested that they should combine their powers and take down Yu Yao. The Fire Demon agreed right away, proposing that it was their only option. The Thunder Demon and the Fire Demon danced and chanted some words to activate their fusion technique. The moment the two demon kings fused, they became an entity that was in the core formation stage. Yu Yao was surprised. She couldn't believe that the long-lost technique of fusion was actually in the hands of the two demon kings. The power of the two demon kings after fusion was on par with Yu Yao. However, Yu Yao was still confident. She figured that the two's actual combat experience against core formation cultivators must be lacking since their original forms were only in the nascent soul stage. And to deal with such an unstable threat, Yu Yao could only think of one strategy. The fighting between the Dao sect disciples and the people from the magic sect was in full swing. Explosions were occurring simultaneously as the two forces relentlessly clashed with their techniques. Meanwhile, after being called a traitor by the water demon, the wind demon asserted that she was not a traitor, that it was just that she couldn't stand a despicable person who plays with water. Being called a despicable person who plays with water triggered the water demon. The water demon was so angry that she immediately used her strongest technique, the Wrath of the Demon Tide technique. She proclaimed that she would destroy the wind demon and bury her in water, along with the people of the Dao sect. Zhang Yi immediately ordered the wind demon to quickly use her spells to counter the water demon's spells. Chen Zhaoqi explained to the wind demon that controlling the flow of air should be effective in manipulating the movement of water. The water demon declared that resistance was futile, that all life would perish in the face of the merciless waves. Seeing that the water demon really had no intention of showing mercy, the wind demon unhesitatingly used her wind technique to blow the water away. The water demon couldn't help but curse at the wind demon as she struggled to regain control over her water technique. After praising her for doing a good job, Zhang Yi promised the wind demon that he would reward her with a chicken leg to eat. The wind demon couldn't help but feel aggrieved at being used as a stepping stone. Knowing that he was aiming to stomp on her with both feet, the water demon advised Zhang Yi not to assume that she wouldn't dare hit him just because he was handsome. Zhang Yi took out the Kainkun bag, thinking that maybe he could store the water in it. Zhang Yi was inevitably delighted to see that the Kainkun bag immediately sucked in the water the moment he opened it. Shortly after, when the water demon's water was all sucked into the Kainkun bag, Zhang Yi revealed a grin and jumped towards the water demon. While he was heating the water, Zhang Yi mentioned that cold water was harmful to the body, so he would help the water demon heat it up because he was kind-hearted. Zhang Yi shared with the water demon that Yu Yao once mentioned that things should be returned to their rightful owners. As he forced her to drink the hot water, Zhang Yi remarked that drinking hot water was such a wonderful thing and that if she didn't drink it, it meant that she was looking down on him. After a couple more big gulps, the water demon finally mustered the strength to push Zhang Yi away. Chen Zhaoqi expressed that Zhang Yi was so naughty, making everyone's belly grow big. Meanwhile, the wind demon was thrilled, remarking that she loved what Zhang Yi did to the water demon. The water demon was annoyed that Zhang Yi had the audacity to play with water in front of her, so she spat the water towards him to teach him a lesson. Zhang Yi immediately used the counter-strike spell. He sarcastically remarked that she didn't have to be modest and that she should keep her own water for herself. Caught off guard, the water demon was not able to defend against her own attack. She couldn't help but cry, knowing that the magic sect would lose all face if news got out that she, who was a peak nascent soul stage cultivator, was beaten by an early nascent soul stage cultivator. While he was using the animal creation on her, Zhang Yi asserted that her defeat was already certain, that those who were wicked would face retribution, and that the foolish had no salvation. Shortly after, the water demon, who had turned into a fish, was clearly confused. She couldn't grasp what just happened and what kind of sorcery Zhang Yi had employed on her. Zhang Yi declared that from that moment on, the water demon would peacefully embrace her life as a fish and discover happiness in her remaining days. He applied several layers of sealing spells to prevent the water demon from returning to her original form. When Zhang Yi was done applying the sealing spells, Chen Xiaoqui and the wind demon approached him. They suggested to him that he should grill or steam the water demon if he was going to eat it. Zhang Yi scolded the two for only knowing how to eat and remarked that they should learn to accumulate virtue and do good deeds. He stated that he would release the water demon into the Dao Sect's pond and let her become Yu Yao's pet in the future. The water demon immediately begged Zhang Yi to let her out. She expressed that she didn't want to be in the Dao Sect, which was filled with real demons. At the same time, Zhu Dai and the disciples of the Heavenly Sect arrived at the Dao Sect's mountain gate. They were seeking fortune amidst danger. They came to make a move, knowing that the Dao Sect was in danger. Zhang Luoyan, Bai Zi, and other disciples of the Dao Sect inevitably got anxious. Their elders were engaging in battle at the rear mountain and couldn't come to support them, so they were forced to face their enemies by themselves. At that crucial moment, Shen Wangu and Shen Chenyu arrived, declaring that they came to support the Dao Sect. Zhang Luoyan was glad that Shen Chenyu arrived on time. She quickly used Bai Zi's head as a stepping stone to jump and catch Shen Chenyu, who had missed her so much. Simultaneously, Zhu Dai stated that his great Zhu dynasty should mind their own business and not meddle unnecessarily with the Heavenly Sect's affairs. Understanding that he was trying to threaten him, Shen Wangu responded that the matters of the Dao Sect were also the affairs of his great Zhu dynasty. Zhu Dai couldn't help but scream in pain as Shen Wangu's axe cut his spear and slammed into his chest. Realizing that the axe in Shen Wangu's hand was the legendary human emperor's axe, Zhu Dai determined that he wouldn't be able to stop Shen Wangu. As he was being insulted and beaten like a dog by Shen Wangu, Zhu Dai felt so offended that he wanted to talk back. However, all he was able to do was yell at Shen Wangu in anger. Meanwhile, the Thunder Demon and Fire Demon's fused state was still desperately trying to land a hit on Yu Yao. When it tried to provoke Yu Yao by asserting that she only knew how to dodge, Yu Yao just snorted in response. She knew that she had almost exhausted her enemy's energy. Moments later, when Yu Yao remarked that practicing too much of the magic sect's dark arts must have damaged their brains, the Thunder Demon and the Fire Demon realized that Yu Yao was just hiding her true strength and playing with them. With her having reached her goal, Yu Yao immediately started chanting to activate her Godly Seal Sword Team Mobilize technique. The Thunder Demon and Fire Demon's fused state was immobilized right away, and since it had exhausted too much spiritual energy, it didn't have the strength to break free from Yu Yao's restraints. Yu Yao quickly used her technique, a convergence of 10,000 swords, to finish off the Thunder Demon and Fire Demon's fused state. The Thunder Demon and Fire Demon's fused state could only exclaim in horror as it watched the 10,000 swords swiftly slash its body. Shortly after, the Thunder Demon and the Fire Demon separated. Yu Yao wasted no time. She quickly flew towards the two to deal with them. With a loud thud, the two Demon Kings fell to the ground. They tried begging Yu Yao for mercy and to spare them. However, Yu Yao just remarked that the Dao Sect was not the same benevolent sect as before. While she asserted that those who dare offend her Dao Sect shall be killed without mercy, Yu Yao swiftly cut open the Thunder Demon and the Fire Demon's throats. A while later, Zhang Yi and the others reunited with Yu Yao. Zhang Yi stated that the Wind Demon had sought refuge with the Dao Sect, that he had transformed the Water Demon into a carp and temporarily sealed her in the Kaienkan bag, and that Zhu Dai took advantage of the chaos but was subdued by Shen Wangu. After telling everyone that they had worked hard to resist the attack from the Magic Sect, Yu Yao announced that she had already slain the Fire Demon and the Thunder Demon. Zhang Yi immediately praised Yu Yao for easily killing two formidable enemies, a feat that he claimed he couldn't accomplish. At that moment, Shen Wangu asked Yu Yao how her Dao Sect planned to deal with Zhu Dai. Zhu Dai asked Yu Yao to release him. He promised that he would be grateful and remember everyone's kindness. Yu Yao proclaimed that she would kill Zhu Dai to establish her authority and unify the central continent and lead the major sects to attack the Magic Sect. She expressed that the Dao Sect had been concealing its strength for too long, leading to perceptions of weakness, and that it was time to awe the 8 directions and make the myriad sects come to pay homage. Zhang Yi was glad that Yu Yao had finally shown a decisive side of killing. Without the slightest bit of hesitation, Yu Yao swung her sword to finish off Zhu Dai, who was still weeping and begging to be spared. Suddenly, Zhang Yi triggered a mission. The mission was to assist in releasing Zhu Dai and utilize him as a puppet to control the influence of the Heavenly Sect. The success reward was 30 mana points. The time limit was an incense stick of time, and there was no punishment. Zhang Yi was startled by the system's idea. He believed that Zhu Dai was not someone they could manipulate and that they didn't need to bother with such complications since they could seize the Heavenly Sect directly. However, in order to obtain the reward, he decided to just exploit the bug in the mission. While he was summoning a couple of spirit bombs, Zhang Yi stopped Yu Yao. He requested her to let him handle Zhu Dai, mentioning that Zhu Dai was just an insignificant troublemaker, and was not worthy of dirtying her hands. Yu Yao immediately agreed. She mentioned that it was a good opportunity to sharpen Jiang Yi's killer instinct. Jiang Yi tossed the spirit bombs to Zhu Dai, and when Zhu Dai requested Jiang Yi to give him a decisive end, Jiang Yi mentioned that he was going to let him go. Although Jiang Yi had already commanded him to leave immediately, Zhu Dai still didn't leave. He could tell that Jiang Yi was playing some trick. The people who were watching couldn't help but be confused. They just couldn't comprehend Jiang Yi's actions. Losing all his patience, Jiang Yi mercilessly kicked Zhu Dai away. The moment Zhu Dai was gone, Jiang Yi successfully completed the mission. Jiang Yi wasted no time and immediately detonated the spirit bombs. Simultaneously, a huge explosion occurred in the sky. When Yu Yao inquired if all the trouble he caused was just to show everyone fireworks, Jiang Yi awkwardly admitted that her guess was right. After confirming that Zhu Dai was dead, Yu Yao declared that it was time for them to eliminate the remnants of the heavenly sect and take their territory, and coordinate with the major sects on the central continent to unify their forces and prepare for future battles against the elite forces of the magic sect. Jiang Yi, Chen Xiaoqui, and the Wind Demon immediately volunteered to help Yu Yao. Jiang Yi offered that he was willing to act as a vanguard, serving as a wandering retainer to coordinate with the major sects. Chen Xiaoqui offered that she was willing to make a trip back to the southern demon realm and request support from powerful individuals. And the Wind Demon pledged her allegiance to the Dao sect and would provide any information regarding the magic sect. At that moment, Shen Wangu declared that he would serve as an example in the palace of the Great Zhu and forge an alliance with the Dao sect. He assured Yu Yao that the new emperor, Shen Jiangqing, certainly wouldn't object since he was Jiang Yi's sworn brother. Seeing that Shen Wangu was sincere, Yu Yao happily accepted the Great Zhu dynasty as their ally. She didn't expect that Jiang Yi's personal relationship with the Great Zhu dynasty was so strong that it made the alliance formation effortless. Suddenly, when Jiang Yi inquired if Yu Yao would allow him to go to the Earth sect and convince them to join their alliance, Yu Yao couldn't help but be skeptical. She mentioned that maybe Jiang Yi was just trying to visit King Lion. Jiang Yi immediately claimed that Yu Yao must be feeling jealous. Thinking that Yu Yao was just stubborn and unwilling to express her true thoughts, Jiang Yi couldn't keep himself from smiling. To Jiang Yi's surprise, Yu Yao allowed him to go to the Earth sect, and as Yu Yao mentioned that she trusted that he was not a shallow person who only seeks beauty, he couldn't help but feel that Yu Yao was intentionally putting pressure on him. Yu Yao gave Jiang Yi a top-grade gathering pill. She stated that he should keep it as a backup since he had been working tirelessly. Yu Yao was acting so kindly towards Jiang Yi that Jiang Yi felt that what Yu Yao gave him was not a medicinal pill but mental pressure. Feeling that Jiang Yi and Yu Yao's relationship was not a master-disciple relationship, the Wind Demon wondered if the Dao sect was so open-minded that a romantic affair between master and disciple was allowed. Meanwhile, Bai Zi, Zhang Luoyan, and the other disciples of the Dao sect were chasing after the people from the magic sect and the heavenly sect. The people from the magic sect and the heavenly sect ran as fast as they could, and someone begged for his life to be spared, declaring that he had an elderly mother at home. On a mountain far from the mountain gate, Zai Jai and Yehaoran watched the disciples of the Dao sect deal with the people from the magic and heavenly sect. Yehaoran couldn't believe what he was seeing. He never stated that the Dao sect would be able to capture the people from the magic and heavenly sect all in one day. Zai Jai pointed out to Yehaoran that the Dao sect was a top-tier sect on the central continent, and was not as easy to break through as he imagined. Yehaoran still refused to give up. He knew that the magic sect still had more unused resources, so he decided to seek help from Ren Qianchu and have her plan the next battle. Seeing that Yehaoran was too eager for success and lacked the patience required to accomplish great things, Zai Jai started to consider if she should leave and seek refuge with Jiang Yi. She wondered if Jiang Yi would be willing to accept her if she were to truly approach him. The next day, in the Earth Sect Square, Zhang Luoyan and Jiang Yi waited for someone from the Earth Sect to welcome them. When Zhang Luoyan suddenly asked Jiang Yi if he brought her with him because he had feelings for her, Jiang Yi replied that he brought her along because he was just used to having her around. Zhang Luoyan remarked that he was so boring and that he didn't have to be so serious because he was just joking. She was annoyed that she always thought about Yu Yao. Moments later, people from the Earth Sect finally came to where Zhang Luoyan and Jiang Yi were waiting. While Zheng Wuya was welcoming Jiang Yi to the Earth Sect, Zheng Wuyan was having a hard time containing her annoyance after seeing that the glutton, Zhang Luoyan, also came along. The moment they were done with the formalities, Zheng Wuyan commented that even after a long time, her height hadn't grown an inch and that it must have all grown in her chest. Zhang Luoyan retorted right away. She called Zheng Wuyan an enchantress and called her out for still being so despicable. At the same time, Zheng Wuo announced that he had heard about the Dao sect's plan to establish the Central Continent Alliance and that although the Earth sect had expressed its support, his father, Zheng Lintian, was unable to come forward and give his consent because, after he failed his tribulation, he suffered a severe injury to his heart and remained unconscious to that day. Jiang Yi was utterly shocked. He did not expect that even Zheng Lintian would also be harmed by the Thunder Tribulation. He found himself in a tricky situation. Without the permission of the sect master, Jun Lin Tian, it would be difficult for him to gain support even for forming an alliance. Suddenly, Zhang Yi triggered a mission. The mission was to represent the Dao sect and win over people through virtue by awakening the unconscious Jun Lin Tian. The success reward was a random S-level spell and 25 mana points. The time limit was 1 day, and the penalty was to exchange souls and positions with Jun Lin Tian. Zhang Yi admitted that he was not a doctor, so he was certain that he couldn't save anyone. However, for the sake of the mission reward, he forced himself to calm down and figure something out. A while later, Zhang Yi cleared his throat. After stating that there was a medicinal herb called spirit grass that could heal Jun Lin Tian's heart injury in Baikao Valley, 30 miles away, Zhang Yi asked Jun Wuao if he could send someone to collect the spirit grass. The system didn't specify who should get the grass, so Zhang Yi decided to take advantage of it so he wouldn't personally take the risk. While Jun Wuao was thanking Zhang Yi for his guidance and stating that he would personally go out to collect the herbs, Zhang Luoyan secretly snickered at Jun Wuyan. At that very moment, King Lion arrived. She declared that since he was the son of their sect master, he should stay and guard the Earth sect and that he should just let her and Zhang Yi handle the collecting of the herbs. Zhang Yi was taken aback. He couldn't believe that he still ended up arousing King Lion's attention even though he came to visit quietly. Knowing that she was planning to do something with Zhang Yi, Jun Wuyan and Jun Wuao reluctantly declared that it would not be appropriate for her and Zhang Yi to go gather herbs together. King Lion didn't listen. She declared that no matter who tried to stop her, she would still go gather herbs with Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi forcefully expressed that he didn't want to go with King Lion, pointing out that King Lion definitely had ulterior motives. King Lion challenged Zhang Yi to come with her to gather herbs if he was a man. Zhang Yi made it clear to King Lion that her being forceful was useless and that the one he truly admired was only Yu Yao. While Jun Wuao was pleading with King Lion to behave herself, Zhang Luoyan commented that Zhang Yi truly didn't know how fortunate he was. At the same time, the Earth sect disciples were feeling sour. King Lion treats them harshly most of the time, so they couldn't bear to see her treat Zhang Yi so well. King Lion declared that time waits for no one, so they should go and have fun. But she immediately corrected herself, stating that what she meant to say was to go gather herbs. Seemingly not wanting to leave them by themselves, Zhang Luoyan decided to go as well. Sometime later, in the Baikao Valley, 3 people could be seen searching for something in the bushes. King Lion was in a bad mood. She originally wanted to have some alone time with Zhang Yi to develop their relationship a bit, but she didn't expect that a brain-damaged lowly girl would come between them. While Zhang Luoyan remarked that the spirit grass tasted a bit like a combination of chives and spinach, Zhang Yi noted that King Lion's luck was truly amazing because she just landed and already found the spirit grass. Out of nowhere, a number of gigantic spiders suddenly came crawling towards the 3. The 3 couldn't help but exclaim in shock the moment they saw the spiders. Those spiders were actually rainbow demon fang spiders that are at the nascent soul stage. Zhang Yi finally realized why there were so many spirit grasses there. He speculated that the spiders must have intentionally left those spirit grasses there to attract prey. All of a sudden, Zhang Luoyan mentioned that she had never eaten a spider before and that, with the rainbow demon fang spider being so big, there must be a lot of meat. King Lion advised to just forget about eating. She pointed out to her that a golden core stage small fry like her wouldn't be able to eat a nascent soul stage monster. After declaring that they should escape first before anything else, King Lion quickly grabbed Zhang Yi and Zhang Luoyan and ran as fast as she could. There was a loud explosion all over the forest. King Lion mentioned that if it were not for carrying the 2 burdens, she would have flown away using aerial techniques long ago, and Zhang Yi replied they did not ask her to carry them. Cayenne Lion saw a cave by the mountainside and she suggested that they would take shelter there for now. As they entered the cave, Zhang Luoyan remarked that Cayenne Lion brought them to the Rainbow Demon Fang's lair and King Lion pointed out that the most dangerous place is also the safest place and Zhang Yi noted he used a spell to seal off the entrance of the cave. Zhang Luoyan pointed a spider egg ahead of them. They came near the big egg and were confused. Zhang Yi observed it was not a spider egg and was clearly just an egg, but there was a significant fluctuation of spiritual energy and it did not seem like the egg of ordinary monsters. Zhang Luoyan complained she was hungry and asked why not roast the eggs and eat them, but Cayenne Lion questioned why she was always thinking about food. Zhang Yi argued if their perspective was limited and added if they have not heard of fortuitous encounters and explained those who are blessed with fortune would encounter many opportunities in their cultivation journey, such as surviving a desperate situation, a loser making a comeback, or receiving unexpected blessings, and stumbling upon treasures was also one of those opportunities. Zhang Yi boasted that with his supreme divine physique and naturally he had exceptional fortune, and the egg he found was far from ordinary, so how could he let Zhang Luoyan just eat it, and she clicked her tongue for him being an egotistical maniac. Zhang Yi speculated there might be some extraordinary life inside the egg and Cayenne Lion had a big butt so she should incubate it, and she retorted what was the point of incubating eggs and suggested they should have a baby together. Zhang Luoyan was unhappy about it and snatched the egg and declared she would incubate it, and Zhang Yi felt he had a foreboding feeling. After a while, Zhang Luoyan fired up the egg and excitedly announced it was only a little longer. Kai Lian teased if it was Zhang Luoyan's method of incubation because it was really unreliable, and Zhang Yi remarked she was just hungry and wanted to eat the egg. Suddenly, the egg started to crack. Zhang Yi was shocked to see that it actually hatched, and Zhang Luoyan was worried because her food was coming back to life. The egg fully broke and revealed a cute dragon calling out for its mother. Zhang Yi exclaimed the dragon had wings and could be the legendary Ying Long, and Kai Lian mentioned it had the bloodline of a real dragon, and Zhang Luoyan was happy to see her food was adorable. Zhang Luoyan asked if she could be its mommy, and Kai Lian invited it to come to her and she would feed it milk. The dragon got angry and kicked them as it saw them as bad people, and Zhang Luoyan complained it had great strength and wondered why she was the one getting hit. The dragon approached Zhang Yi and stated it wanted a male mommy, and Zhang Yi suggested it should just call him daddy. Zhang Luoyan was sad and expressed it was unfair that the dragon liked Zhang Yi so much, and Kai Lian commented it was strange because it had an aura close to the nascent soul stage and had a strong affinity with Zhang Yi. The dragon requested to drink milk, and Zhang Yi explained he did not have milk, but he had alcohol. Zhang Luoyan noted it was not appropriate, and Kai Lian offered that if he did not have milk, she has it, but Zhang Yi gave the dragon the alcohol and suggested to drink it slowly, and it replied that it tastes good. Suddenly, the dragon finished drinking and coughed with fire. The fire spread immediately, and Zhang Yi observed the dragon did not disappoint him and its power was strong enough. Kai Lian identified it was the legendary Samadhi True Fire, and Zhang Luoyan accused it was because of Zhang Yi's mischief that they almost turned into roasted meat. However, Zhang Yi smiled and commented the nascent soul stage little dragon was equivalent to a flame weapon, and together with Kai Lian, who was also at the same stage, and Zhang Luoyan and him, they could definitely defeat the group of colorful fang spiders outside. They came out of the cave, and Zhang Yi declared it was time to fight back as he commanded that the dragon should go on with its fire breath. The dragon speed fire, and Zhang Yi taunted the spiders if they could still handle it because he still preferred his previously unruly spirit, and he stated that Samadhi fire was so powerful, completely suppressing the nascent soul stage colorful fang spiders. Kai Lian instructed Zhang Luoyan to pursue their victory, and she urged they should kill the spiders and devour their flesh. Zhang Yi advised not to waste anything. The colorful fang spiders were full of treasures. Before returning to the Earth sect, they should remember to loot the corpses, and Kai Lian remarked it was no wonder he was a disciple of Yu Yao, as he was truly diligent and thrifty. The dragon began gnawing on them, and Zhang Luoyan noted the dragon was greedy and was more gluttonous than her. Later in the Earth sect, Zheng Yuao informed his father had awakened, and he thanked Zhang Yi for bringing the reviving spirit herd. He would be forever indebted to Zhang Yi for saving his father's life. Zhang Yi replied it was just a small favor and nothing to be worried about, and he only hoped the Earth sect would not forget about the alliance, and if it was not for the mission reward, he would never have saved anyone. At the same time, Kai Lian added that the alliance between the Dao sect and their Earth sect will have more opportunities to interact with Zhang Yi. Zheng Lintian sat up and stated that Zhang Yi saved his life, and as the lord of the Earth sect, he was deeply grateful and indebted. As for the alliance between the Dao sect and Earth sect, he was naturally willing to accept it. Now that the Dao sect had annihilated the Tian sect and became the #1 sect in the central continent, the Earth sect's momentum had declined, so Zheng Lintian could only submit. Suddenly, the system notified the completion of the mission, and Zhang Yi was rewarded with the Heavenly Thunder technique. Zhang Yi beamed as the Heavenly Thunder technique was powerful, and in the future, when encountering those evil disciples of the demon sect, he would be able to obliterate them with a single lightning strike. Zhang Yi declared the Dao sect had an old saying that those who recognize the current situation were the wise, and with the successful alliance between the Earth sect and the Dao sect, they were now family. Zheng Lintian remarked that even with the addition of the Earth sect, it was still not enough, and the Dao sect aimed to unify the central continent and eliminate the biggest gang, which was the Qingshan sect. Zhang Yi agreed it was right, as it was the only major enemy in the central continent, while the rest were just small sects. On the surface, it appears to be a prestigious and righteous sect, but in reality, it was a large-scale gang involved in various wicked activities. They rarely engage in conflicts among sects and instead focus on exploiting the common world. Leveraging the power and authority of cultivators, they oppressed ordinary people, controlled lands, and their influence was on par with a small-scale nation. If they considered the Dao sect as the #1 in the central continent, then the Qingshan sect was undoubtedly the #1 gang in the central continent. Suddenly, the system triggered Heaven's Mandate mission. Zhang Yi must completely destroy the influence of the Qingshan sect within 7 days, and there was no penalty for failure because the difficulty was high. Zhang Yi was surprised because the Qingshan sect was an extremely powerful enemy, and they must take it seriously. On the way to Qingshan region, Zhang Luoyan asked why they were in such a hurry to leave the Earth sect, and Zhang Yi explained he tricked King Lion into a date, and went ahead so they should take the opportunity to escape quickly as they needed to head to King Shan's sect. Meanwhile, at the Earth sect, Kai Lion asked where Zhang Yi was as he asked her to wait for him there, but he was really late and she wondered if it could be that he still had deep feelings for Yu Yao and was afraid to face her. Kai Lion expressed that if Zhang Yi deceived her, she would find him and forcefully take what she wanted, because if she could not have his heart, she could settle for his body. The next day in King Shan region's Yulin City, there was a new couplet on the wall and the people were amazed by it. However, Zhang Yi took them out. He questioned if the people there were fools, as they could praise sky high even for a pair of foolish couplets. The people panicked as the couplets were written by Zhao Yan from the King Shan sect, but Zhang Yi was unafraid and commented it seemed quite formidable. At the same time, some people ran away and decided to report what happened. Zhang Yi smiled because Zhao Yan was the second son of the King Shan sect's leader, and he felt lucky to encounter such a tough opponent right after arriving, so he decided to wait and see how capable Zhao Yan truly is. A moment later, Zhao Yan arrived and scolded Zhang Yi for daring to come at their King Shan sect's territory and act recklessly, and the person next to him just recited some couplets with a smile. One of the bystanders warned that they should run quickly because Zhao Yan from the King Shan sect was coming, and another bystander reminded that he is not someone they could provoke. Zhao Yan remarked that no one would have expected that it was Zhang Yi from the Dao sect, the ignorant thief, and Zhang Yi retorted that with his fake appearance and foul words, he must be Zhao Yan from the King Shan sect. Zhao Yan explained that he long knew about the Dao sect's plan to rule over the central continent, and the King Shan sect was well aware of it. But they were there to protect the land and seek stability and harmony, so there was no way they could cooperate with the likes of him. Zhang Yi countered that everyone knows the King Shan sect exploits the land and causes grievances, and he would tell him that his ancestors for 8 generations won't be able to stop him. While Zhang Luoyan claimed that the King Shan sect encroaches on the territory of ordinary people, so they will take from them. Zhao Yan complained that they simply didn't take him seriously, and his attendant assured that he shouldn't panic and let him handle them. He mentioned that he heard Zhang Yi was highly talented in literature, so he wished to have a friendly exchange of skills that day. But Zhang Yi challenged whether he ever made his opponents so frustrated in a duel that they were angered to the core, and added that it was not just a friendly exchange. He believed he was there to humiliate himself. The attendant declared that he had such arrogance, which was why he would teach an ignorant junior like him a lesson that day, and Zhao Yan instructed that he should show him his greatest skill and kill him for him. The people believed that the Zhao family of the King Shan sect was full of talented individuals, so going against them was like seeking death. The attendant went first, and he recited that entering the rivers and lakes, treading the path of the sea, and roaming beyond the 4 seas. One of the people admired that it was a great couplet and it carries a grand momentum and longing for freedom. Another interpreted that the seawater mentioned in the couplet actually reflects into the mortal world, while another concluded that with such skilled individuals in the Zhao family, there was no way ordinary people like them could resist. Zhang Luoyan admitted that she didn't understand, while Zhang Yi believed that the first line of the couplet could trigger extraordinary phenomena in heaven and earth. So it is truly worthy of a practitioner of the cultivation path, but as a time traveler from earth, standing on the shoulders of cultural giants, there was no way he could lose to people from different worlds. He urged that they should listen to his response. Chrysanthemum Terrace, 7 Mile Fragrance, guests from 1,000 miles away appreciate it. Zhang Luoyan repeated that she didn't understand, but she was greatly impressed, and the little dragon exclaimed that it was awesome. One of the people expressed that it smelled so good and inquired if it was a sea of flowers. Another praised that it was a great couplet, while another remarked that his couplet is clearly more down to earth. The attendant was taken aback and doubted that Zhang Yi merely recited ordinary phrases. As he puzzled over how it could create such a powerful phenomenon, Zhao Yan demanded whether he wasn't claiming to be the king of couplets and prompted that he should come on and give him a comeback. The attendant insisted that as the king of couplets, there was no way he could lose to a little pretty boy who only knows third-rate expressions. So next is the second round, and he will show him his absolute strength. Then, women, and those beyond are all slaves, with King Shan as the ruler. He resolved that they should first extinguish the spirit of those rodents. Zhao Yan laughed and praised that it was a great couplet and such dominance was displayed, and the attendant posed the question, who else was there? Zhang Yi challenged whether self-praise and self-boasting could be considered a couplet and proposed that they should listen to his response. Pig, dog, and turtle, where is justice and fairness in the world? One of the people declared that they should make a fierce roar and show their might because what they desire is nothing but justice. And another appealed that the King Shan sect should get out of Yulin City and restore justice to them. The attendant protested that he cannot lose. The king of couplets cannot lose, so even if his cultivation is insufficient, he must overpower the opponent with his momentum. He he proclaimed that he should take that couplet from him, becoming immortal in a couplet, uniting as immortals, and the couplet transcends and astonishes the heavens. But Zhang Yi rebutted and mocked that he was a fool, a big fool who gets kicked by a donkey. Zhao Yan realized that the servants fled. His father and the others were not in Yulin City, so they couldn't support them for the time being, so in the end, they had to rely on themselves. He vowed that he would wager his lifelong cultivation, and with one move, he would send Zhang Yi to the western heaven, and he used his skill, Death Blow. Zhang Yi questioned why he was shouting so loudly and if shouting was the only way to output power while he admitted that he lost. Zhao Yan reminded that he is the second son of the King Shan sect's leader, so if he dares to kill him, his father won't let him get away with it. And no matter how powerful his Dao sect is, the emperor is still far away and cannot move the King Shan sect. But Zhang Yi challenged who gave him the courage to threaten him. If he really believed the King Shan sect is invincible and if they have been arrogant in mortal towns, thinking of themselves as immortals. Zhao Yan confessed that it was the first time he had been so humiliated, so if he had the guts, he should go ahead and kill him. Zhang Yi used his skill, Heaven Demands It, and accepted that he will kill him then, as he never heard of such a strange request in his entire life. Zhao Yan cried out and groaned in pain. Zhang Yi recognized that the Heavenly Thunder technique was truly powerful. Possessing both speed and strength, it could instantly kill Zhao Yan, whose strength approaches the nascent soul stage. While Zhang Luoyan commended that his new spell was amazing, and the little dragon marveled that it was absolutely incredible. One of the people acknowledged that Zhang Yi eliminated evil for the people and they were deeply grateful. However, the King Shan sect would definitely seek revenge against him. As another person urged that he leave Yulin City as soon as possible, another advised that for the sake of them, the mortals, the Dao sect should not provoke enmity with the King Shan sect. Zhang Yi declared that he came to Yulin City for three things only: justice, justice, and justice. Therefore, the King Shan sect must eliminate trouble by spreading the message that he killed Zhao Yan. And when the time comes for the King Shan sect to seek revenge, he will have his own plan. The next day, outside Yulin City, the King Shan sect attacked. Zhao Yu, the eldest son of the King Shan sect's leader, commanded that they should crush Yulin City and capture Zhang Yi alive, and he believed that as a senior disciple of the Dao sect, Zhang Yi killed his beloved younger brother, so he wants to provoke conflicts within the sect. One of the disciples cautioned that they should wait because there is an abnormality on the street. Another wondered what was with those blue lights, and another was alarmed and shouted that it seems that there was an ambush underground. Everyone screamed as they got caught in the explosion. As they urged that they should run quickly because there is an ambush, Zhao Yu assured that they shouldn't panic and everyone should stay calm because they could win. Zhang Yi announced that he planted spiritual energy bombs everywhere, so even if the heavens themselves came, they wouldn't be able to take the city. And Zhang Luoyan encouraged that as long as the people of the King Shan sect don't launch an attack from within, the city will definitely be safe. Up in the air, Zhao Yu introduced himself and threatened that Zhang Yi should surrender his miserable life quickly. Zhang Yi blamed that Zhang Luoyan was a jinx because they were really launching an air raid, and she denied that there was no way. Zhao Yu roared that Zhang Yi should meet his doom, and he reasoned that the Heavenly Thunder technique would consume too much spiritual energy, and the risk of using it first was too high, so he could only engage in sword combat for the time being. Zhao Yu challenged that he should take it as his strike and used his wild beast sky-cutting style. Zhang Yi questioned why he was shouting the name of the technique during a fight and if he thought he was a manga character, but admitted that he also enjoyed shouting. The sword art of the poetic immortal, divine rock sword Kai, should come. Zhao Yu inquired if it was a chicken. Zhang Yi clarified that the chicken was his sister and it was the great rock. Zhao Yu groaned in pain as he got hit by rock. Zhang Yi instructed that the little dragon should follow him into battle and kill the enemy. As the little dragon declared that he would come fight with his daddy, Zhang Luoyan reminded him that he must call her when fighting. Fighting is something she excels at the most, and the little dragon used its skill, Dragon Roar Fist. Zhao Yu muttered that they were a bunch of freaks, and they are cultivators, yet their physical skills are so strong. He summoned his lizard and ordered him to activate his gigantification technique. The little dragon commented that it looked so delicious, while Zhang Luoyan scoffed that he was truly overestimating his abilities for using the gigantification technique in front of her. Zhang Yi prompted that Zhang Luoyan should start the mischief and show her true gigantification art, and she teased that the little dragon should make himself bigger for her. The little dragon roared and announced that he became bigger, but Zhang Yi remarked that only the body became bigger and there is no change in appearance at all, while Zhang Luoyan promised she will reward him with candied hawthorns after he defeats them. The little dragon vowed that he would do it for the sake of candied hawthorns, and while the lizard wondered what he was doing, he urged that he should hurry up and protect him. Jiang Yi commented that he couldn't even protect himself, so he would use the transforming palm to change their appearance correctly. But he questioned why he was using his feet when he mentioned palm. Jiang Yi probed why he would bother using it if he could guess it, and Zhao Yu spat that he is despicable while concluding that he truly deserves the title of the Supreme Holy Body because his power is too overwhelming and not at all like a cultivator practicing martial arts. On the other hand, the lizard protested that it was enough and he should let go of him. But the little dragon chirped that they should have a loving hug together. The little dragon chomped him, and Zhang Luoyan complained that there was no way it was even more gluttonous than her because he swallowed him whole. Meanwhile, the disciples insisted that they should kill and support Zhao Yu. Zhang Luoyan notified that reinforcements from the King Shan sect have arrived. Zhao Yu laughed and rejoiced that his brethren had come, so in the end, Jiang Yi still could not win against him despite having him outnumbered. But Jiang Yi welcomed it, and noted it was just in time to take all of them down. Suddenly, King Lian called Jiang Yi and reminded that they had plans for a date. She wondered why he ended up fighting there and noted that even if it was a fight, he should have called her too. Jiang Yi questioned if she was chasing after them. On the other hand, the disciples were alarmed when they saw her. She stated that he should leave those bunch of small fries to her and they should fly with her, and she used her skill, soaring 90,000 miles. Zhao Yu speculated that Jiang Yi definitely had some private relationship with King Lian. Otherwise, as the elder of the Earth sect, there was no reason for her to help him. Jiang Yi challenged if he was spreading rumors about him. Zhao Yu groaned in pain, and Jiang Yi judged that he was evaluating others based on his lowly character, and assuming their intentions based on his own lack of integrity. The system suddenly notified that the temporary mission to escort Zhao Yu back to the King Shan sect to prioritize peace and cease hostilities in the Central Province region was triggered with the reward of a random selection of 1S level spell. It asked if he would accept, and he realized that the Holy Mother's illness in the Heavenly Destiny system resurfaced. But the reward was an S-level rated spell, and there was no way he could refuse, so he needed to come up with a perfect plan to complete the mission. He admitted that it was making him dizzy and resolved that he had no choice but to do it. As he inserted a spiritual energy bomb, Zhang Luoyan questioned why he put strange things into someone's body again, and he explained that he was using him as a hostage. Suddenly, King Lian called him and mentioned that she helped him deal with the people from the King Shan sect. She demanded what he was going to do to repay her and complained that he also hadn't settled the matter of deceiving her about the date yet, which made him acknowledge that emotional debts are hard to repay. He told her to wait because once they have wiped out the King Shan sect, he will personally serve her, and he won't let her down. She asked if that was the case while Zhang Luoyan sighed and believed that her scumbag senior brother was going to trick her again. King Lian expressed that she hoped he wouldn't deceive her, and he replied that if he deceived her, Zhang Luoyan would unleash thunder and lightning. In his past life on Earth, he remained single for most of his life, and he experienced no luck with girls. But in that life, in the cultivation world, he is burdened with emotional debts, entangled by one beautiful woman after another, and he questioned if he couldn't have a loving partner with just his beloved master. He agreed and declared that it was time for them to set off to the main camp of the King Shan sect, and they are going to use Zhao Yu as a hostage to negotiate terms with them. King Lian stated that she will go wherever he goes, which made Zhang Luoyan click her tongue and declare that all those lovey-dovey stuff is boring. On the other hand, Zhao Wansong was at King Shan sect headquarters. He laughed and commanded that they shouldn't run away because if they run, he will chase them, but the maidservant flirted that if he caught up to her, she would let him. He is the sect master of the King Shan sect, a nascent soul stage, and he laughed and proclaimed that he caught her. Suddenly, a servant reported that Zhao Yu had been captured alive by Jiang Yi, and he was using him as a hostage, shouting outside the gate, and Zhao Wansong demanded if even he, whose cultivation surpassed others, had been captured by Jiang Yi. He grumbled that his body is not even cold yet and Zhao Yu has been captured alive, so he regretted letting him go for revenge. And the servant criticized that he was still flirting with the maidservants, oblivious to how heartbroken they are. He defended that he is in excessive grief, seeking solace in sorrow, and he, a lowly servant, understands nothing. He sent the servant flying with his kick. He cursed that Jiang Yi was a brat and he will never let him off lightly. Meanwhile, Jiang Yi and the others were outside the gate square. He called Zhao Wansong and remarked that he repaid his grudges with kindness, kindly sending his son over. As he questioned how he planned to repay him, King Lian mused that he looks so handsome when he's threatening people. Zhao Wansong warned that he better not act recklessly and demanded if it wasn't enough that he already killed Zhao Yan while realizing that King Lian by his side has a strength that is not inferior to his, so they must not engage in direct confrontation. Jiang Yi caught the bag. He observed that it was impressive and there are plenty of spiritual stones and treasures there, so it seems that the King Shan sect has been looting the people quite a bit. and he resolved that he would keep those as his personal stash for the time being, and once they have wiped out the King Shan sect, they could divine even more treasures amongst themselves. The system notified that the mission was accomplished, and he obtained the random reward, the S-level spell Falling Chrysanthemum Flying Knife, and he wondered why it was always those peculiar and strange spells. He announced that their Dao sect values reason, so Zhao Wansong should take care of his son, and he assessed that earning a strange and peculiar flying knife spell from the impromptu mission was not a bad deal, so it was about time for the spiritual energy bomb inside Zhao Yu to explode. Zhao Wansong received Zhao Yu with open arms while he was trying to tell him that it was a trick. Everyone screamed as the spiritual energy bomb exploded. Zhao Wansong raged that he will never coexist with Zhang Yi, and luckily, he has spiritual energy protection, or else he would have been blown up by him. Zhang Yi declared that they should have some fun and summoned the Chrysanthemum Trio as he used his skill, Falling Chrysanthemum Stone Blade. Zhao Wansong questioned what kind of sorcery it was and exclaimed that the flying knives seemed to have a mind of their own. He is in trouble, and he has fallen into a trap. Zhang Yi remarked that he was acting strange. As he probed why he seemed to be enjoying that, Zhang Luoyan criticized that his move was too ruthless. He insisted that it was not the time to be amazed, as they should quickly take down the old guy. The era of the Dao sect's rule over the central continent is about to begin because the momentum of the King Shan sect was already gone, and Zhang Luoyan urged that the little dragon should come on and take down the King Shan sect. Zhao Wansong demanded if they wanted to gang up on them and accused if they thought everyone in King Shan sect was just a bunch of rats. As he declared that it was time to reveal the final trump card, he used his skill, Summon Unrivaled Great Serpent. He laughed and warned that as a nascent soul stage cultivator, plus 2 nascent soul stage giant serpents, he would see who could handle it, and he interrogated if they knew how many lives he sacrificed to cultivate those serpents. Zhang Yi acknowledged that if he hadn't mentioned summoning techniques, he would have forgotten about the ultimate treasure bestowed upon him by his master, and he used his skill, Moonshadow Order Summon his master. Yu Yao called Zhang Yi. She scolded that he really doesn't make it easy for her to worry about him, and she interrogated who allowed him to challenge the King Shan sect line. What would happen if there was a risk to his life, and what he would do then? King Lian inquired if it was the old woman Yu Yao, and while Zhang Yi responded that his master teleported there, she believed that she couldn't have come at a worse time because she intended to live a peaceful life with him after the big battle. Zhang Yi expressed that he missed Yu Yao so much, but she interrogated him if he didn't even give a greeting and just went to challenge the King Shan sect alone, and what they would do if he died, and he pleaded that she listen to his explanation. Zhang Luoyan remarked that Yu Yao was so scary, while King Lian questioned why the old woman was in such a hurry and if she feared something would happen to Zhang Yi with her there. Yu Yao stated that it was because of her, the old witch, that she was worried, as she challenged if she believed she didn't know what she was thinking. King Lian scoffed and claimed that she was an old woman who didn't deserve to have Zhang Yi, while Zhang Yi considered that the way women get angry was truly terrifying. Zhao Wansong demanded if they were all ignoring him and asserted that at the very least, he was the master of the King Shan sect, so he commanded the serpents to attack and take them down. Yu Yao snapped that he should shut up. King Lian declared that it was not the time for people from the King Shan sect to speak. Zhao Wansong doubted if that was for real and if the nascent soul stage serpents he painstakingly raised were killed so effortlessly like that. Yu Yao condemned the King Shan sect as a plague upon that land, a malignant tumor of the central continent, and her Dao sect allowed them to survive until that point, but they exhausted their benevolence and patience. Zhao Wansong speculated if it was the strength of the Tribulation Crossing stage and assumed that it was merely suppressing with aura alone, rendering people unable to move. Yu Yao proclaimed that they, the King Shan sect, knew nothing of repentance and were unworthy of being allies to their Dao sect, so they were destined to meet their demise. Zhao Wansong groaned in pain as he was pierced by her swords. Zhang Yi wondered if it was the overwhelming power of strength and commented that Yu Yao at the Tribulation Crossing stage effortlessly slayed Zhao Wansong at the Nascent Soul stage, just as easily as crushing an ant. On the other hand, Zhang Luoyan insisted that they should go and they would eliminate the remnants of the King Shan sect, while the disciple warned that they shouldn't come any closer. The system notified that the mission to destroy King Shan sect was completed, and he got the reward of 60 spell points and 2 random S-rank spells, Tornado Technique and Weakness Spell. He exclaimed that the journey was truly worthwhile with those rewards. It was a real windfall. Yu Yao abruptly stated that they eliminated one King Shan sect, yet more King Shan sects would emerge, and only through unifying the central continent could they prevent the emergence of evil sects and heretics, to which he acknowledged that it was right. King Lian commented that her words may sound nice, but she challenged if she wasn't just aiming to dominate the central continent. Yu Yao countered what it mattered if her Dao sect dominated the central continent, and if she believed that her Earth sect was qualified to oppose them, and she insisted that if there could only be one ruler in the central continent, it must be her Dao sect. King Lian stated that she was at the tribulation crossing stage, she had strong power, she had a large chest, she was amazing, she was aloof, and the central continent could be hers, but Zhang Yi belonged to her. As she confronted if that was not acceptable, Yu Yao responded that she hasn't changed. Back when they were in the same sect, she wanted everything that was hers, and King Lian recalled that it was all hundreds of years ago. She asserted that she was just a mentor, and it was not right for her to interfere in Zhang Yi's feelings. And if it weren't for her, they would have settled things long ago. But Yu Yao explained that she was just worried that he might go astray and lose his Dao heart, so she should stay away from her disciple because it was impossible for him to like her. King Lian probed how she knew that Zhang Yi didn't like her. As Yu Yao declared that she would crush that hope of hers that day, she verified if he ever liked King Lian. Suddenly, the system notified that he triggered a destiny mission to confess to King Lian with the reward of 30 spell points and the failure punishment of turning his lower body into stone, and the time limit was 2 minutes. Zhang Yi speculated if the destiny system enjoyed spectating, if it didn't mind causing trouble, and if confessing to King Lian in front of his beloved master wasn't courting death. Although he did have some feelings for King Lian, he couldn't find the words to express it, as it was too difficult, and he simply couldn't do it. The system notified that time was running out and requested that he confess as soon as possible, so he realized that there was no time left. He admitted that he actually liked King Lian. Yu Yao appeared surprised and upset. King Lian was also surprised but blushed. She verified if he expressed that he liked her and if it was true, and he affirmed that it was real. The system notified that the confession mission was accomplished, and he got the reward of 30 spell points. He recognized that the mission was finally completed, and he didn't want to be a scumbag because if he kept playing like that, his master might actually kill him. Meanwhile, King Lian repeatedly contemplated that he expressed he liked her and envisioned that she had seen the future. She believed it wouldn't be long before they could get married, have children, and live a happy life together. She urged him to say it again, as she wanted to hear once more that he liked her. He reaffirmed that indeed he did like her, but the one he loved was his master, and liking and loving were completely different things. Yu Yao concluded that his Dao heart was completely gone and only a playboy remained. He struggled to understand how he was supposed to make a choice. While King Lian stayed speechless, Yu Yao emphasized that he didn't need to like anyone or love anyone because what mattered most was that he could cultivate peacefully, so the seductive witch should stop interfering with him. King Lian snapped that she should shut up because she was an abstinent old woman, and she didn't understand what love was at all. Yu Yao reflected on what happened to her earlier that she involuntarily spoke such hurtful words to her. She speculated if it was jealousy and if she deliberately tried to keep her away from Zhang Yi. King Lian admitted that she knew that Zhang Yi preferred Yu Yao and she wouldn't force him anymore. In the future, when he needed help, she would still be there and her love for him would never change. They would continue their fate another day. As Yu Yao questioned if he didn't want to let her go, he confirmed that there was no way he could. Yu Yao reminded that he shouldn't forget that they were in the cultivation world and cultivation was what mattered. Emotions were just feelings that arose from leaning on each other on the path of life, and if he wanted to break free from the constraints of the heavenly Tao and achieve eternal life in that world, he must focus on cultivation. He inquired why she confessed to him that she liked him when she was going through tribulation and if she wasn't moved by emotions. She countered that if he expressed it like that, it really undermined her dignity. He redirected that they should focus on the main issue at hand, and he consulted how they should handle the remaining medium and small sects in the central continent since the King Shan sect was destroyed. And she answered that the remaining sects in the central continent wouldn't pose much of a threat. They would likely collapse on their own, so they should coordinate with allied forces and launch an attack on the demon sect next. He remarked that they would finally launch a counterattack. According to the intelligence report, the forces of the demon sect gathered in the Wanmo cave, and it was likely that the sorceress Ren Qianchu was hiding there, so when they met again in the future, an intense battle was inevitable. Since the Dao sect wiped out the King Shan sect, it attracted numerous sects to pay homage, becoming a dominant power in the region. The reputation of the Dao sect spread far and wide, attracting sects from all directions who held great reverence for it in the central continent. Subsequently, the Dao sect established the Central Alliance, ushering in an era of Dao sect dominance in it. After the situation stabilized, Zhang Yi and the others also began their campaign against the demon sect. He stated that they were ready to depart, and at that time, Shen Chenyu and Zhang Luoyan would be enough to go out, and Yu Yao promised that she would guard the Dao sect to prevent the demon sect from launching a surprise attack on the mountain gate, so she would look forward to his victorious return. Suddenly, a disciple alerted Yu Yao and reported that Chen Xiao Qi arrived with reinforcements. Chen Xiao Qi declared that she came to support the Dao sect, while the Firefox ancestor greeted that it had been a long time since she saw Zhang Yi, and she checked if he was doing well. Yu Yao teased if the Fox clan gave him that much face by sending so many people and commented that his popularity with women was impressive because even among the demon sect, he had so many female fans, but he clarified that she must not misunderstand, as it was not because of his playboy nature at that time. While recording the crimes in a little notebook, Yu Yao declared, "Alright," and that she is not the kind of person who keeps track of things, so he should get ready to depart and arrange the various forces to attack the territories of the demon sect. Zhang Yi assured that she should rest assured that he will return after eradicating the demon sect. Under the leadership of the Dao sect, the Central Alliance has called upon the teams from the Great Zhu, Earth sect, and the Fox clan to launch an attack on the demon sect's stronghold, the Wanmo Cave. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi and Chen Xiao Qi are leading the way ahead of the team to carry out the scouting mission. On the other hand, Yi Heoran was at the Wanmo Cave. He inquired how Zhang Yi and the Dao sect have formed the Central Alliance, leading various armies and heading towards the Wanmo Cave. At that critical moment of life and death, if the sorceress didn't make a big move soon, there might be a big problem. Ren Qianchu laughed and remarked that it was a joke because her demon sect dominates the North Ming region, and in the entire cultivation world, there is no force qualified to oppose them. That little venture outside is just a minor disturbance, and she questioned if he really believed that it was a do-or-die battle where everything was at stake. She mentioned that she had also already devised a plan to deal with Zhang Yi and the others, so there was no need for him to rush her, and he replied yes, but he considered that she was stubborn and self-willed, showing no intention of cooperation at all, and without fully leveraging the power of the demon sect, it is impossible to eliminate the Dao sect. Zai Jai explained that the demon sect cannot be commanded by him, as their consistent style is to act independently, and since the Dao sect is in the limelight, perhaps it is better for them to draw from that conflict. He stated that he will never show weakness, so even if they can't eradicate the Dao sect, they will make sure they suffer severe damage. She reflected that she didn't expect him to be so obsessed, and if things continued like that, it would be difficult to achieve anything significant. If it weren't for their past friendship, she would really consider leaving him. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi said that the area is under the control of the demon sect and their movements will be exposed in the sky, so just in case, they should travel by land instead. When they landed on the ground, he observed that those stone ruins seemed quite unusual. Chen Xiao Qi expressed that she has a strange feeling that there is something abnormal nearby, so they should be cautious, and he warned that no one knows if some demon or monster might suddenly emerge from the ground. Stone giants suddenly emerged from the ground just like he predicted. He questioned if it was serious. She revealed that they had been ambushed. He was surprised when he saw that they were rock-based creatures. He advised that she shouldn't engage in direct confrontation with them. She should look for their weakness and utilize techniques to fight, to which she acknowledged understanding. The stone giants simultaneously fired light attacks at them. Seeing that they could even use light-based attacks, he considered that perhaps they could reflect the light back at them. He remarked that they didn't have much time, so they could only give it a try, and he used his skill, counter-strike technique. He deflected the creatures' attacks back at them. They were all hit by powerful beams. She exclaimed that they did it, and that move of his was so cool, and he explained that it was a combination of magic and intelligence. But the destroyed stone giants reconstructed themselves. She noted that they have regrouped again, and he inquired if they were pulling off those flashy moves. Suddenly, the system notified him that he triggered a destiny quest, and the task was to find the cultivator who summoned the stone giant with a successful reward of 40 mana points, while the failure punishment was for him to enter an amnesiac state with the time limit of 10 minutes. He wondered if the system was reminding him and reflected that it was a good thing they didn't continue to confront the stone giant. Otherwise, they would have wasted their mana for nothing. He said that those stone giants are summoned creatures, so they shouldn't fight against them, and she replied that in that case, they need to find the cultivator who summoned them. Meanwhile, Shisen wondered how Zhang Yi realized that they were summoned creatures and if he revealed a flaw. He is the guard of the demon sect's territory, and he considered that he absolutely must not panic because they must be trying to bluff him. But Zhang Yi declared that the mastermind should be nearby, so they should throw some bombs out, while Chen Xiao Qi inquired if they wouldn't become incendiary bombs if she infused the fox fire into them. Shisen suspected that those two bastards were trying to provoke him. The two of them have managed to destroy the rocks around them. Zhang Yi said that only one wall was left, so they should go for a full-scale attack. Shisen questioned if they really believed that he would just sit there and do nothing, and as he mentioned that it was a joke, he used his summoning skill and summoned the guardian giant. He declared that if he doesn't show his strength, they will think he is a wimp. The system notified Jiang Yi that the quest was completed, and he got the reward of 40 mana points. He said that he finally managed to lure him out, and he considered that exchanging a few spirit bombs for 40 permanent mana points was not a bad deal. Shisen stated that he is one of the elite guards of the demon sect, and if he wants to enter the Wonmo cave, he will have to step over his dead body. Jiang Yi asserted that he was just a working member of the demon sect, and as he questioned why he was putting in so much effort, he retorted that he was really like a dog. He considered that they should test the new skill he obtained from the previous quest on him. He used his skill, Draw Sword. Shisen explained that just by drawing the sword, it could create a tornado storm with spiritual energy, and he inquired if it was the power of the Supreme Holy Body. He claimed that his summoned creature is immortal and indestructible, so it could reform at any time. But Jiang Yi asked if he thought he had a chance to cast a spell and dismissed him as naive. Shisen inquired what kind of curse it was and mentioned that it was making him unable to cast spells. Chen Zhao Qi declared that it was her turn to take the stage, and Jiang Yi remarked that she had excellent control, so they finally subdued the guy. Jiang Yi inquired how many strongholds of the demon sect were nearby, and he promised he would not kill him. And Shisen replied that he would tell him that there was a black market about 30 miles north, which was a gathering place for members of the demon sect, and that was all he knew, so he pleaded for him to spare him. Jiang Yi stated that the famous black market was nearby, which was valuable information. He summoned Chen Zhao Qi and ordered that she should kill him, and as she consented that she would do as he commanded, Shisen insisted that his words meant nothing. But Jiang Yi noted that he only said he would not kill him, but he did not say that others would not kill him, while considering that the black market was an evil stronghold of the demon sect where they sold young women, so it must be destroyed. Shisen declared that Jiang Yi is a despicable scoundrel and his words are as empty as his heart. Chen Zhao Qi revealed that the prince has ordered his demise and he has no choice but to meet his end. Jiang Yi proposed that they should keep heading north and they should make their way to the dark and mysterious stronghold of the demon sect known as the Black Market, and she affirmed absolutely. A few moments later, as they reached 30 miles north, Jiang Yi inquired what it was. Skeletons were hanging by the tree. He explained they were probably discarded corpses from the black market, and before they passed away, their hearts were likely ripped out because some sect cultivators use human organs to refine medicine. And Chen Zhao Qi remarked that that kind of method is just as evil as the demonic practices of the demon race. He affirmed that their mission was to save as many lives as possible and reclaim each lost territory. Only the Taoist sect could create a perfect world, and he supposed that the destiny system was constantly pushing him forward, urging him to reshape the world, so he assumed it was fate. Suddenly, a carriage was heading directly towards them. One of the devilish slayers urged that they should drive, while the other insisted that they should get out of the way because there would be death to those who block his path. Jiang Yi noted that it looked like they got themselves some devilish slayers from the dark sect, and they arrived just in time for them to put a stop to their wicked deeds. The slayers screamed as Jiang Yi attacked their carriage, and they got blown away. He questioned if they were heading to the black market and demanded that they should spill the beans about where the place with the highest number of detainees in the black market was. They asked if it was the place where cultivators at the nascent soul stage are held captive. One of them admitted that he knew it was the notorious slave market in the black market district, while the other added that it was where they trafficked women and where their cult conducted business with buyers. Suddenly, Chen Zhao Qi called Jiang Yi and informed him that the prisoners on the carriage were all young girls. He condemned that they were despicable for selling off a little girl like that so they could go to hell. Meanwhile, Chen Zhao Qi broke the chains that were locking the cage the little girls were in. She announced that they were all free to go, and the little girls thanked her. Jiang Yi requested her assistance for the little girls and declared that he would go ahead to the black market alone. A few moments later, he arrived at the black market. It was in Ren Nujai, and one of the merchants invited the customers to come and take a peek, have a look, because if they buy one maid, they will get one free. Those who were passing by shouldn't miss out and behold the finest beauties of the western regions. One of the men offered that it was a fine-looking lady, so he would bid 1,000 spirit stones. But another questioned what a pauper like him was doing there trying to compete for a slave and raised his offer to 2,000 spirit stones. She pleaded and refused, but another man boasted that he would go as high as 2,500. Jiang Yi reflected that he couldn't believe that in that place, living beings are being bought and sold like pigs and dogs. So the demon sect truly deserves the title of heinous criminals. The system suddenly notified him that he triggered a destiny mission, and his task was to capture the leader to catch all the thieves and defeat the ruler of the black market with the successful completion rewards of Hand of Heaven, an ability to sprout a massive virtual arm. But the failure punishment is the loss of one arm, and he has 1 hour. He assumed that the system got the right idea at that time, so he should capture the leader to catch all the thieves and be done with it once and for all. Suddenly, a merchant questioned what got him standing there and suggested that he take a peek at the beauties in her crib, while another said that he was telling him that the ladies are the real deal, so he shouldn't miss out on them. He demanded that they should bring out the boss of that black market pronto because he wants to rent out all the lovely ladies there, no exceptions, and one of the merchants questioned if he was joking with them. One of the men inquired who he was. Another asked where the arrogant fellow came from. Another commented on how crazy it was how people could spout off without any sense of accountability these days. Lady Yu, the black market leader and elder of the demon sect, arrived, and she questioned who dared to make such a racket there and if he could buy her one too. One of the men identified her as the infamous Lady Yu from the black market, while another acknowledged that it was the boss lady herself. Zhang Yi acknowledged that the method of knocking on the mountain to shake the tiger really works, and he declared that since everyone was there, he had an announcement. He ordered everyone to kneel down for him, and as one of the men questioned what was going on, another admitted that he suddenly was unable to hold back and knelt down. Lady Yu recalled that she had seen his portrait before and identified him as Zhang Yi, the talented artist from the Daozong sect. He accused her of tormenting the people, selling them like livestock, and as he asked what crimes she has not committed, he commanded that she should keep kneeling down for him. She proclaimed that she is the kingpin of the black market, a master of the demonic sect at the peak of the core formation stage, and she challenged if he really thought that someone of such stature would bow down to his meager spells. She declared that he will be the 1000th soul under her bone staff, and he wondered if she just broke through his spell control. He admitted that she was not bad and she had some skills. She questioned what was so special about the Sun Sword and if he had heard about the legendary treasure of the Taoist sect. He questioned if it was all that she could say and declared that the sword was a masterpiece beyond compare. That day, with his mighty Sun Sword in hand, he vowed to bring down the entire black market, and she dismissed it as unbelievable and pure madness. On the other hand, near the Devil's Den, Iheoran and Sai Jai were at a graveyard. He confessed that no matter how much he trains, he is still stuck at the foundation establishment stage, and he heard that Zhang Yi has already reached the nascent soul stage. She reminded that although they all possess saintly bodies, their individual paths to enlightenment are unique and cannot be compared, and the path to enlightenment is long and winding. But haste will only lead to waste. Suddenly, the embodiment of the heavenly Tao questioned why he would toil and practice when he could simply take control. An evil dark aura appeared and grinned at them. Iheoran noted that it was a powerful aura reminiscent of the force that appeared on the day of the tribulation, and Sai Jai warned that he should stay away from it, as it is the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, and it has slaughtered numerous powerful experts who have undergone tribulation. He claimed that they should fear not because he is the embodiment of the heavenly Tao, and he has heard rumors that they all want to take on Zhang Yi. But unfortunately, he is bound by the laws of the universe and cannot directly aid them in battle. He could make a soul contract with them all, elevating them to the status of chosen ones, and in that way, not only could they eliminate the influence of Zhang Yi and his followers, but they could also further dominate the entire world of cultivation. Iheoran questioned about the power of heaven, but Sai Jai warned that he should wake up and not let him deceive him because the true path of heaven was never like that. But he confessed that he had spent his entire life in arduous cultivation, clawing his way up from the mundane to become the top disciple of the heavenly sect. Yet he always seemed to face one setback after another, and in the end, they became master and disciple with a grudge, destroying the sect and turning him into a pariah. Everyone already sees him as a rat scurrying through the streets, and all of that, in the end, was because he is not strong enough, not like Zhang Yi, not like those who came before him. He insisted that he must become powerful to overcome setbacks with his strength and achieve his ambitions, and it was the only way forward, so there was no reason not to team up with the embodiment of the heavenly Tao if it meant becoming stronger. And he questioned what the point of being alive was if they couldn't live strong and powerful lives. He declared that he would accept his terms and is willing to sign a soul contract. The embodiment of the heavenly Tao declared that it was excellent and was a brilliant choice. Iheoran screamed in pain as the heavenly Tao formed the soul contract. Sai Jai instructed that he should stop because he was not even a true follower of the heavenly path. He mentioned that the heavenly soul contract ceremony was approaching, so she should not even think about getting close, as she was an insignificant ant. She felt that the thread connecting her soul to Iheoran had been cut. She wondered if she was dying. Meanwhile, the heavenly Tao inquired whether Iheoran was willing to entrust his soul to the heavens above. Iheoran responded that he was in. The heavenly Tao explained that heaven is the master and they are the servants, so he bestowed upon him the prestigious title of the Chosen One, under the mighty name of the Heavenly Way. She assumed that he had made his decision. He would accept the heavenly way, so she guessed her position in his heart was not as important as she imagined, and maybe he only saw her as a sister before, just using her for his own gain. The heavenly Tao confirmed that the heavenly contract was sealed. Iheoran remarked that it was hilarious that he could not stop laughing because he, of all people, was the chosen one. The abundant power was truly exhilarating, and with just a snap of his fingers, he ascended to the peak of the nascent soul stage. He reached the pinnacle of it. The Blood Maiden was simply too weak, and it was time to face the music. She claimed that he had betrayed his own aspirations, as he once wished to become strong on his own terms. But currently, he had joined forces with the despicable forces of fate. He declared that he worked hard to cultivate, but he got nothing in return, and his cultivation was still being crushed by Zhang Yi. Pointless efforts would not bring him success, and he had no choice before, but currently, he wanted to use every means to become stronger. She was speechless. The heavenly Tao admitted that he had some serious guts, and he was seriously impressed. With his guidance, he would break through boundaries and reign supreme over the entire realm of cultivation. And he claimed that it was all thanks to him, so he deserved all the credit. The heavenly Tao revealed that he could sense it. His ultimate foe, Zhang Yi, was lurking in the black market just 30 miles away, so he should go and test his skills against him and obliterate him. Iheoran promised that it was excellent, and that day, he would tear Zhang Yi to shreds and scatter his remains to the winds. On the other hand, Zai Jai mentioned that they brought up the black market, so she must hurry there and warn Zhang Yi to be careful, and she should use the last ounce of her soul's power to open the portal. On the other side, at the black market, Zhang Yi was still fighting with Lady Yu. She noted that he was a guy and he had some serious skills for being able to go toe-to-toe with her all by himself. Suddenly, the system notified him that his mission was accomplished and he had defeated the ruler of the black market. So he got the reward Hand of Heaven, and he considered that the mission went pretty smoothly. Although Lady Yu was at the peak of her cultivation in the nascent soul stage, she was not particularly skilled in spells and could be easily dealt with. He was surprised when Zai Jai suddenly appeared and fell on the ground. She stated that it looked like her intuition was spot on, as it actually brought her right to his doorstep. Lady Yu was also surprised. Zhang Yi questioned if she was Iheoran's blood queen. She asserted that he had lost it and made a deal with the devil himself. He was coming after him for revenge, so she used the last of her strength to teleport there so he could escape. He asked if that meant that he was way more powerful than him and also why her soul's essence was dispersing into thin air. She replied that he should not mind her and just go quickly because everything was her fault, and she blamed herself for nurturing Iheoran in the first place, when Iheoran suddenly declared that he would not leave the palm of his hand. He called Zhang Yi and expressed that they met again, so he could not escape even if the Blood Princess betrayed him, while the Heavenly Tao encouraged that he should not hesitate and use the power he bestowed upon him to kill him. Zhang Yi remarked that he was a little scoundrel, and while Lady Yu mentioned that he was a servant of her demon sect, Zai Jai stated that he was finally there. Iheoran declared that they should get ready to witness the fusion of the Heavenly Eye, and the sacred body, and the power that came with it. Red rain poured down on the black market. One of the men claimed that the rainwater felt like scorching lava, and while another said that he did not want to die, another requested help. Lady Yu urged Zhang Yi to hurry up and take out the jerk Iheoran, but he responded that she was a blabbering cow, and she should shut it because he did not need her input, as he could take him down himself. He observed that Zai Jai's soul had lost its support and was on the brink of fading away, so perhaps if he hosted her within his own body, she could survive for a little longer. He admitted that he was not worth it, so he would take him down first, and whether he would survive after that was up to fate. He summoned his son's sword. He declared that it was time to settle the score with him, the lowly lackey Iheoran of the 3 surnames. Iheoran stated that the sky was not a place for him to hang out, so he should get out of there. Zhang Yi extended his arm and clenched it. He used his new skill, Hand of Heaven, to block his attacks. Iheoran questioned if he was transforming Kai into hands and said that he could do that too, while the Heavenly Tao suggested that they should give them a taste of their own medicine and teach them a lesson they would not forget. He created a much bigger fist and clashed against Zhang Yi's fist. Zhang Yi groaned in pain as he considered that it was like fighting 2 enemies at once, and they made for an unbeatable duo, like a cheat code come to life. But there was still a chance to turn things around, and he resolved to persevere. Iheoran remarked that Zhang Yi was just like everyone else, and no one would have thought that even the Supreme Holy Body could get hit. Suddenly, the system gave a warning that Zhang Yi had detected a threat from extraordinary power, so the temporary skill Heaven's Devourer was provided. and it was there to protect his safety, as it was a forbidden skill that could discord and manipulate all things but would consume half of his spiritual energy. It asked if they should activate their emergency skills, which made him question if he even had a choice when the crazy person over there had the blessings of the heavens, and he declared that they must activate their skills. It notified him that devouring the sky had been activated. Iheoran wondered how he could possess such an incredible spell, while the Heavenly Tao expressed surprise that it was a power that rivaled his. On the other hand, Zhang Yi asked if it was actually the legendary black hole. A gigantic black hole in the sky pulled Iheoran in. He inquired of the Heavenly Tao why he couldn't even withstand Zhang Yi's spell, and he remarked that he shouldn't panic as he had a trick up his sleeve. Zhang Yi suddenly declared that they should let him give them a ride. Iheoran replied that he should look at him, the esteemed senior disciple of the Daozong, resorting to such underhanded tactics. But Zhang Yi questioned if he, a lowly servant with a trifling name, dared to complain to him about underhanded tactics and insisted that he should go to hell. He pushed them into the black hole with his hand of heaven skill. The Heavenly Tao wondered what the joke was and claimed that he is the embodiment of heaven. So in that vast and boundless universe, it is impossible for there to be a strong force stronger than him. He wasn't prepared enough that day, but next time, he vowed to rise from the ashes of his defeat and show them what he is made of. The two of them disappeared through a warp in space and evaded the black hole. Zhang Yi remarked all that bluster and bravado, yet they were still defeated in the end and ran faster than a chicken with its head cut off. But again, perhaps there are still survivors amidst the flames, and they cannot turn a blind eye to their plight, so they must do all they can to save them, for every life is precious. Meanwhile, a group of ladies declared that they were done for, while the men complained that it hurt so much. Zhang Yi suddenly ordered that there was no time to waste, so they should grab the sword, and they should go while the men warned that someone was coming. The ladies thanked him, and he replied that they really don't have to be so uptight about it. The merchants from earlier claimed that he is their big bro and he should show them the ropes, while the other pleaded that he should take pity on their adorable faces and take them under his wing. He told them that they should get lost. A few moments later, Chen Xiaoqi called him and announced that she was back. He informed her that the black market had just been destroyed by Iheoran, and those girls were the ones he rescued, and she replied that she could see it now. She revealed that on her way back, she even ran into someone of their fellow disciples from the Taoist sect, and they can't wait for them. So the teams from the allied Zhong and Dazhu, along with her demon tribe, were all heading to attack the abyss of 10,000 demons together. He stated that he is heading over to meet up with everyone immediately, and she could take care of those lovely ladies and make sure they have a place to go. But she retorted if she looks like a mere errand boy to him, transporting people around. He explained that it is a weighty responsibility that will accumulate good karma, and he is entrusting that task to her because he trusts her to handle it with care. She complained that he was a flaky, unreliable guy, but she would trust him that time, so he shouldn't make her regret it, and as he urged her to hurry back and not keep him waiting, the ladies thanked him for looking out for them. On the other hand, the forces of the Jingmeng, led by Daozong, split into 4 paths and launched an attack on the invaded demon's den. But unfortunately for Daozong's faction, they chose the most treacherous path through the canyon. One of the men laughed and inquired if a bunch of girls from the Yidao sect were thinking they could take on the demon's lair, and if those girls did not realize that they were attacking a fortress that had been reinforced with magic, while another called them a bunch of idiots. Zhang Luoyan remarked that the godforsaken place is a real pain in the ass to conquer, so she was wondering when Zhang Yi would finally show up and join them, while Shen Chenyu noted that if they didn't have those shields, they would have taken down that stronghold ages ago. Suddenly, the sky turned dark, and lightning bolts came down to hit the barrier. One of the men asked what was going on and why it got so dark, and as another questioned if someone just stirred up the wrath of the heavens, another denied it, as they don't have any powerful cultivators crossing the heavenly tribulation. A powerful lightning bolt hit the barrier. One of the men claimed that it was the great heavens, so it was definitely a divine punishment. Zhang Luoyan asserted that only their master and senior brother could pull off that kind of spell, and Shen Chenyu advised that she should quickly look up at the sky as there is a silhouette, so it must be their amazing senior brother. Zhang Yi inquired how his lovely apprentices had been, and as Zhang Luoyan noted that he had finally arrived, Shen Chenyu admitted that she missed him so much that she thought she was going to die. They expressed that their senior brother was still the best and it was all good already. Suddenly, the system notified that an urgent destiny mission was triggered, and the task was to infiltrate the abyss and capture the witch Anya Despair, with the successful completion rewards of 60 mana points and 2 soul contracts, where he could forcibly sign a soul contract with the target. But failure would weaken his soul perception, and he had a time limit of 1 day. He mused that the mission came out of nowhere and wondered if it was telling him that he had to go undercover and capture the infamous Anya Despair all by himself. He declared that the path had finally been cleared, so it was time for them to gather with the other teams and head towards the infamous demon's den for an all-out attack. And as for him, he would be sneaking into the den solo while they launched the assault. Zhang Luoyan acknowledged that she got it and told him he should be extra careful out there. Daezong, Dazhu, and Kaizong of the Fox clan's 4 major branches joined forces, launching a surprise attack on the infamous Demon Den. While on the other side of the battlefield, Zhang Yi began his covert operation, slipping through the shadows like a serpent ready to strike. He arrived at the sleeping chambers of the Demon's Den. He reflected that luckily, Yu Yao taught him the art of earth escape so he could sneak into buildings undetected. And judging by the looks of it, it was the sleeping quarters. The demon sect pillages resources from all over the world, so they must have stashed away a ton of treasures, and he wondered if it shouldn't be too much if he confiscated a few items. But he was flustered when he picked up a belly band. Suddenly, Ren Kai and Chu entered the room. The two of them were surprised when they saw each other. She suspected that he was actually coming to steal her personal clothing. He claimed that he is a person of honor and integrity, and as he asked if he would ever stoop to doing something as despicable as that, he said that he accidentally picked it up. That was all. She declared that he is nothing but a disgrace to the Taoist teachings, too cowardly to engage in a fair fight and resorting to underhanded tactics behind the scenes. So a despicable creature like him should be crushed underfoot like a bug, stripped of his fine clothing, and left to rot. But he urged her to wait a minute and questioned why he suddenly felt like he was the villain in that story. He challenged why she doesn't stick to using magic if she really has to confront him to a fight, and if she knew that he is the supreme holy body with incredible strength. But he noted that the foot she brought him had a pretty nice texture, and as she called him a lecherous fiend, so he should let her go. She observed that his power had skyrocketed, and it looked like he had reached the level of nascent soul. He insisted that he had no ulterior motives, but since she was looking at him like that, he would show her his true colors, and she demanded what he wanted to do. He told her she should guess what he wanted to do, and as she warned that he shouldn't dare do anything rash, she wondered what sorcery it was because her body suddenly felt weak. Zhang Yi revealed that when he was still in his soul formation period, Ren Kai and Chu pummeled him like there was no tomorrow, so since he had already reached the nascent soul stage, it was time for him to teach her a lesson. She declared that he was a scoundrel and she would never let him get away with that. The system notified that the mission was accomplished by capturing Ren Kai and Chu, so he received the reward of 60 mana and 2 soul contract books, and he should use them to forcefully bind souls to his will. He realized that having a plethora of spells would give him ultimate power, and the mission was a piece of cake, easy peasy. Ren Kai and Chu warned that he should just wait until she broke free from that spell, and he would realize his mistake. Meanwhile, he considered that the contract would come in handy to control her, and he mentioned that he was tired of those dull battles, so it was time to put an end to everything. He activated the soul contract on her. The system notified that, equivalent to self-harm, she would obey all orders as a soul servant and inflict damage, and the soul contract with the new kingdom was completed. He inquired how it felt to be a soul servant. She insisted that it was impossible because a soul contract between master and servant requires mutual agreement, and there was no way he could possibly force her to sign. But he questioned how that was possible while thinking that she attacked him but ended up hurting herself. He expressed that it was amazing. She called him nothing but a lowly scoundrel, even more despicable than the tactics of their demonic sect. He explained that to defeat her demonic sect, they must become even more like demons themselves, and when she oppressed others, she must remember that one day others might oppress her, so she should get up and kneel before him and show him her utmost sincerity in her posture. She realized that her body was no longer under her control as she was forced to kneel, and she wondered where he learned such sorcery to have the power to enslave souls against their will. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi contemplated that there was a second soul contract, perfect for their comatose blood princess, and once the souls were tethered, he had no doubt she would thrive once more. He reassured that Ren Kai and Chu shouldn't worry because she would never be alone with him around, and he would find her a big sister, so she should just wait. Ren Kai and Chu wondered if she wasn't the spirit next to Yi Haoran and considered that even she got caught. Zhang Yi revealed that whether Zai Jai woke up or not depended on that contract. The system notified that the soul contract was completed and he had bound himself to the Blood Maiden as his loyal spirit servant. She woke up. She realized that she had actually woken up and her injuries had miraculously healed, and it seemed like she had even created some kind of soul contract with Jiang Yi. While Ren Qianchu questioned if the contract had the power to save lives and heal wounds, Jiang Yi declared that from that point onward, the Bloody Maiden shall be his faithful soul servant, so she should listen up and listen good because he was the boss around there, and he expected total obedience, so any sign of rebellion, and he would shatter her soul into a million pieces, and he asked if she got it. She agreed and acknowledged that he, the nobleman, had saved her life and she was forever grateful, while thinking that she had considered being with him before, but she never imagined that it would be in that way. He introduced the infamous witch, Ren Qianchu, and from that point onward, she was her little sister, so she should give her a good lesson, and she questioned how she would teach her little sister a lesson. She inquired if that was how he would teach a lesson, while Ren Qianchu reflected that she couldn't believe that she didn't have the courage to stand up to her teasing. Jiang Yi noted that Zai Jai really knew her way around that, and as he wondered why she was so skilled, he admitted that the technique was so thrilling that even he wanted to give it a try. She invited him to try it out, stating it was not impossible because she could also give him a good lesson, or two, and even though they were just spirits, it was still so thrilling. He cleared his throat and declared that it was enough because he was afraid that he would accidentally shoot himself in the foot if they kept going down that road. And he questioned if she had treated Yi Heoran the same way before. She revealed that he only cared about his cultivation and had never made a move to get close to her, while Jiang Yi was much more romantic than Jiang Yigong. Ren Qianchu wondered if he was really being affectionate, and labeled him just a player, adding that she heard rumors that he only had eyes for his master, but she assumed it was just a load of hogwash. He teased if she was jealous, and she denied it as if she would be. He invited her that if she was not jealous, she should come with him and be a good little follower, so she should go out as a hostage and make her people surrender, ending the war between their Taoist sects. But she insisted that he should let her go. On the other hand, the war was still ongoing at the perimeter of the Devil's Den. King Lian inquired where Jiang Yi was and announced that she was there to find him. But one of the demon sect disciples questioned why the hell she was looking for him to mess with them, while another claimed that the lives of most sect people were just as valuable and questioned if she had no decency. Meanwhile, Shen Wangu explained that the Great Zhu dynasty and the demon sect were sworn enemies, but another demon sect disciple expressed doubt and claimed that the Great Zhu was clearly just trying to make its presence known, while another questioned how he was working for the Dao sect in Great Zhu. On the other hand, Zhang Luoyan asserted that they couldn't let Tianzong and Dazhu outside them, so they needed to show their strength, to which Shen Chenyu agreed absolutely and added that they should take those deviants from Mazong and claim the 10,000 demon caverns as their own. Suddenly, Jiang Yi announced that the tide of the 10,000 demon caverns had turned, so they should surrender immediately. Everyone reacted with surprise. He revealed that the infamous sorceress, Ren Qianchu, had been captured and the Central Alliance, led by Dao Zong, had emerged victorious, and she pleaded if he could release her already. Shen Chenyu confirmed that they did it and they won. Meanwhile, the Taoist sect disciple proclaimed that they would hail their eldest senior brother, the Taoist sect, and the Central Alliance. On the other hand, King Lian exclaimed that she finally found Jiang Yi, and Shen Wangu commented that if she wanted him, she should go find him, and he questioned why she was using his head as a springboard. Jiang Yi greeted that it was good to see King Lian, and as he wondered how she had been, she responded that it had been days since they last met and she had been missing him terribly. But she cautioned that they should hold up and questioned why they seemed so close to him, to which he explained that he had just signed a contract with Ren Qianchu and Zai Jai, binding them to serve him as loyal attendants from that point onward. King Lian questioned if that meant that they had to be together all the time, while she reflected that she used to think that she could never replace Yu Yao as the rightful queen, but she could still be his second lover. But at that moment, it seemed that even that position had competition. Suddenly, she declared that Jiang Yi only had eyes for his master and no one else, and his heart solely belonged to them. And when he questioned what she meant, she insisted that the two little attendants shouldn't even think about it. Ren Qianchu challenged who would even like him and declared that she would rather murder him, while Zai Jai assured that King Lian shouldn't worry because she was the one that he admired, while she was the soul that he longed for. Suddenly, Chen Xiao Kui intervened and questioned about her. She demanded where they had put her and claimed that she was Jiang Yi's closest handmaiden, so he clearly favored her while he announced that she was back. King Lian questioned who he had a crush on, while Chen Xiao Kui stated that he was going to love her, but he urged that all of them should let go of him. Zai Jai commented that it was terrifying, so they should not join after all, while Ren Qianchu admitted that she just wanted to sit back and watch the show. Suddenly, the sky shattered. Jiang Yi inquired what it was. The demon emperor, who had split his body into two during the tribulation period, declared that Ren Qianchu had truly disappointed him beyond measure because they had lost the infamous Demon's Den, a crucial territory. Ren Qianchu explained that he was just a mere projection of her dad. Zhang Yi questioned if it was the Demon Emperor and remarked that it was just a clone, yet it possessed the strength of the crossing tribulation stage, while King Lian observed that the aura of power emanating from it was so immense that even she felt its weight. Zhang Yi claimed that when it came to defeating high-end enemies, sometimes all he needed were the most basic spells. The Demon Emperor boasted that he feared not even the Thunderbolt, so there was no way he could be scared of his puny spells. Zhang Yi bragged that other people had bombs in their pants, but he caught them with his bare hands, which was incredible. And Ren Qianchu insisted that as far as she was concerned, he better obediently release her from that soul contract and hand her over. He declared that regardless, the Dao sect would never surrender to the Demon sect because there was still one more trick up their master's sleeve, and it hadn't been used yet. Everyone was taken aback when a powerful crescent moon appeared in the sky. Yu Yao challenged who dared to cross a disciple of the Taoist sect. Zai Jai complimented that she was so beautiful, while Ren Qianchu noted that she was witnessing the legendary merciless fairy for the first time and she was truly stunning. And as Zhang Yi mentioned that it had been days since they last met and she was still as beautiful as ever, King Lian questioned what was so good about that old woman. The Demon Emperor declared that the Grand Master of the Dao sect had arrived. But it didn't matter because she was just like him, at the peak of her power during the tribulation period, so she should show him what she got and show him her skills if she dared. Yu Yao insisted that a mere clone wouldn't cut it, so he should bring his true self and meet his doom. He exclaimed no, it couldn't be because the power of that single sword strike was simply unfathomable. If Daezong dared to harm his daughter, 1,000 sorrows would befall him, and he would bathe their mountain gate in blood. Zhang Yi assured that he shouldn't worry because he would take excellent care of his daughter, and mold her into a competent and skilled maid. Yu Yao questioned what the deal was with those two, and he explained that for ease of control, he had taken Ren Qianchu and Sai Jai as his sole servants, which made King Lian snicker, and she remarked that it looked like Yu Yao was about to spill her jealousy jar again. But Yu Yao dismissed it and said she couldn't be bothered to argue with Zhang Yi anymore, so they should go back to the sect because there was something important that she needed to tell him, and he agreed while thinking that it was odd and wondering if something happened. Meanwhile, King Lian suspected that the old woman was acting fishy, so she might be hiding some juicy secrets, and after that battle, the position of the Dao sect was sure to soar high, and the strength of the alliance they formed would only grow stronger. A few moments later, Zhang Yi met with Yu Yao under the peach tree. He observed that she seemed weary from her travels and asked what urgent matter brought her back to their sect. He inquired if she was okay. He supported her back so she wouldn't fall. She confessed that since there was no one else there, she would let him in on the truth. She asked if he remembered when she failed her tribulation before and said that he was the reason she survived with both her life and cultivation intact. But as a result, she had been left with internal injuries that worsened every time she exerted herself. He admitted that he was such a fool because she was already suffering so much, and yet he still had to summon her to come save the day. And he imagined how much pain she must have endured in secret. She agreed that he was right and it was all her fault for keeping the truth from him for so long. So he should listen carefully because she worried that her injuries might worsen and put his life in danger, leaving an opening for their enemy to strike, which was why she wanted him to take over as the next leader of their sect. If she were to pass away someday, he would be ready to take the reins and continue their legacy. But he insisted that it was enough already, and as he requested for his esteemed master to not speak such ominous words, he promised that he would exhaust every possible means to help her find the elixir of life and cure her ailment. She explained that it was no use because the injury inflicted by the thunder tribulation was cursed and internal, beyond the healing powers of even the most potent spiritual medicines in the cultivation world. So he should give up on her as his mentor because there was no need to care about her, an old woman of little consequence. He asked what she had to say and assured that his heart belonged to her and no one else. She was irreplaceable in his eyes, and his love for her was beyond measure. It was a bond of family, gratitude, and true affection, and he admitted that his heart fluttered for many, but his love for her would always reign supreme. She confessed that during that time, she had come to realize that she wouldn't mind if he interacted with other women because true love wasn't about selfish possession but rather trusting someone and believing in them unconditionally. And he had reached an age where being infatuated with the opposite sex was perfectly normal. He observed that she had really changed because the once heartless fairy had become so gentle and affectionate. Suddenly, the system notified that it had upgraded, which unlocked the soulmate function. And with it, he could instantly become soulmates with someone of the opposite sex upon their agreement. And once they became soulmates, she would receive his physical talent bonus plus for every soulmate bound. The speed of cultivation for both him and all soulmates would increase by 10%. He wondered if it could be that the destiny system had such an incredible function, and if his soulmates could not only enjoy his physical talent but also increase their cultivation speed together. He devised a plan. His physique was rated as the highest level, SSS, by the evaluation system, the Supreme Saint body, endowed with extraordinary strength and powerful self-healing abilities. So if his master became his partner on the path, he wondered if she would be able to enjoy the benefits of his divine body. He invited her to be his companion on the path. She teased if that was how he treated his fellow traveler, and if he really wanted to play tricks on her. He acknowledged that he knew she would never accept disciples being romantic partners, but if they, as peers, were in love, he questioned if she would agree to a relationship as fellow cultivators. She asked if it was possible while wondering if she was suffering from some sort of brain injury, and how else she could possibly answer such a ridiculous question. The system notified that Yu Yao agreed to his pursuit, becoming the first Taoist companion. He claimed that the bug was successfully exploited, and that the system did indeed have vulnerabilities. She wondered why she suddenly felt a mental connection with him, her student, and her internal injuries seemed to have healed significantly, as if they had merged with his supreme body Kai. He confirmed that because they were already sworn Taoist companions. She was surprised. He explained that, as she could see, his talents were quite unique. He had a special ability to quickly form bonds with others and become their spiritual companion on the path of enlightenment. And by becoming his disciple, she too could benefit from the supreme healing powers and speed up her spiritual growth alongside him. He had the power to share his supreme healing abilities with others, which was why he was able to heal her internal injuries so effectively. But she insisted that she never agreed to be his cultivation partner in the first place, and he countered that if she didn't have any feelings for him or agree to that, he questioned how they could possibly establish a relationship as cultivation partners. He urged her not to be shy, and from that point onward, they would be more than just fellow cultivators. They would be living and practicing together as partners. She warned that he shouldn't get any wild ideas because companions in cultivation were partners who practiced together day and night, not just some fling. And even if they became Taoist companions, she wouldn't let her dear student act recklessly with her. He questioned why he should care since she seemed so indifferent towards his companions. What if he found other companions in the future, and how she would feel about that? And she suspected if he was intentionally trying to stir up her emotions.
Zhang Yi declared with a casual shrug that he wouldn't even dream of disturbing his master's state of mind, since his master was that merciless fairy with a heart as solid as stone, and there was absolutely no way he could ever charm her, no matter what tricks he pulled. Yue Yao countered sharply, insisting that she had to make it clear she was a devoted follower of the righteous path, and pressed how she could possibly be swayed by matters of the heart, especially when it came to someone like him. He then casually floated the idea of introducing Little Sunflower and Blood Princess as fellow travelers on the same path, and threw the question at her for her opinion. She flared up instantly, her anger bursting without a pause. He teased that it sure looked like she was feeling jealous, but she snapped back that there was no way she was, and that he should drop it entirely so they could get down to business instead. Conquering the imperial ranking would make him hesitate before acting recklessly, so in the coming days he could head straight for the forbidden land of immortal tombs. It was one of the 4 ancient forbidden grounds, hidden deep within the water region of Zhongzhou, and served as the burial site for the ancient gods who fell to earth 10,000 years ago. The place stayed locked under eternal seals that only loosened once every 2,000 years, and as the day of its opening drew near, every cultivator out there was sharpening their claws with greed. After all, the forbidden tomb of the immortals belonged to no one, and anyone daring enough could step in to claim its treasures, so as the premier sect in the central province, they of the Taoist sect couldn't afford to hand over such a prize to any rival faction, and he remarked that he got her point. They had to seize this chance. So he planned to march straight into the forbidden land of the immortal tomb the very next day to snatch all the treasures back. But she urged that her friend should take a breather first, since he had been darting around like a headless chicken lately. He agreed easily enough, but in the back of his mind he mulled over how, even though he had become a fellow disciple alongside his master, the distance between them still lingered like a stubborn shadow, and he wondered when they'd finally break through that master-disciple wall. Meanwhile, the other ladies gathered inside Zhang Yi's abode. Chen Xiaokui turned to Ren Qianzhou with a casual authority and remarked that since she was a new servant here, she shouldn't stay so clueless and ought to show some initiative by coming over to give her a proper foot rub. But Ren Qianzhou shot back coolly that she was a mere fox in the nascent soul stage. And when she asked if Chen Xiaokui truly thought she was worthy of her service, she declared herself the proud daughter of the demon emperor who had never served anyone in her life. Chen Xiaokui reminded her flatly that at this moment she was nothing more than a prisoner under Zhang Yi's wing, so she'd better learn to respect her elder sister who came before her. Jie Ji then cut in and offered to take over, prompting Chen Xiaokui to glance her way and ask if it was the Blood Maiden talking. She grinned and tossed back that the others should wait, since it was far too hot and she was a naughty devil anyway. Ren Qianzhou sighed that she honestly felt like she didn't fit in with any of them because she just wasn't crazy enough, and muttered that birds of a feather flocked together, seeing as Zhang Yi was a total weirdo, and everyone around him matched him perfectly. Suddenly, Zhang Yi showed up out of nowhere, making the whole room jolt with tension. He pressed them for an explanation on why everyone was piling into his room like this. Chen Xiaokui chirped that she was actually there to warm up the bed for him, but he countered with a dry remark about the scorching heat outside, and muttered that a cozy bed sounded perfect right about then. Ji Ji tilted her head and prodded him about whether he was worn out, slyly suggesting that she should be the one to attend to his rest. Then, out of nowhere, Ren Qianzhou shot in a sharp question about when he planned to release her from their soul contract, and he chuckled that he almost forgot the untouchable witch was lurking there too. He commanded her to get down, and she silently cursed the soul contract, fuming inside as she raged about having no control over her own body. He smirked that it was time to add some color to her dull world, and she narrowed her eyes, demanding what exactly he had in mind. He grinned wider and promised to show her what it truly meant to be stuck between living and dying. She lashed back, calling him a jerk, while laughing uncontrollably. Yet inside, she seethed at how despicable he was for tormenting her weakness. He remarked with a smug tilt that he seemed to be having the time of his life, while Gigi threw in that the witch was seriously messed up, and Ren Qianzhou snapped that she couldn't take much more but would spare him this time, so he'd better count himself lucky. She brooded that back in her dark sect days she was always the one dishing out agony, never the one taking it, so stumbling into Zhang Yi's path had to be pure rotten luck. Zhang Yi finally sighed that he was beyond exhausted, declaring that, as a sign of respect, he'd retire for the night, and warned them not to disturb his slumber. Chen Xiaokui teased that he was hinting for them to stay, and Jiedi chimed in that of course it must be so since he'd helped them so much. It was about time to return the favor. Zhang Yi was already drifting into drowsiness when they snuffed out the candle and cooed greetings of darling and handsome. He jolted upright and grumbled that the two of them were like ghosts, before asking what on earth they were up to. Chen Xiaokui giggled that he looked tired and urged him to let them give him a soothing massage, while Ji leaned in, tempting him to let them help him unwind. And he hesitated, questioning if that was really appropriate. Chen Xiaokui waved it off, insisting there was nothing improper since they were his attendants, loyal for life, and secretly thrilled at how incredible it felt to be this close to him. Ji pressed if there was anything wrong with that, giddy inside after bumping right into his chest. Meanwhile, Ren Qianzhou kept her own silence, plotting to slip out of the Dao sect while the two were busy cozying up to him, determined to break Zhang Yi's cursed soul contract as soon as she got away. Zhang Yi suddenly broke the mood, clarifying that they'd misunderstood him, admitting his wording had been careless, and conceded they were right, that letting Ren Qianzhou idle wasn't the smartest move. He beckoned her over, bluntly telling her they'd do this together and warning her not to even think about second thoughts, which left her burning with the sting of being caught red-handed by him yet again. He then promised that seeing how hard everyone had worked, he'd personally cook the next day's meal, and as Chen Xiaokui praised him for his generous heart, Ren Qianzhou glared inside, thinking his smug expression made her want to throttle him. Suddenly, he glanced down and demanded what Chen Xiaokui was doing down there, and when she breezily assured him she was just observing, Ji perked up that she wanted to observe too, while Ren Qianzhou flushed, admitting silently that just watching made her heart race. By the next day, Ren Qianzhou firmly told Chen Xiaokui to stop eating, and when she scoffed, asking if she was really planning to polish off everything, she snapped back that she'd leave nothing for the master. Chen Xiaokui gushed that the food her darling had made was divine, and Ren Qianzhou accused her of devouring every single dish. Zhang Yi shrugged that at least everyone enjoyed the food, though privately he brooded that he couldn't handle the three of them. Just one little scuffle the other day, and he nearly vanished into another dimension, so maybe relying on his words from now on was the safer play. Chen Xiaokui later proposed helping him in the kitchen whenever she had free time, pitching it as a chance to compare cooking skills and see who deserved the master chef title. And when he coolly countered that skill level would be a better term for cooking prowess, Ren Qianshou muttered that he was such a nitpicking stickler. Suddenly, Yue Yao appeared in the doorway. She mumbled that she clearly walked in at the wrong time, while he stiffened and panicked inside, realizing with dread that his master had just shown up without warning. Zhang Yi firmly replied no, tossing in that his master showed up just in time since he had just cooked a meal, then casually invited her to join him. But Ren Qianshou quickly revealed that the food had already been devoured by Chen Xiaokui. Xie Ji complained that it was absurdly early in the morning and pressed Yue Yao about what dragged her all the way there. Yue Yao stumbled over herself, flustered and off balance. She declared that she'd come to interrogate them, and demanded to know why they were tangled up in each other's arms at the crack of dawn, and what business they had cavorting like that when the Taoist temple was supposed to be a sacred place of discipline. Zhang Yi cursed Xie Ji in his head for being such a terrible teammate, thinking that if she couldn't erase the awkwardness, she should stop trying. While the girls owned up and admitted it was their fault, Yue Yao announced that she was magnanimous and wouldn't stoop to his level for petty quarrels, since she'd come to discuss the forbidden grounds of the immortal tomb. And he reassured her with a cool edge that she should fear nothing because that he was fully prepared and ready to strike at any moment. She warned him to stay sharp, keep his wits about him, and remember to bring the moon shadow. If anything happened, he should just call on her, and she pressed the Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Pearl into his hands, telling him it could dispel all kinds of evil and would prove useful inside the fairy tomb. He teased that it looked like his master still loved him, but she cut him off, snapping that it was not love. Ren Qianshou chirped that the scene was adorable. Ciji cooed that it was heartwarming and their master was so nurturing, and Chen Xiaokui admitted she envied Zhang Yi for having such an incredible mentor. Out of nowhere, the system chimed in and announced a temporary mission. Kiss Yue Yao goodbye before departing for the immortal tomb to receive a randomly chosen mysterious item as a reward, no punishment for failure. And it prompted him to accept or reject. He bristled, thinking that thanking his master that way was insane. And as he stepped back, the more he dwelled on it, the angrier he grew. But the idea of passing up a mysterious item was unthinkable. He reasoned that he should do it, since she was already his fellow practitioner. And with their bond as master and apprentice tied to the camaraderie between fellow cultivators, a tiny kiss couldn't possibly be too much. He announced that since his master had given him treasures like the Moon Shadow Pearl, he had to repay her with something equally valuable, promising that if she closed her eyes, he'd surprise her with something even more incredible. But she rejected him outright, accusing him of being a wayward disciple with devious intentions, declaring she had no trust left in him. And he reeled at how unexpectedly she broke from her usual patterns. Ji Ji immediately jumped in, urging Yue Yao to close her eyes since they were dying to see the surprise he had planned. Chen Xiaokui agreed enthusiastically, squealing that the chemistry between the two was off the charts, and mentally screaming that they were practically begging to be shipped together. While Ren Qianshou remarked dryly that if this wasn't pure chaos for the sake of chaos, the pair would already be troublemakers. Yue Yao sighed and relented, saying she would trust Zhang Yi just this once. He declared that he wouldn't hold back. He opened his eyes and locked his gaze on her. She hissed that he was a scoundrel. The three girls practically exploded, screaming that the gift was absolutely mind-blowing. Zhang Yi announced his farewell to his master, launching toward the forbidden land of the immortal tomb while savoring the thought that the kiss from his master had healed him completely. Yue Yao suddenly lashed out, demanding how he dared try to deceive her like that. The three girls quickly blurted out that their master was furious. Xie Ji warned the others that they should tread carefully or she might unleash her wrath on them, so they'd better run. And while Chen Xiaokui urged them all to hurry up and scram, Ren Qianshou muttered that she wasn't even paying attention to the mess, so they shouldn't drag her into it. Yue Yao just stood there, speechless, watching the entire group scatter like startled birds. She brooded quietly, convinced Zhang Yi was starting to underestimate her, and she caught herself indulging him more and more, wondering if this strange fluttering was what people called love in this world, since she'd never felt anything like it before on this journey. And now that they had become spiritual partners, their cultivation progress had soared, so maybe on the path of enlightenment, love was an unavoidable force she needed to reconsider in relation to her pursuit of the Tao. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi soared on his flying sword. The system chimed again, confirming mission success and awarding him 2 death seals, rare one-time use items capable of cursing an equal-level enemy so that the victim would die a gruesome death, exactly as described. He mused that the heavens reward the diligent, and was relieved to have completed the mission, though disappointment tugged at him since the reward was a disposable item, and his master would likely be unimpressed. Suddenly, Chen Xiaokui's voice cut through, scolding him not to ditch them. He ordered them to listen up, agreeing to bring them along to the forbidden land of the immortal tomb, but warning they had to follow his lead, and she promised confidently that he didn't need to worry because they had his back. Later, they finally reached the forbidden immortal tomb. Zhang Yi's group stopped before a massive building, while several figures hurried toward the same place from nearby. Chen Xiaokui announced they were heading in to snatch treasures early, but Xie Ji dismissed it as nothing more than a messy group tomb robbery, and she let out a sharp laugh. Ren Qianzhou's gaze locked forward, her mouth parting in sheer shock. Xizhou, an archmage-level magician, had actually shown up. One cultivator muttered that people from the western continent had also come to compete for treasures, and worried it could spiral into a bloody clash. But Xizhou declared that everyone from Central Continent should move aside, since the immortal tomb rightfully belonged to the magical noble families of the Western Continent. Another cultivator shot back that these magicians from the Western Continent were unbearably arrogant. Zhang Yi realized he had nearly forgotten that magicians still roamed within the cultivation world. Without warning, the mages floated into the air and hurled attacks down at the cultivators. Zhang Yi spat out that magicians were domineering pests who always tried to claim everything as theirs, which drew a startled reaction from Xizhou. He curved his lips into a playful smile, remarking that he wouldn't mind entertaining them if no one else objected, while delicate roses bloomed in his palm. But Zhang Yi thrust a finger downward with an unshakable expression, summoning his descending technique. Xizhou dropped to his knees, his face frozen in pure shock. Zhang Yi followed up with a palm strike, while an underling behind Xizhou hurriedly blurted out, demanding if he was fine. Xizhou snapped that lowly Central Plains people actually dared lay a hand on a noble of the magic clan. But Zhang Yi coldly declared that it was time for them to witness exactly whose territory the cultivation world belonged to.